Mic don't work. My mic doesn't work. It's not working.
All right. Hi, Madam Clerk. How are you?
Fine, Madam Mayor. How are you today?
Doing okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Denton, did you bring this beautiful class with you over here? Where are they from? Got it. Well, good morning. Are you excited to be here? Okay, good. We're excited to have you. Okay. Just before we start, I just want to remind council members, we have one of the most packed agendas that I've seen in a very long time. So I am going to try to be really diligent about keeping everyone to our 3-minute rule and rotating. So nothing personal, just we have a lot to get through, and we have a couple, how many 6 o'clock hearings?
Madam Mayor, we have two 6 p.m. hearings, which includes a total of 7 appellants tonight, scheduled to begin at 6 p.m. That will be many, many hours of time set aside for that
Okay,
tonight.
like I said, I'm going to try to be extremely diligent about keeping us all on track today. Thank you so much. Okay, at this time, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Grant, I would love for them to lead us in the pledge. Good job. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you.
Yes, Madam Mayor, roll call this morning. Breckus, Dewar, absent at this time. Delgado, Weber, Jarden, Reese, Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, will Councilwoman Dewar be joining us via phone later?
She is going to attempt to join us later. There is a family emergency she's currently managing at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Just let me know if she pops on and she needs to speak.
Okay, I will keep you and council informed.
Okay, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, the first item on our agenda today is general public comment. These are items not pertaining to a specific agenda item today. Everyone in the audience is please reminded at this time that your comments are to be directed at the Reno City Council as a whole. You are limited to 3 minutes to align with your comments. We remind you that clapping, stamping, hollering, or otherwise is not permitted while in these chambers. If you continue with this behavior, you will be given a warning. Continued behavior of this type will be asked for you to be removed from the Reno City Council chambers. Please be respectful when you're in this room. Madam Mayor, first to give public comment today, as we do have multiple people signed in. Britton Griffith is here to speak, followed by Gary Nelson, followed by Mark Markell.
Okay, and I'm going to ask that you bring a chair so the next speaker, please come up and be ready. So Madam Clerk, if we can make sure that we grab one, that would be great.
Yes, we will reserve a chair in the front row for the next speaker. As a reminder, please, for the next person prepared to speak, Gary Nelson, you will be next.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members of the City of Reno. For the record, my name is Britton Griffith, and I'm here today representing the Downtown Reno Partnership. I'm just here for a brief update to let you guys know what we've been up to these last couple of months. In our marketing committee, we hosted a successful town hall in Arlington Towers on November 7th. We had over 110 people in attendance. That's our biggest one yet. This was given in order so the constituents were able to mix and mingle, meet board members, meet the ambassadors, gather information, ask questions, and collaboratively focus on issues that we're having in the bid and solutions that they would like to see. We also have been working with Councilwoman Jarden and the City of Reno staff for the Festival of Lights, which is an effort to make downtown Reno the heart of the holiday season. That kicks off this Saturday with the tree lighting, sip and shop by the Riverwalk District, Santa Claus, local shopping opportunities, and many more items. This went hand in hand with clean and safe opportunities with holiday street activation tools, such as pole decorations, tree lighting opportunities. These were all sponsored by local companies. Just as a note, our ambassadors, board of directors, and constituents will be on here this Saturday, and also we will be working late nights for things such as the Santa Crawl. So next, the most important thing that we do, that's our ambassadors, particularly in the snow and freezing season, we have been working on seeing much more success rates. That includes establishing a better line of communication with service providers. The ambassador outreach team has been focused on one individual at a time to make sure that people receive their wraparound services and permanent housing solutions. If anyone wants more in-depth statistics or items, I can provide our Street Plus report for you guys. This is just a brief overview. We also have our economic development manager who's been on board now for 4 months. He's been working on the property inventory database, and he's making great progress to include maps of vacancies along with current and proposed developments. A pop-up retail model is being looked at as a tool for property owners and developers, and a number of data sources have been identified that will help provide further insights to our downtown and how we're growing. In addition, he has met with over 50 people, groups, and organizations, and will continue to be doing that to get better, more real-time information about what's going on. So with that, on behalf of the Downtown Reno Partnership, my name is Britton Griffith, and we want to wish each of you a very happy holiday season. Thank you so much for your endless hours that you provided us and our ambassadors, and please be safe in these very cold and dangerous season that it affects so many of our constituents out on the streets. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment today is from Gary Nelson, followed by Mark Markell, followed by William McCauley Jr.
Morning. This is a first for me, so bear with me.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to make a comment on the project over here, and I realize I'd like to wait, but I don't have time to wait till it comes up. And this is the Frisch project over here on Island and next to Park Towers. I live in Park Towers, and I'm an owner there. And so I think I obviously directly affected by the project and the changes. As you know, it's a very busy area. There's a lot of community events that go on. Our town has, in July, an event every single day in the park, pretty much. So it's super crowded. What you have is, right now we have a real lack of parking for our building, for the neighborhood, because of the parks and all the traffic. And Island Street is a very narrow street. It allows 2 cars if nobody's parked or anything. So what I'm concerned with is the traffic issues caused to local residents during the, what I would guess, about 2-year construction of the project and then upon operation. And hoping that if that happens, that there'll at least be a limit of the construction hours. I'm concerned about the street closures, just trouble getting to my home. I've heard that there might be an Arlington Bridge work, potential overlap of that I'm concerned with. The project was approved 13 years ago for condo only, and apparently this approval is being used for this project, which is totally different than the original approval. And I just think that there's a need for independent traffic and feasibility study on the effects of the project on the neighborhood, of the project in the neighborhood. And right now, it seems like there's a lack of forum for the neighbors to comment on the effect of them. And I just believe that based on a 1.3 acre site, that this is an over-aggressive use of that site with 280 hotel rooms, 40 condos, 60,000 square foot of office, restaurant, and parking ramps. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Mark Markell, followed by Connie Ray and Grant Denton, followed by Heather Matthews. As a reminder, if you're next to comment, please be prepared to come up to the front.
Good morning, Madam Mrs. Mayor. Your hair looks beautiful, by the way. I've missed it.
How sweet is that?
I've missed it. And good morning, City Council members and City Manager. My name is Mark Markell. I'm a concerned Reno resident. I'm here to warn people and show people what can happen if you get in the car with the drunk driver. Back in '89, I was in the car with the drunk driver. We were doing 100. We were in a hurry to get more alcohol. And we rolled 8 times. I was ejected, and it put me in a coma for a month, in the hospital for 5.5 months more. And I can't drive anymore. I got used to city bus, which is cool. I appreciate the city bus. I'm not saying anything bad about the city bus. But anyways, if you don't want to have to be my room's a mess. I know. I'm in dire straits. But anyways, if you don't want to be, don't drive with a drunk driver. Yeah, I hope you understood me. I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right, good job, Mark.
Connie Ray and Grant Denton, followed by Heather Matthews, followed by Terry Brooks.
Sorry.
right, everybody remain calm. But there is going to be a takeover of a restaurant, the cutest takeover ever, of a restaurant by these kids. On December 10th, from 4 and 8 p.m., these students from 5th to the 8th grade from the Honors Academy of Literature are going to be taking over Campo, and the purpose is to bring awareness to suicide prevention. There's going to be 4 different plates. The kids will be your servers, your hostesses, your bussers, and there's going to be 4 different plates. It's going to be $25 a plate, and the proceeds are going to go to NAMI, which is National Alliance of Mental Illness. Forgive me, I'm out of breath. We had to run back from the bathroom. So we're inviting all of you to come to make reservations for the event, and so the 10th between 4 and 8. If you can't remember, I'm going to send you flyers. The flyers aren't ready yet. So what we're going to do is do something even better than just a piece of paper. We're going to personally invite you to the event, gentlemen.
Now, if that's not pressure, I don't know what is. Okay. We will be. Hi, honey, how are you? Hi, I love your hair.
Look at them knocking off.
You guys are so adorable. You're so cute. Isn't that your son?
That's my boy.
I knew it.
And we know that in order for things to work and be successful, you also have to bring in partners. And Connie Ray is kind of has kind of organically turned into the figurehead of suicide prevention lately. And so we brought her in because she has a great idea. And everybody, Connie Ray.
Thank you guys so much. I just want to personally invite you. We're in the midst of our Suicide Prevention Business Hotline Challenge, and we're asking that businesses in the community put this suicide prevention line number visible on their front doors. Organically, in a short period of time, in just 2 weeks, we've already seen 50 businesses that have asked for the sign. So between myself and Batwan, he is the owner of Hukava, we have been putting these signs up on the businesses. This is very personal to me. I lost my stepdaughter, who was a veteran, on August 10th of 2018 to suicide. And I know that we can do better for our veterans, for our kids, and for our community. And I believe that if we come together and have this on every business in our community, that if you don't have this on your business, people are going to want you to have it. And I'm just hoping that the city council also does this and puts this sign on the city hall. I think it would absolutely send a message that we're going to take a stand and that we believe as a community we can do better. And I thank you all so very much, and we look forward to seeing you on Tuesday.
Connie, so incredibly brave of you. I've been following this, and also really grateful that you guys are doing this for NAMI. Really incredible work. So I know it's personal to you, and it really speaks from the heart. It's seriously now more than ever very high rate of seniors, veterans. So I really commend you because I know it's not easy.
Thank you so much. I did want to give a little mention. We have Carrie DeMars is here with Push for 22 for the Veterans Affairs Association. We are very much about making this happen, and we've just had some incredible partners, and I really believe that we as a state can set an example and that we can change our entire country if we really focus on what we can do, and we can do it right here and starting in Reno. So thank you so much. I'd like to present you with the sign if I could.
We'll take a whole bunch. We can put them on every window.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you. And tell the public how they what's the best way to obtain one of these?
Well, you can get a hold of Grant. You can reach
'Cause
out to us
everyone
on.
knows Grant.
Yeah, everyone knows Grant. You can reach out on social media. Batwan is the owner of Hukava. Also, his cousin owns Pizzava. You can send messages through Facebook, social media to myself, Connie Ray. That's WRAY. Just send us messages. We are working as fast as we can. There's only 2 of us that are doing this, so we'll be out as quickly as we can to get these on here. But really, our idea is just that we would like to see every business in Northern Nevada that has the Suicide Prevention Lifeline phone number on their business.
That's fantastic. Great job.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I did want to say you guys are doing just a tremendous job, and it is really a grassroots effort that is going to change the world and save lives. Councilmember Reese and I both support this, and we've got the approval of our great city manager. This one's going on our front door.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Heather Matthews, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Michael Pitkin.
Hello, my name is Heather Matthews, and I'm a graduate of California State University with a Master of Science degree in counseling and a specialization in career counseling. I'm also the recipient of the William Randolph Hearst Award for Outstanding Achievement. For the past 3 years, I have been trying to get my book, Walking Between the Shadow and the Light, published, and have had interference from California State University. I first went to the district court in Carson City, and nothing that I did was adjudicated by Judge Wilson. He dismissed everything, including my defense that criminal activity, which they have perpetuated, as well as intentional torts, are a waiver of sovereign immunity in all 50 states, including the state of Nevada. None of this was even addressed. I didn't get a chance to present my case. I didn't get a chance to testify. And this is clearly a breach of the law in the state of Nevada. The Judicial Performance Commission said that Judge Wilson did nothing wrong. Since when is not being able to present your case and have nothing adjudicated justice? It is not. There's clearly bribe activity going on. And this leads into the issue of sovereign immunity. Trump is being impeached, and he says, I have a right to do whatever I please. Well, no, you don't. And neither does anybody else who thinks that they are above the law, because they are not above the law. We, the people, was first put forth in the Constitution, which encompasses everybody. This encompasses the mayor and everyone in the Reno City Council. It encompasses everyone in this audience. And no one is above what the original forefathers that put forth our Constitution wanted to proliferate. Therefore, I am going to try to do everything in my power to make sure that sovereign immunity is obliterated. And this will happen at the next Legislative Council in Carson City. The abuse of power that California State University has put forth is the same kind of abuse of power we find in many government entities, thinking that they can do anything they want to do and there will be nothing and no consequence that will be put on them. And why not? If there's not any consequence, why not just go around doing corruption and paying off bribes and paying off publishers, just as happened in my case? So I'd like to read from the scriptures. Oh, how I love your law, God. It is my meditation day and night. I see the treacherous like the California State University and am disgusted because they do
Thank
not
you for your comments,
keep
ma'am.
your ways. The entirety of your word is truth, and every one of your righteous judgments endures forever. Praise the Lord. And these books are going forth despite the California State.
Thank you for your comments, Madam Mayor. Our next public commenter is Terry Brooks, followed by Michael Pitkin, followed by Reverend Dr. William Stomsky.
Good morning. My name is Terry Brooks. I've been researching our homeless problem, and as I've been browsing, I see the major factor involved is the one of unaffordable housing. When it comes to a city's rent increase, Reno has been third or fourth in the nation. And one of many causes of this is an action called gentrification. Gentrification is tearing down older parts of the city and rebuilding for the rise in the value of the area, but winds up driving out the poor. And when the area is rebuilt and the rent increases there, then the rent also increases in all areas close to there. And when rent increases at a much higher rate than minimum wage, so many people have no other choice than to enter that homeless stage. If they can't pay the rent, then they have to leave. That's a disturbing situation that's difficult for me to perceive. Having to leave your home in itself sounds bad enough, but then what are you going to do with all of your stuff? Now it's going to happen to all of your mail. I couldn't help but fear that my whole life was about to fail. What if all of this happened not only to you, but you also had a family that depended on you too? When such a family winds up homeless and on the street, they find themselves facing a problem that would be really hard to beat. And there are those who, when they see the homeless, they say, "Not in my neighborhood," but it's nice to know that there are other people who want to help them by doing good. That the city of Reno has some affordable housing and homeless shelters, of that I'm glad. But that the homeless problem keeps growing and getting worse is really sad. There's so many problems of homelessness that need to be addressed. I'm looking into several of them, and we'll learn more about the rest. Again, I'd like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to sharing more with you when I have more to say.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Michael Pitkin, followed by Reverend Dr. William Stomsky, followed by Paul White.
My name is Michael Pitkin. According to the FBI Bureau of Justice Statistics, from 1985 to 2018, Nevada had over 150,000 arrests, 95,000 white males, 40,000 black males, processed under all other offenses, like blackmail, embezzlement, etc. At one time, Nevada statistically had not only one of the highest arrest records in the U.S., but in the world. I looked at year 21 of the state of Nevada executive budget online, right here, and I stopped counting after 400 plus million for public safety, including Department of Corrections. The 10 million for tax credits per year for affordable housing does not start until year 21. I looked at the Nevada legislative year 19 budget online. This is just an example. If you go to their website, up here on the top, it has budgets. If you click on budgets, it lists to the left every budget in Nevada. This is just one example. In Washoe County, year 20, 184 million for public safety. For City of Reno, 134 million for public safety. There appears to be a financial budgeting bias or budget disparity set up by the good old boys system. There appears to be real disdain for anyone who is not of the appropriate status. Subversive mobbing and bullying does not count, especially if it's in the public interest. My question is, whose interest? I have the right to privacy and the right to be left alone in my own home. With that, I'm asking the state of Nevada for a $100 million in JobWorks program for the inappropriate, undesirable homeless. This should be in every state. Here in Reno, there is no Job Corps, no Job Connect, etc. on site where the homeless are. I feel this is intentional. No one's rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness should be violated. I would have the values of pride, professionalism, respect, integrity, dedication to equality, fairness, service to commitment, and community if I was on the receiving end of over 400 plus million.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Reverend Dr. William Stomsky, followed by Paul White, followed by Tim Nagivny.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, Mr. Pivkin, that Councilwoman Weber is working on a massive workforce initiative, so it would be good for you to circle back together. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Sheevy and members of the Reno City Council. Your friends and neighbors of Trinity Cathedral appreciate this opportunity to express concerns regarding the development of the property adjacent to us on Island Avenue. As a church, welcoming strangers is a primary tenet of our faith. We've been welcoming members and strangers for almost 150 years in downtown Reno, so we welcome all well-planned development in our neighborhood. At Trinity, we constantly search for ways to be of help to our neighbors, to be positive and supportive of our city, including paying our assessment with vital services, and to be an inviting venue for the city's arts and cultural events, including our beloved Pipes on the River concerts. Reno is growing, and so are we. 4 years ago, we embarked on a strategic planning process to expand our programs and facilities to accommodate our dramatic growth in worship attendance and service ministries. With full participation with all our church members, hundreds of hours were spent not only to include all voices and perspectives, but to make sure our path forward was reflective of the best we can offer to serve not only our needs, but those of the city. We're embarking now on a capital fund raising campaign, a major investment of our members and local foundations in downtown Reno. Many of the donors do not live in the city, but they greatly care about the city's future with the dynamic presence of what this cathedral offers. In vying for charitable dollars, our success to date is not only an affirmation of our calling to live as Christ in the world, but a confirmation of our service to a downtown population being central to our ministry, as it has been since our inception in 1870. Economic developers have long advised that our city is to prosper as well as to grow. It must offer adequate lighting for safety, green space for well-being and recreation, university for advanced education, hospitals for accessible health care, and a full array of arts and cultural opportunities to bring vitality and joy to daily life. Trinity has always played an integral part in the cultural and spiritual fabric of this urban community. Across our country, in city halls and state assemblies, people are diligently working daily to create an environment where all people are heard and respected. Today, we ask that you hear and respect our concerns and those of our neighbors as you plan new development in our neighborhood and along the Truckee River. Some of our concerns include pedestrian safety, traffic congestion, infrastructure limitations, and a project scale that negatively impacts our beautiful skyline and shades swaths of the surrounding area, creating icy walkways so dangerous to the elderly. We strongly support a growing, vibrant city, a city that moves forward with integrity. By bringing all the stakeholders together to build consensus, everyone wins when we work for the common good. Thank you, Mayor Sheevy.
Paul White, followed by Tim McGivney, followed by Tracy Wilson.
Paul White with QOL Reno. I'm here this morning to give you an update on the first 10 days of what you received the invitation to participate in. A 30-day challenge to the council to show you how we could end homelessness in Reno in 30 days. And the plan was to offer each of you to go out into your wards
And to find anyone in there who's homeless and saying, gosh, the city just isn't taking care of me. And to have that person just who's willing to stop using drugs or alcohol or go to detox if they can't and is willing to work, that's it. And you remember our proposal to you was that QOL Reno would get any of them and all of them employed and housed in 72 hours or less without the need to spend any of the tens of millions of dollars being spent on federal programs now. Well, first of all, we've been combing the streets looking for any of those, as have the ambassadors. I'm sad to say I haven't heard from a single one of you who has gone out to ask one homeless person in any of your districts, are you wanting to come forward? Not one of you. So we found two. 0.5% of the 1,000 people on the street who were willing to say, well, tell me about this. 3 of the 5, immediately when they were told they had to stop using, said, no, not for me. I'm just going to keep using them. And they have checks, by the way, anywhere from $800 to $1,200 a month. At first they blow on the drugs and alcohol, and then they tell us, well, we'll wait for the city to buy us the program. One you'll be interested in, this was 72 hours ago, old, in her 60s, slow moving, low education. She said, I don't use and I'd like to work. 1 5-minute call got her a $14.50 an hour job that she started at 8 o'clock this morning. She got her a savings account where now she has for her Social Security, and that's squared away. She's got a bus pass. She couldn't be happier. She said, why did I sit in the homeless shelter for 3 months and they never spoke to me once, not once, about a job, only about waiting for free housing? She got hired immediately. $14.50 an hour. Contrast this with the Reno Works taking 10 weeks and $3,000 on a person to get them a job at $10 an hour picking up needles and feces on the river. Please, we encourage you. Take this chance, go out there. We want you to get a hold of us and send us anybody so you'll understand that the 1,000 you've got out there on the street this morning aren't the homeless. The homeless are in the programs. Who's on the street are the vagrants by choice, and they're hiding behind that label, and that's the purpose of this 30 days. Send them to us. You can call me 24 hours a day. 20 days to go in the challenge. We really look forward to hearing from you.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Tim McGivney, followed by Tracy Wilson, followed by Sam Dene.
Hello. Tim McGivney here. Just wanted to bring you some updates on some of the people that we're working with that are coming off the streets and wanting help. Well, there's a couple of them, not many. There seems to be a lot of confusion as far as enforcing laws. I just want to bring up that I think the generations of people who built this city before us would be ashamed. There's no such thing as a safe place for people to use or a safe place for people to kill themselves. So government funded or a safe area where we designate for people to stay in their addiction or stay on the streets is not a good idea. In my opinion, I was on the streets. The happiest my mom ever was when I was in jail. She'd sometimes send police, out to check on me. That way they would, maybe find something to where they could put me in jail so she knew at least I wouldn't be out there killing myself. There's a situation on Peavine that we're working with. It's a bunch of squatters up there staying illegally on private property. I went up there. It's Reno PD's jurisdiction. They said that they'd send deputies. Deputies said Reno PD doesn't like to get their tires dirty. So they said they'd send deputies out with their SUVs. They came out and worked with us for weeks. They gave them an end date for when they had to be off the property. When that end date came and the squatters were still up there dumping thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cars and trailers and piles of drug needles and paraphernalia on this gentleman's property, I called and I said, they're still up there past the date that you guys told me they'd be off. Can I get some assistance? We'd like to go ahead and press charges now. They said, well, that's our PD's jurisdiction. I said, I know that. You told me, that you'd come up here with deputies. They said, no, we're going to send it back to RPD. I call RPD. They send up a guy in a Dodge Charger. The guy said he understands my concern, but he doesn't know what he can do. I said, well, I'd like to press charges. I'm representing this property as an authorized agent from the property owner who came in from Kansas City, is wondering what's going on in our city, why the law enforcement has no idea how to enforce the law, why they don't understand if it's Reno PD's jurisdiction, if it's deputies' jurisdiction. And meanwhile, they're up there doing their drug deals, dumping more vehicles up there and more trash on this guy's property. So he's looking to get his lawyer involved to move forward that way because nobody will assist him and enforce the law. When he's been up here, came in from out of state to meet with the police face to face, get a date when they're supposed to be off the property. And I just want to say it's not compassion to leave the people up there. I actually know one of the girls who's up there, and she was willing to accept help, kind of, but she's still using drugs and alcohol. And so until she's forced, I just know she's not gonna accept the help. She's gonna be up there until the law is enforced. And so that's what I wanted to bring up. It just seems like we could be doing better, and maybe some of the confusion could get settled between agencies, and we need to start enforcing existing laws, not make a safe place, quote unquote, where people can commit suicide. We heard about suicide prevention earlier. I think this is one way to start.
Tim, are you with Paul White?
Quality Life Reno.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That's one organization I work with. I work with multiple other organizations in Reno. Yeah,
Okay.
we work either outsourcing some people and working with people to get them working or housed or into programs depending on what their needs are. I work with Strengthening Parents with Dad Excellence Academy
Okay.
and some others. So
Okay, good.
yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Tracy Wilson, followed by Sam Dene. Sir, if you'd like to speak, you can come over here. Sir, come over this way. I can take care of you while our next commenter is going. Tracy Wilson.
Good morning. I'm Tracy Wilson. I think you probably all know that I'm a wild horse advocate. I'm also here as a community member in South Reno. I live in Damani Ranch, just over about a mile away from the northern terminus of Rio Wrangler Parkway, which ends in a gate. I and my volunteer teammates, one of which has spoken here before on this issue, have witnessed a lot of issues in that area. We've got people speeding down Rio Wrangler to that gate, and while I don't have a radar detector in my head, I'm pretty certain I can tell when somebody is flying down that road to or away from the gate faster than they should be going. It's pretty terrifying if I'm on that road trying to move horses that have been let out through that gate. Drinking and driving, we actually did have a small amount of police enforcement recently where some kids were pulled over and the underage kids were made to call their parents to come pick them up because they had alcohol in the vehicle. But that's common. They go up there every Friday night with their trucks loaded with pallet wood and coolers. And I promise you it's not Kool-Aid. It's not. Illegal dumping is taking place all the time. And if I could use the overhead here. I don't know if you can see that. That's a baby horse standing in a pile of somebody's garbage that's been dumped. This ironically was dumped right in front of a sign that says no dumping. And I mean, the intention behind some of this stuff is pretty ridiculous. Destruction of private property. This is a gate that we got the De Lorettos to put up for us to keep horses in, and that's what they did to it when they saw the gate. As horse advocates, we put up numerous gates in the area that were rammed and destroyed. The landowner put up a heavier duty gate. We installed a sign on that gate just asking people to keep it closed, to respect the private property, this is one of numerous signs. This is the morning after the first sign went up. This is how I found it. The gate actually opens the other way. Those are the horses I had just moved back. This is a few weeks later. We mounted it on plywood, so it wouldn't be so easy to rip off. And this is how I found it this week. This is the public notice for this meeting. So you can see that this is a constant problem. We got wetlands out there that the developer is has to protect when they build out there. This is how the wetlands are treated. Those cars were buried up past their axles. Illegal fires I've already addressed. They're going up there to have bonfires. And then, of course, there's also the issue of the horses being let out again this week, again earlier. And I've got tons of pictures like this of people letting the horses out, taken with a game cam overnight. Here's a kid drinking on the side of the road. So what I'm asking is, I need help. Councilman Delgado, this is like on the edge of your ward and Naomi's ward. I'd love to meet with you guys. I'd love to meet with a representative of local law enforcement as well as the developer to find out what the best solution for this is.
Yeah.
So looking for help.
Is that Loretto's property?
This gate is right at the edge of the road and Corona Cyan, the Bella Vista 2 area.
Okay. All right. We will absolutely have them meet with you. Are you going to stick around for a little bit?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
okay.
be here through the Corona Cyan
Okay, thanks
agenda
so
item.
much.
Madam Mayor, next comment is from Sam Today, followed by Amir Harrell.
Sam Dene, just an ordinary, regular old Reno citizen who's responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno. If you look on my YouTube channel, you can spend about 4 or 5 days verifying that I am responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno. Somebody would challenge whether or not all of those things are really good. I was instrumental in bringing the Gigafactory here. You can ask that Edon boss. He knows. He begged me to do it, and I was very helpful in doing it, and now I regret doing it in many ways. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I've been to virtually every Reno City Council meeting since 1994 with 4,527 public testimonies, but who's counting? I was a pilot for the Air Force for flying B-52 bombers and F-4 Phantoms, defending the nation for 25 years, and since then I've been defending the city of Reno against itself for the last 25 years. Donald Trump, he's got his fake media. I'm Sam Dene. I've got my government-funded, yellow-bellied, scaredy pants Reno Gazette media. Come on, Trump, you can't match that. Scared to death, the Reno Gazette. If the Reno Gazette would, and you know, they don't even have to interview. I know they're scared of me, deers in the headlight, but they don't even have to interview me. They can go to they can just see what I'm talking about now and report it. But right now, I'm just reporting generalities instead of specifics, or maybe I do have a specific. I do have a specific. The Reno Gazette is out there groveling for a citizen of the year, a Reno citizen of the year, a Reno, he wants to be it. Anybody else want to be citizen of the year?
Mr. Dene,
Well,
please,
the
please
person.
address the city
All
council.
right, I don't need your help. You let that other
Sam.
lady turn around. What?
Sam, no yelling.
No, I'm not yelling. I'm using my parade ground voice. There is a difference between. You want to hear yelling?
Sam,
I'm not yelling. Anyway,
Take it
give me
down.
my other minute back, please. Stop interrupting. Here I was going to be Mr. Nice Guy. There's the Reno Gazette. Media whack. They love the Reno Gazette so much, they get mad when I say something nasty, justifiably about the Reno Gazette. Nobody deserves to be Citizen of the Year. Well, there's nobody else who deserves to be Citizen of the Year any more than I do. But guess what, Ms. Mayor? I'm reading your book every day, and then people have to interrupt. Be nice or else. I'm actually contributing 4 chapters to it if she would get her pen and pencil out. Anyway, Citizen of the Year. I don't want to be Citizen of the Year. They know it. I don't want it. You don't deserve Sam as Citizen of the Year. And I'm sure you're going to find some nice person who deserves it. All I want is statues on every corner of downtown Reno.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Amir Harrell, followed by Tom Dunn, on behalf of the Reno firefighters.
My name is Amir Herrera, and I just want to say thank you again for doing such a great job of decorating the city. I think you guys doing a great job, and I want to say Merry Christmas and thank you for everything. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir.
Tom Dunn.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. For the record, Tom Dunn, representing the Reno Firefighters Association. I do have a quick video to show while I am speaking up here today. Just this morning, less than an hour ago, we had a structure fire in the 2400 block of Sutro Street, and I wanted to show you a video of the good work that your firefighters are currently doing for our community. So this is literally next door to Reno Fire Station 2 at 2500 Sutro. You had 3 engine companies, a ladder company, as well as a rescue, safety officer, 2 battalion chiefs show up to the scene. This was a single occupancy condominium. The resident was outside. We made contact with him. He let us know immediately that there was some ammunition inside the structure. So you can't hear it on this video right now, but there is actually ammunition that's starting to pop off due to the heat expansion of the rounds. But a couple of things I want to talk to you about, the great things that we're doing in our community other than fighting fires and taking care of people on a daily basis. On Saturday, December 14th, we have our annual Sam Sabini Christmas Basket Project. It's going to be held at Reno Fire Station 21. And on December 15th, Sunday, December 15th, at the downtown ballroom, we're going to have our annual downtown children's Christmas party. And so hopefully we'll have all members of the council attend as well. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, with that, it should be noted for the record, we received online public comment from Jennifer Ford concerned with police corruption. Additionally, online public comment from Andrea Juliet Oliver followed concerned with the closing of Northwest Pool. With that, Madam Mayor, I have no further general public comment signed in.
Okay.
And we will be moving to our next item, which is approval of the agenda. I'll turn it back over to the city manager for any updates or changes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do have a couple of items. Items D1 and D2 are requested to be at a time certain of 4 p.m. to allow the judges from Municipal Court to attend for those items. And then also on the list of items to be pulled from this agenda and eliminated is item D6, Proposed Reno Economic Development Strategy. Those are all the changes I have for today.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, at this time, with no other changes to the agenda, we'd be looking for a motion for approval from council.
Okay, thank you so much. May I get a motion? I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, next item on your agenda is your consent agenda, in which I do have public comment signed in.
Okay.
Sam Dene would like to speak, followed by Ken Crater.
Sam Dene. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is what they call the consent agenda. If you have an agenda, if you don't, you can get one over there. And they're going to be discussing a whole bunch of, or not discussing, they're going to be voting on a whole bunch of items all in one vote. Yeah, the chief of police, I'm glad you showed up. It's nice to have you at the meeting. Nice smiley face over there. At any rate, the consent agenda where they're going to vote on several items all in one vote unless somebody pulls something off of the agenda. And in this case, and you might think, okay, it's housekeeping items. They're not going to discuss them and just, big deal. And if you take a look at your agenda, if you have one and you kind of add up the items, and I'm not speaking for or against anything, but there's about, $10 million worth of items on here. And they're going to vote on them without talking about them unless they pull something off. And I just mainly want to speak about just one of them. I could speak on any one of them, but this one, B2, the Pennington Foundation, wonderful organization that gives out money to do-gooder programs that they like. And so they're going to donate potentially $5 million to the construction of a public safety center. a public safety center. Let's go back a little bit to square one, because most of you don't come to the meetings, and I'm at every one of them almost, and give a quick little background. The Reno Gazette was bankrupt morally and financially, and they had their building for sale for many, many years for $7 million, and suddenly the Reno City Hall came down and bought that full price, $7 million, maybe a double escrow going on there and some flipping I've heard rumors of. So anyway, the City Hall bought that building to bail out the Reno Gazette. But instead they turn around, and I love the law enforcement when they protect lives and property. I wish they could have a Taj Mahal to live in. Anyway, so then they turned around and said, okay, what are we gonna do with that building? Well, we'll make it a public safety center. Everybody wants we've got a public safety center, but we're gonna make this one here. They paid the full $7 million, closed the escrow in 30 days. Record, 30 days. Some hanky-panky going on there, but I don't know what it was. At any rate, they ended up buying the building. Now they've got the building, and they're going out and trying to get money to build this public safety center. And so they got $5 million coming from this wonderful Pennington Foundation that will be money towards the 30 million more that they need to build it and fix it up and repair the old building, where they could have started out with a beautiful brand new building on a brand new lot. So anyway, that's my point. I'm not speaking against this. I think Mr. Pennington, well, the Pennington Foundation is nice to donate it, but I think there's some more hanky-panky. Even with them trying to be the seed money, we still need another 20 million.
Our next public comment is from Ken Crater, followed by William McCauley Jr.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Ken Crater, and I'm here to speak in support of item B11 today, which is the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act legislation that's moving through Congress. This is a huge deal for our community and the entire country. If we can get this legislation passed back in Washington, D.C., this act would do a couple of things. One, right now, if you do a low-income housing tax credit project, say a 4% project, which is typical of a 50 or 60% AMI project, the 4% tax credit rate is not a fixed rate, it's a floating rate. And typically that hovers around 3.3 to 3.4%. So by fixing that rate, it would bring a significant amount of additional equity into a project. The other thing it would do is a lot of projects are great projects that fit all the criteria of the housing and urban development requirements, but they don't fall in what's called a development disadvantaged area. And so those projects are not eligible for a basis boost that projects within the DDA can get. If you combine the ability to do a basis boost along with the fixation of that 4% tax credit rate, on a $25 million project, it would add about $4.5 million of additional equity into a project. This would do two things. One, it would allow more units to be constructed within an affordable housing project, but second, it would allow way more projects to pencil and make economic sense. With the great increase, not just here, but across the country in construction prices, that floating rate and the ability not to have a basis boost keeps many projects on the table because they don't pencil. And so by support of this, hopefully the word will pass up to our entire congressional delegation, which I'm pretty confident at this point they all support it. But I've also been working nationally, contacting other folks in Congress around the country to try and make this happen, because as someone that's involved in affordable housing projects, I know how important this is and what it would do to our community where we have a severe shortage of affordable housing. So I thank the council for hearing this item today and hope with passage it sends a message both on a statewide and national basis that this needs to happen. And I believe that there is broad bipartisan support in Congress to make this happen, but every little bit helps. Thank you very much.
William McCauley Jr.
Good morning. I guess I don't have to tell you what my name is. You've already heard it. I'm a professor of English at UNR. I want to first thank you for both the opportunity to participate in these proceedings this morning and for your concerted efforts to address and remedy the range of housing challenges our community faces. I teach primarily writing classes at the undergraduate level and courses focused on issues and challenges in the teaching of writing at the graduate level. Over the past year, I've refocused my sections of English 401B, Advanced Nonfiction, on putting writing to work in the community. And we've focused on housing and homelessness as our priorities there. My students have developed proposals and projects that won't solve homelessness, but they do something more important. They get young people involved and believing that they can make a difference, especially through the writing abilities they've developed during their studies. I've worked with my students to promote disciplined inquiry and responsible action where housing and homelessness are concerned, and there is no question that we have benefited greatly by the generosity of approximately 20 community experts on these issues, including at least a couple of city council members. We've learned just how complex and multifaceted these issues are. This kind of change you are considering this morning, and I'm referring to item B11 that Ken just spoke about, may be represented by a single nonfiction document, but we understand just how much time, energy, and effort it took to get said document. We are grateful to those who have done so much already and continue to work on housing and homelessness along with my students. My speaking here today is an effort to represent myself and my students in supporting the resolution before you. We believe that this change in the equity structure for housing development will positively impact housing available in and around our community, especially for those less affluent. This resolution makes sense in so many ways. And I want to point out that from our perspective, meaning my students and my own, this work arises out of concerns for the present and future of our community, especially our underhoused community members. Compassion is not simply emotion. It is caring combined with wisdom. It is wise to pass this resolution, and it reflects our compassion for both those who are underhoused and those who wish to address that problem. This resolution is an effort to support our community, including developers, builders, employers, and those whose housing would become available as a result. As City Council continues to work on these issues, please always keep in mind our community members who are living outdoors, who cannot afford to rent or upkeep for their homes, as well as the businesses and people in and coming to Reno in pursuit of employment and careers. I need not belabor these points as the City Council's responses evidence this awareness. Compassion does not mean a handout. It means creating a context within which our community and its members can thrive, all of them. And it means caring with awareness. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
All right, thank you. I know several of us up here have had the opportunity to meet with your students, and I hope you're really proud. They've been very engaged. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record, we received online public comment, 1 in opposition to item B5 and 3 in support of item B11. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further comment on the consent agenda, and I return it to you
Thank
for
you.
council
I'm so
items.
sorry. I wanted to mention something in general public comment.
Okay.
And Councilman Delgado has been so kind to offer to sing happy birthday to Mr. Alex Woodley.
Hey, where is he?
Where is Alex?
Noticeably absent from chambers.
Go ahead, Councilman.
He's got to be here. He's got to be here. It doesn't count if he's not
You're
present.
actually going to do it?
No, but put me on the spot. The mayor says. The mayor
Anyway,
says.
we all wish you a happy birthday,
There he is.
Alex.
He's a birthday man. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Alex. Happy birthday to you.
You can tell we can't sing, but
it.
we also have another special guest in the house. He's going to hate this when I do this, but Mr. Chris Giglio, we get to work with him regularly in Washington, D.C. He's been representing us for like 20 years now, right? That's what an expert he is, but he does an amazing job. I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, Chris. You're the best, so thank you so much. And we won't sing for you, but he's like, great, don't. Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. All right. Okay, Madam Clerk, where are we at?
Madam Mayor, with that, we're returning to council items to be pulled for discussion off the consent agenda.
Okay, I'm going to start with Councilwoman Weber, since I'm always starting to the right. Let's go to the left. Do you have anything you'd like to pull off? Nothing? Okay, Councilman Jordan? Nope. No? Councilman Delgado? Okay. Councilman Reese? Nothing. Okay, Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, I'd like to pull B2, B3, and B7.
Repeat those, please.
B2, B3, B7.
All right, thank you. Can I please get a motion to accept the rest of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, item B2 is pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
So this is the grant award from the Pennington Foundation to the City of Reno for a generous $5 million for the police station. And I was wondering, there's a couple questions I have. First of all, the project is now identified as plus or minus $31 million. Do you have an accounting? We were going to have an accounting of, how much has been raised, all the sub costs. That wasn't included in the packet. I thought the council had asked that when we have this item come forward, we keep a running tally of the costs, the estimates, and the revenues.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. I have one that was pulled together. I have not actually put together a running cost, part of which is because we are still in the early stage, which is actually working on the plan so we can get to a true cost. So when you hear the numbers, 33 million was a very educated but still not a bid price to provide us the three components that we've talked about. We have not yet got to the point where we can tell you a firm price, but we do know, basically we have about 10 million of the aggregated estimated cost of 33 million for all three components. We have about 10 million of it raised.
I think it was 31 million.
Well, it's 31 million if we don't do the
Evidence.
dispatch in the first phase.
The dispatch. That is something I would, maybe a future discussion, because we all know the dispatch center was built with the 1/8 sales tents. It's up at, up there, and we really haven't fleshed that out. But the other question is, the grant said there's 9 million more in fundraising efforts. What are those fundraising efforts? Are they going to be more grants like this one coming forward, do you anticipate?
Yes, we are working with some local partners in the world of philanthropic issues, and they are assisting us in reaching out to all of the foundations that are here locally. We're at the step now where we produce for them a leave behind where they can go and contact the different foundations. We've actually put in an application for one of the foundations for about $300,000. We're going to continue over the next 2 months to put in applications. We'll have a better handle probably at the end of January, our success in what we think we can get from the foundations. But we've moved forward since we last talked, but we're not at the point where we can report how much we think we're going to get from the foundations.
Okay, so 5 million is from this foundation, and we're hoping for 9 million more from other foundations.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then the other question, and it's substantive, is this Exhibit A that is attached. It seems to conflict and have some points of conflict with the actual grant agreement that we're scheduled to adopt today. And I'll just mention number one, it says that the grant agreement says it's going to be one lump sum authorized payment of $5 million. The Exhibit A talks about 2 payments up to $5 million. And then there's other points of deliverables that the city has to do and conditions that seem to conflict. Like, for example, condition, I think C is that when they give the grant, we have to show in the bank all this other money. And, I'm just wondering if we've met that. This Exhibit A that's that is attached to this document was the purchase or the preliminary grant agreement that the manager sent in, and I don't see reference to it in the grant agreement we're discussed here. Is it a reference document for historical purposes? Is it incorporated herein? And then that Exhibit A also has a substantive Exhibit A attached to it, identified in it that isn't a part of it. So I don't know that, I'm concerned that this document has internal conflicts, and there's lack of vagueness, and particularly this Exhibit A, and what's the status of that in this agreement, because we're in conflict with it already.
Madam
And maybe
Mayor,
attorney didn't look at it from that perspective. They just looked at they didn't look at form, it appears.
Madam Mayor, I think I can answer that. The Exhibit A is the initial agreement or initial outline. Since that time, things have evolved. It's really provided as part of the backup for historical reference of where we've come. But the agreement that you're actually considering today on this agenda is the agreement. So that is the updated and current conditions and requirements. So really, Exhibit A should be looked at for just historical reference. So there really isn't necessarily conflict, because the agreement you're considering today eclipses all previous documents.
Okay, because
You have 1 minute left.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No, well, in the minute left, it just, a lot of times Exhibit A is hereby incorporated in, and when you have conflict with the main documents, and the concern is that there's certain deliverables of financial obligation to this council and future going forward, and I'm not sure how those are clearly outlined, which one takes precedent over the others. So I am in support. I'm just
Okay,
think
give me a
that,
motion.
no, I want to continue my thought. I am in support. I just think that we should have a clearer document of what's the meaning of this.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus, you're at 6 minutes, so we're gonna, any other questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. I just want to take a brief minute to just express immense gratitude to the Pennington Foundation. Their generosity to help us get this much needed. For those of you that haven't been into the police department, it was out of date, dilapidated, and dysfunctional 20 years ago for its purposes, and this is so much needed. And this sort of an action by the Pennington Foundation really does put into motion other foundations and individuals, particularly at this time, year end, who may want to make contributions. So my question is, on the record, if someone wanted to contribute to the future Public Safety Center, who would they contact?
Again, for the record, they can contact me, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. Cell number is 775-399-0577, or they can come to the 15th floor of this building and we will accommodate their wishes.
Thank you very much.
And Bill, I want to say, you have been such a huge champion. We could not have done this project without you. I want to thank you so much, and to the Pennington Foundation. Councilwoman Jordan, you're exactly right. I know Councilman Delgado also has a great relationship with them, but incredibly generous. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Councilman Delgado.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Madam Mayor, and Councilwoman Jordan took the words out of my mouth. I mean, we are definitely in a position where we need to develop stronger public-private partnerships in order to deal with all the issues that we're dealing with as a growing city. And Pennington has stepped forward time and time again. So thank you to all the board members and the Pennington Foundation for everything they do for our community. Just wanted to get that out there, as this is an item that's important to all of us.
All right.
Thank you.
Why don't you give me a motion, Councilman?
Move to approve.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item B3, as pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Okay, 3 minutes, and if no other council wishes to speak, then I will give Councilwoman Breckus another 3 minutes. That's 6 minutes, and then I'm going to ask for a motion. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the use of grant funds for a media campaign. It's a $149,000 contract for media campaign. Congratulations to the department on getting these grant funds in, but it's sole source to a company, and I'm just wondering, with the media PR field, local industry. It's so competitive. And while state law allows us to go no bid on professional services, I'm just wondering why we didn't go out for quotes, or did we? And why was this group awarded a sole source? It appears to be so.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilwoman Brecka. So we did have an RFQ for this.
Oh, you did?
particular-
Oh,
yes.
okay.
So, and we had three different companies, if you will, that
Oh, okay.
that expressed interest. And after sitting down and having conversations with all of them, this was the one unanimous choice in terms of some of their background and their work.
Okay, well, with that, I missed it in the staff report if it was in there. If it wasn't, then maybe that could be something that when we do sole source professional services, the process could be outlined, or if we have, I've been advocating for a while that we have policies. We know we're allowed to sole source professional services. I'd just like to know the process that is put in place when these come before us.
Understood.
Okay, it's a procurement issue. Well, thank you for that, and great job on going through that process and awarding this to this company, and I look forward to seeing the product they deliver.
Thank you.
All right, Chief, just one quick question on this. Is this part of, does the grant require you to do this media campaign?
Yeah, that's part of some of the requirements some of the parameters that were set when we applied for this grant, yes.
Oh, okay, because I just was curious, like how you figure out what percentage you allocate to whether this is, the media messaging, this is the outreach.
Yeah.
Is there some sort of?
There's a formula.
Formula?
and-
Okay.
Yeah, and the education piece, which is part of this, is a very important piece of this grant.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're
All
welcome.
right,
Mayor,
go ahead.
really quickly, thank you. This is great. As a member on the District Board of Health as well, I know that what we've been learning more and more and more is that, and this is just kind of looking out for other grant opportunities, is one of the big issues, and I'm sure you know this well, Chief, is the issue related to the meth issue in our community.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And the opioids has a national kind of conversation taking place. Our impacts here are so much related to meth, and if you can look around education, grant dollars, and media to get out into those communities so we can deal with that issue as well, that'd be
Yeah,
appreciated as well, yeah.
thank you for that comment, Councilman. And to give you an idea of how the magnitude of these two grants at Reno Police, two of the larger grants that we received, one was for the opioid and one was for the gun violence. You're talking about $2 million in grants out of about $30 million pool. So I give all the credit to my team
Awesome,
and all of those that did all the work behind the scenes to really put together a good application and the ability to show that need. And I agree. I mean, it just has an impact throughout our region. So it's a great thing.
Congratulations, thank you.
All right, Councilman Delgado, give me a motion.
Move to approve.
All right, thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Good job.
Madam Mayor, item B5 is pulled by Councilman Delgado.
I am so sorry, but let me ask you this, Madam Clerk. I actually wanted to pull something off the item, or off the agenda. Can I bring
Okay.
that back?
Yes, is it off of consent or is it another
Consent.
item?
It's consent, and it's
Okay,
item
so what-
B12. Second. All right, thank
Well,
you.
we got it.
so we
I
need to
think you
take a
have to-
motion to reconsider your agenda approval at this
So I'd like to
time.
make a motion to reconsider. Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so just to let the public know, item B12 has been pulled off the consent agenda.
All right, so now, Madam Mayor, with item B12 being pulled, I will now ask for a new motion to approve your agenda, or excuse me, to approve the consent.
All right.
Move to approve
Can
remaining
I get a-
items.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, Madam Mayor, now on to item B5 as pulled by Councilman Delgado.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. In lieu of some of the local media, with respect to this item, I've received several people in the community with concerns specific to this one. Can you broadly give what are we doing here, and what's the contract for, and what are we looking to do?
Yes, for the record, Reno Police Chief Jason Soto, these are for what we call LPRs or license plate
readers, 6 of them being two of them being mobile and 6 of them being fixed. Let me give you a little bit of history of LPRs that we've had with our department. We've had them just short of a decade, and what they do is they scan and read license plates in any given area. For the most part, what we've used them for is in some of our vehicles. You drive through a parking lot, it scans plates. This LPR can pick up stolen plates. It can pick up a vehicle that might be associated with a violent crime, and it'll give that officer a notification that this car is associated with X, Y, or Z. In terms of the information, or for these new ones that are on this agenda item, this was through the Gun Initiative grant, and it really was an effort, a very large effort on our part to reduce gun violence. Now, with these LPRs and how they read information, they read license plate information, and there's some confusion as to whether they would be targeting somebody that did or did not have immigration status. That's not what we use them for. Now, in terms of the information sharing, do we share our information? Yes, we do. I'm the gatekeeper of who we share that information with. And some of it is with our federal partners, to include DEA, to include ICE, to include our local partners, Washoe County, Sparks, to include our neighboring states. That being said, we have removed some of our most violent criminals with many of these agencies' assistance. What we don't use it for is to abuse the authority or to abuse that information with any of these entities. If it came to my attention that we were ever to abuse that authority, I can remove them with the click of a button. So I take our relationship with our community very seriously. I also have a very good working relationship with not only our local law enforcement, but our federal law enforcement. And I have to say that they have all been fantastic in terms of what we're trying to achieve with our LPRs. And what we have achieved with our LPRs is a very large decrease in some of our most violent criminals that no community wants.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, in summarize, we already have these. This is adding to what we already have. You guys are already communicating with different governmental entities in terms of information sharing, and there's already a thoughtful process in terms of how that's shared, in terms of privacy and how our community and the sharing of data. Ultimately, you're the gatekeeper. And we've had this conversation with respect to just different types of working situations with and so I entrust in that. And I think that's what I needed to hear from you, is that this isn't something new. We have a process in place. I respect all the work that the RPD is currently doing and has been doing. And I just needed to make sure that you're out here explaining what this meant because of just the local media and what was being suggested in terms of our data sharing.
No, I appreciate that, and I want to really clarify that that this data, that we're the ones that have, it's our data. Mm-hmm. So whatever information it is, just like any information that we collect through my authority, that dictates who we share that with and who we won't share it with. And again, it's very important to us. The relationship with our community and the trust with our community, they trust that we're going to be responsible with that information, and we are.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckes, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Delgado, for pulling this. I had questions about it also. I support it. I think that it is a tool to keep our streets safe and then to fight the other investigation crimes that are being investigated. But let me ask you, so the grant agreements don't tie us to any data sharing with other parties?
No, they don't.
Okay. Do you think that there would be a way to incorporate some metrics into your monthly scorecard for us so we can see trends and of sharing, so that we can, when the community asks us about this, say, look, the new chief is only, or whatever, this month, did not correspond to any other activities out by other agencies, we're flatline on our sharing or we hit, jumped up, or maybe quarterly, just so that we can tell in some aggregated manner who's sharing and maybe even to what agencies, neighboring versus intergovernmental, neighboring versus state versus fed, something that we can keep track on.
Thank you for the question, and it triggered something that I forgot to mention to Councilman Delgado. And in the fixed readers that we have, these are not going to be associated with a car. They'll be put in a certain location. That location that we're going to place them will be data-driven, meaning if we have an area of our community that has been, hit with a high rate of something, we can put these readers in place until we hopefully alleviate the problems that we're having there. And in terms of identifying it, we have to be careful on how we do that for many reasons. But what we can do is when there are these high-profile trends, or we can share that. So it should give you a pretty good idea. I think that's what you're asking.
Well, I was really focused on the data sharing to other agencies and those requests that come in. And then the other question, and I'm glad you brought up data, because I do believe that technology is very important in advancing that, particularly with our budgetary situation of personnel, limitations. So I support this. I've just because these civil liberties questions come up, I'd love to also have us be in a position to let people who question the civil liberties use of these, that we are, showing some level of oversight in how it's moving forward. So that's somewhat the thought. And then the other thought is, what percentage do you think is traffic and non-traffic of these?
Oh boy, that's a good question.
Probably
Probably a lot more.
Probably
A lot more is traffic, but you have to understand the mobile ones. If you go through a parking lot, you've got thousands of possibilities depending on where that parking lot is. Getting back to who we share it with, I'm going to tell you right now, it's with our local agencies, many of our surrounding states. A lot of felony crimes that occur don't necessarily, a lot of times they come in from out of town. So it's important that I share that information with them and that they share information with us. So it is this large, and I can certainly sit down with you or anybody that wants to know and, talk about who it is that we share it with. Who we don't share it with would be people such as like a repo company, where your plate, comes back with a hit and you're 5 months in arrears on your. We're not going to do that. We don't share it with private entities. If that helps.
All right, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Chief Soto, thank you for the presentation. I sort of, when I first glanced at this, I wasn't really aware of what it was, so I had to dig a little deeper. And I appreciate your thoughtful comments about our community. I think it is critical that we not erode the trust that we have built, and your department has specifically built with our immigrant community. And so I'm happy that you're able to share this information. Obviously, from our perspective as a body, we're trying to weigh different kinds of issues that are related to public safety, the issues about privacy, issues that affect our immigration community or immigrant community. And I think you're doing that. I think obviously, given that it's a grant and it's for equipment, as technology evolves, I would just ask that you check in with this body to make sure that your departmental policies align with our vision as well. We are here to support you and making certain that the things that you've done in this community, which include really deep relationships with the immigration community, is important to me and I believe this body. And so I'm happy to support, and it reflects how I'll support this in voting for it. The grant itself is something to be happy about because it's a grant. But just please make sure that we are using the information that we collect for the purposes of which you intend to do it, and not incidental collection or collection which is not intended by this body.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese, and I would like to explain a little bit more on that too. So for our
our relationship with the community, I do have a quarterly meeting with my impact panel, and I have had conversations with groups such as ACLU, Action, many of our advocates that we work with here in Reno. And there's one thing that we all agree on, and we've always agreed on since I've been chief of this agency, and that is we want our dangerous criminals off the streets. And that's what this grant is focused on. It's focused on gun violence. That's part of the reason we got this funding. Well, actually, it's all the reason we got this funding is we're trying to reduce violent gun crimes in the city of Reno. And since we put the initiative into place, the Reno Gun Initiative, we've had double-digit decreases in violent gun commission crimes. And we've also taken off more guns, illegal weapons off the street by hundreds of percent with this type of funding.
Well, and I note for the record, it's always a privilege to have Holly Wellborn in the audience with us today. This morning, I see her in the back of the room from the ACLU. And so I think if there had been concerns, we would know about it. And so it's a balancing act. And we're asking you to make sure that you're coming down on the side at which we believe is important, which is improving safety in this community and balancing the privacy concerns against that broad concern. I think you're doing that, and I compliment you and the men and women who serve this community for doing that too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Will you give me a motion, Councilman? All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, item B7 is pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
Yes, thank you. This is an agreement with a company to send out, manage our postal bill payments for the sewer fund. And I guess one, I was surprised how many people are paying online, so that's good movement. But two, it's come up before at this dais, I think from others even, is the ability to put inserts into our bills of public information is something that we've discussed before. I know I sit on TUMWA, and TUMWA puts them in on occasion, and I think they are helpful. And we've been told in the past that we don't have that opportunity. And I just wanted the council to know that this is the juncture probably to discuss it. It's probably going to cost us some money, and we seem to have a pretty good rate here. But I just wanted to throw it up to the body. I do find those public notices pretty helpful. So I don't know if other people have a thought, or did you talk to them about that option, Ms. Lochner?
So Debbie Lochner, Finance Director for the record. The issue with inserts is a lot of our bills go out online and they wouldn't get an insert, so it would only be for those that are mailed. And I would tell you that there's a lot of our customers only get the online bill. So that's part of the problem. But if we wanted to do an insert, we could certainly contract for that as an additional cost. And I just have to look at it, and we'd have to be very specific as to what types of things could be inserted.
Yeah, and with the online, because I meet quarterly with Waste Management, in my last quarterly meeting, they showed us where when you log into your online account, the inserts kind of, they're available to those online customers. They are a link that you can go to. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we would want you to adopt the contract, but provide us some costing as a future add-on from this company, because I know it's come up in different times that we've done that. So
another thing we could consider, since you mentioned TUMWA, they have this already as a program. If we had something that we felt was important, we could maybe get it on their insert. We'd have to pay for that, but we could also get it inserted in their bill.
Sure.
And that's happened. I know that in other places I've worked, that's happened.
Yeah, I just think that coming from the city, these bills, when you get them in mail, I still get mine, very clearly identifiably say City of Reno. And so
you could do the same thing with an insert in somebody else's bill. If you had your logo on there, it would very clearly identify it as a City of Reno communication.
Yeah, I just want to bring it up. I guess if there's not a disallowance to pursue it going forward, it's something for us to think about. We can adopt the contract today, but bring it forward.
We can always do an amendment to a
Okay,
contract to
okay.
add additional services.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions. I believe I read, this is an out-of-state company, right?
Correct.
I think we've tried to get someone local.
There is not anybody in the state
Yeah,
that provides this
I would
service.
just love to see that, and maybe like a
I would too.
nonprofit could take that on or something, because I just,
It's
it
a
kills me when I see
really,
this.
it's very complicated, and
Yeah.
we just don't have anybody in the state of Nevada that provides that service. Not to say that there won't be in the future, and if there is, then we'd
All right,
certainly
well, any
would change.
entrepreneurs listening, listen up, right here.
Great.
All right, thank you so much, really appreciate it, good job. Okay, Councilman Breckus, that was yours, why don't you give me a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item B12 is pulled by yourself.
All right, thank you so much. I'll make this really quick. I just want clarification if this is, I know that we awarded them some money for their building. Is this additional money on top of that? Mr. Bill Thomas?
For the record, Bill Thomas. This is, I believe, and you're talking about the Eddie House project, right?
Yeah.
This is the first time that I am aware of that we've given them money, and this money would be specifically for fees and costs associated with, I
I
believe,
think
water and
we
sewer.
gave them a considerable amount of money to.
This is
their-
actually the agreement that effectuates the allocation that we made a couple
with
of
them.
months
Okay.
ago.
That's what I was wondering. It
Yeah, the delay was the
same.
preparation of the actual agreement.
Got
So
it.
you made
Okay.
the concept approval, but this is the formal.
Got it. Okay, thanks so much. All right, then I'm going to make a motion to approve. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, with that, we are on your first public hearing of the day. This is item C1, which is an ordinance introduction for Bella Vista Ranch 2 PUD.
All right, give me 1 second. All right, at this time, City Clerk, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Was proper correspondence given and any correspondence received? Proper notice given and correspondence received.
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item, and the city clerk's office received no correspondence on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. How about public comment?
We do have public comment at this time. Tracy Wilson would like to speak, followed by Kim Rodemeyer.
Okay, great.
Hello again. My name is Tracy Wilson. I am a volunteer with several of our local wild horse organizations. I've been on a team made up of representatives from several of those organizations, acting as the lead on that team. We've been working with the Corona Cyan representative to figure out alternative water sources for the 375 plus wild horses and other wildlife that will be cut off of approximately 4,000 linear feet of water near the wetlands in Steamboat Creek when this development goes in, which currently is their only water source in that area. Our initial proposal has been included with the packet for this item. It's just, you all received that. We held a lot of discussion, consulted with our team member who has some years of BLM experience, considered all the factors in this area, and asked for 3 water sources as a bare minimum that would be required for this number of horses for a variety of reasons. We asked that the water sources be in place before construction begins. We asked that the agreements be in writing and agreed to by the City of Reno because this is a City of Reno issue, whether policy is in place yet or not, and the outcome will most certainly reflect on the City of Reno and how we move forward as a growing city. We asked for funding and ongoing maintenance to be established and included in those written agreements. Corona Cyan has offered 2 water sources and worked with us on the wording for things like when a source could be retired in the future, how ongoing water and maintenance would be paid for, and all of the other details that were asked for. We are still short a water source. At the suggestion of Corona Cyan, we've been in conversation with RTC regarding moving a section of fence. Just north of this development is a little section of Daybreak, and just north of that is an area that we have been in discussion with them on, moving that fence back across the creek to allow horses access to a natural water source. We agreed that this would be ideal. As other than maintaining the fencing, natural water doesn't require monthly water payments, equipment maintenance, or place any further responsibility onto HOAs. However, at the start of this meeting, and as of a few minutes ago when I checked, I still have not gotten a response back from RTC as to where they are with this request that they have been considering and meeting on since October. So currently, this proposal provides 2 of the 3 water sources we need. We've reached acceptable agreement on the wording and language on those 2 sources, dependent, of course, on council approving those agreements. I want to be clear in my stance that this is not an us versus them issue. It's not a she versus he or a me versus you. I am and always have been for collaborative solutions. I know in the past, wild horse advocates have gotten a bad name for being emotional and demanding unreasonable things. That's not me. That's not what I'm about. This process has been a little bit frustrating with the pushback from the assistant city manager, as there's no policy for this, so hands off. No desire to work with us on this. City staff has been adamant that this is a private agreement. I want to be clear that I'm asking for policy moving forward. This is a hotbed issue in this area that we're going to have to repeatedly deal with if we don't have some policy in place. If we can establish some policy that's good for our community and our wildlife, we don't have to do this every time a development goes in on this southeast part of Reno.
All right, thank you.
Our next public commenter is Kim Rodemeyer.
Good afternoon, almost. Mayor Sheevy and City Council members. I did send in an email last night, and I think the clerk was kind enough to pass it out to y'all today. I'm not going to go over all of this stuff, but a few key points for me. It's unfortunate that Councilwoman Dewar is not here, but one of the things that she asked for in July, when this was continued in July, was the wetlands, an updated wetlands delineation map. And that does not appear to be provided in the packet. It was requested because their wetland delineation map is from 2005, and conditions on the project site have changed since then. A new wetlands delineation map would provide clarity if this applicant needs to get a new 404 permit from the Army Corps of Engineers, because they might be impacting waters of the U.S. What I'd like to also talk to you just briefly about is their insistence that their Corps permit has not expired. In the fourth paragraph, you'll see an excerpt from an email that I received from the Corps yesterday. And basically, the permit has expired. What they're doing is now the monitoring plan. That's an ongoing thing. The applicant has asked to have this closed out, but it's basically in the monitoring phase. That permit was completed and it's closed. So the mercury testing, I'd like to talk real quick about that. That's closer to the bottom of the first page. The applicant engaged services to provide a report on mercury to test samples from the company that Daybreak used, and used almost the same procedures that Daybreak used. Included in your packet is a soil sampling and analytical testing summary report from McGinley and Associates. In section 5.2, it clearly states the following. Number 1, 20 discrete samples were collected from the ground surface by hand. Basically, this is, I thought it was a joke. A discrete sample is some grains of dirt scraped into a test tube. RTC found unacceptable and dangerous amounts of mercury at depths up to 5 feet when they tested near this area for the southeast connector. The applicant did no bore testing for this project. For the safety of the surrounding and downstream residents, this is a reason enough alone to deny this amendment. Another issue, if you look below that, is the upcoming FEMA remap. This project is literally 50 feet from where the FEMA remap is going to end. And the FEMA remap is already anticipated by the Truckee River Flood Management Authority that it's going to put hundreds of people into the flood zone. If these people think that their 2006 claim that they're not in the floodplain is still applicable in almost 2020, that's insane. The people are going to be put in the flood zone, and it could be their own project. I urge you to deny this project, the amendments, and I urge you to, if they come back with grading permits, that those permits are denied until they bring their project up to date. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, this needs to go to the city attorney to introduce the ordinance.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is ordinance introduction, bill numbers 7111, case number LDC 19-00054, Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Section 18.08.102B.1265, to change the text of the planned unit development design standards to 1, convert plus or minus 16.4 acres from commercial only use to residential with a maximum density of 20 dwelling units per acre. 2, convert plus or minus 5 acres from residential to commercial use only. Reduce the density of the existing residential use from maximum of 30 dwelling units per acre to a maximum of 20 dwelling units per acre. And 4, include updated text for A, a wild horse section and related fencing standards, B, affordable housing section, C, modified landscape requirements that reduce turf and common areas, D, a phasing and PUD completion timeframe, and E, modified permitted commercial uses. The request allows for the development of 612 dwelling units, which is an increase of 37 dwelling units from the 575 dwelling units that are allowed. The site is located within Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2 PUD zoning district and has a master planned land use designation of special planning area. The plus or minus 77.37 acre property is located southeast of the eastern terminus of South Meadows Parkway, north of the north terminus of Rio Wrangler Parkway, and east of Steamboat Creek. Ward 3.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Delgado. It's your ward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to hear from our staff. I think you guys may have a presentation or just on changes from I know this was a continuance from the last time, to see what changes have come before us.
Sure. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. We do have a brief presentation. This project, Brooke Oswald is the case planner on, and also Dylan Shaver helped with some research related to the wild horse regulations and some of the legal constraints and impediments we have there. I have a very high-level overview presentation. I'm sure the applicant will have more detail, but I can go through this briefly. In short, this is a fairly straightforward...
Councilmember Dewar, are you on the line?
Yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to let you know where we were. If you're watching along, Mr. Stockham is making a presentation on the PUD amendment for Bella Vista.
Yes, I've been watching on my iPad. Thank you.
Perfect. So this is a Bella Vista Ranch Phase 2, not to be confused with the standard Bella Vista Ranch PUD. This is approved planned unit development that today is approved for 575 homes and 16.4 acres of commercial use. The commercial use is not located in a very good spot. It was initially approved there because it was next to the old gun club and people don't want to live next to a shooting range. And the proposal is in effect to shrink the commercial area and relocate it to the intersection of South Meadows Parkway. So it would go from 16.4 acres down to 5 acres to increase the residential homes by 37. And also some what we consider to be project enhancements, an additional feral horse section, some modifications to landscaping to be more drought tolerant, a new time limitation that doesn't exist in the current approval, and a voluntary contribution for affordable housing of $500 per home. So that's the scope of the proposed amendments. Brooke gave a more detailed presentation a couple months ago when this was heard. How that looks on a map. Village A1 at the top would be changed from residential to commercial. Village C on the bottom would be changed from commercial to residential. There's no proposed change to the open space network, the approved 404 permit for the wetlands or the completed wetland work that was done a little over a decade ago. As mentioned in the public comments, that work has been completed and they're now in the monitoring phase, and this proposal would not touch that. There will ultimately need to be a new 404 permit for the crossing of South Meadows Parkway, crossing over Steamboat Creek. That would be completed either by daybreak or this project, depending who comes first. But it's very limited to that specific roadway crossing. The broad open space has already been dealt with. Noteworthy in these changes, and one of the things that staff took into account and broadly supported this change, is a significant overall reduction in traffic generation. The commercial use is a significant generator of traffic, and by reducing the acreage by over 11 acres, we're reducing 6,000 trips daily. The additional homes are adding 1,000 trips roughly, but there's a net reduction of over 5,000 trips per day generated by the proposed amendment. It's also an improved distribution of traffic. The commercial now is located along Rio Wrangler, which is not ideal for commercial uses. By relocating it to South Meadows, the traffic is generally diverted to Veterans Parkway and South Meadows as opposed to Rio Wrangler. So staff sees that as a positive. The Planning Commission recommendation, they did drive some changes. The initial proposal was to have no commercial. The Planning Commission wanted a neighborhood commercial node. The applicant accommodated that, and that's how we ended up with the 5 acres. And with that change, the Planning Commission recommended unanimously approval of this amendment with what's in your packet as Exhibit A, which provides a more limited suite of commercial uses. So it's more a neighborhood commercial center rather than a bigger community or regional type center. So that's what's proposed. At the prior meeting, when you heard this, there were concerns about the horses that have come onto the property since fences came down about a decade ago, and direction from council to go have some discussions and see what could be worked out. Staff attended some meetings, but wasn't an active participant in the negotiations. Dylan can elaborate on some of that. But in short, the applicant did agree to 2 water supply facilities. These are 12-foot troughs located away from the developed area to not invite horses into the developed neighborhood. Their specifics, as mentioned earlier, on the timing and the construction, and the HOA would be responsible to maintain those facilities. Where it gets a little complicated and where Dylan helped was with discussions with the Department of Agriculture at the state level. These horses in this area are not classified as wildlife. They're livestock. They're feral horses. So that puts into play a number of legal and regulatory limitations. In particular, it's illegal to feed, corral, or collect or retain these livestock. And also the watering of the livestock. Any regular planned watering requires the appropriate water rights for that use in that location. The municipal water rights that are typical for a development are not to be used for watering of livestock. So there's some complications there. And that is in large part what's driving our recommendation. The Planning Commission, as mentioned, did recommend approval with the modifications in Exhibit A. Based on these discussions with the state and advice from legal, we are recommending that the horse watering language be dealt with in a side agreement and not be included in the PUD. The applicant has committed to do those, but there's some potential exposure should the city include that type of language in a zoning document like a PUD. So our recommendation is, like the housing contribution, that this be dealt with through a separate agreement. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the summary. I don't know if the applicant has any further detail if they'd like to present. I'd like to hear from them if they do. Thank you, Arlo.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, for the record, my name is Randy Walter. I'm with Places Consulting. I'm here representing the Bella Vista project before you. I'm here representing Corona Cyan LLC. Larry Lucero is also here representing Corona Cyan if you wish to have any questions for him. I'm going to try to be brief. You've already heard some of this from your staff, so I'll try to just compliment what they've already said and see if we can move this along. As you know, this is an approved project, has almost 80,000 square feet of commercial in it, 675 dwelling units, 36 acres of open space. The minor amendment that we're proposing, staff did a great job of going over. I won't have to reiterate that. I do want to point out that it tends to reduce ADT by an overall 3,600 ADT, captures about 34% of the pass-by trips, which helps reduce traffic on other roadways within the area. Reduces commercial by over 100,000 square feet and adds 37 units. We believe those are just minor revisions, as the staff has pointed out. We believe it creates a better project for the community and the owner. Issues that were brought up at the July 31st meeting, which I'd like to talk about in general. Horse watering, which you've heard a little bit about, and I'd like to add to it. Corps of Engineers 404 permit, potential mercury contamination, and the FEMA floodplain mapping. Working with the horse advocates, we've had several meetings and a lot of back and forth with emails and phone conversations. I'd like to thank them for all their help. They obviously are much more expertise in this item than I am or that the client is, and they've been very helpful in trying to help come up with a solution that'll work for us and them as well, and the horses in particular. We're proposing 2 water trough sites. One is up by the water tank on the Daybreak property. The other is on the far northeast corner of the Bella Vista property. These are portions of areas that we can serve with water at the same time farther enough up the mountain that we don't have the conflicts that we currently have between the horses and the general public. The long-term maintenance is by the HOA and also could be an LMA. We don't know which one it will be at this point. And there's no cattle guards involved. These are the last 2 components. Were not included in your packet. It's been discussed right before Thanksgiving, so we weren't able to get it included. I have sent it to the city clerk's office, and you do have it as part of your record. So the text has been changed to reflect those 2 changes. Corps of Engineers 404 permit. A lot of discussion about the fact that this permit's terminated. In fact, it hasn't terminated at all. The 404 permit had a portion of the permit that said in 2008 the improvements that needed to be made to compensate for the impact to waters of the U.S. had to be done by 2008. Those impacts were completed in 2006 and 2007 by the creation of the Steamboat Creek relocation. If you look at this map, there's a little line going north-south that says C1. That's the old Steamboat Creek location. We've moved it down to its more natural location that was there originally. That work was done. It met the requirements of the permit, and they've been monitoring the development of that ever since. One thing I like to point out is the permit required 4 acres of mitigation. The current proposal and what's been reviewed by the Corps of Engineers provides 24 acres. So it's significantly more than what was required. The other component that we heard about it in the July meeting was that BVR2 wasn't included in the permit. The dark boundary that you see shown on this map is BVR2 property. You note that WM1, which is actually Wet Meadow 1, and C2, which is actually Channel 2, are part of the original wetland delineation that was used for this permit. That wetland delineation still exists, doesn't have to go away, it doesn't need to be renewed. It is just part of the existing permit. As you can see, this is Exhibit D of that permit document, which I'll talk about in a minute. So it's definitely included in the permit, and the requirements for WM1 and C2 are a part of that permit. This is the wetland mitigation and monitoring plan that's included in the appendix of the existing permit. It's required by the permit, as specified, it has to be incorporated by reference. This plan, which is a 30-page document, is incorporated into the permit as a function of it. It must be complied with. The Corps of Engineers permit says that this document must be complied with. There are many, many components in this 30-page document. A couple of them reflect on the proposal before you. It says that there can be no impact to WM1 or C2. Both of these are in the common open space that you see in the plan that's been presented to you and is part of this permit. It also states that there's a 50-foot buffer adjacent to this wetland that needs to be there for 30 years. This permit applies for 30 years, so it's got another 20 years left of it. Mercury contamination. We were told that there's a potential for mercury contamination on this property. At the meeting on the 31st, we pointed out that this property's never been in a floodplain, still isn't in a floodplain, and the only way there can be mercury contamination is from Steamboat Creek, which requires that Steamboat Creek flood onto this property or be used for irrigation purposes. Neither is the component for this property. We went out and did the mercury testing. They did the state level of mercury contamination is 11 parts per million before you even report it. The testing points out 17 of the 20, there's less than 1 part per million of mercury in this area. And there's 3 of them that have less than 2.9. So there is no reportable mercury contamination in this property. You've heard that it's just the surface. Well, the surface is what gets flooded. The first surface is the part that generates the mercury contamination. McGinley and Associates has pointed out in several different reports that the mercury contamination is caused by flooding or flood irrigation. And as you go deeper into the property, deeper down, there's less mercury contamination simply because there's less exposure to mercury. FEMA floodplain. The LOMAR was approved on this property in 2008. It's an effective LOMAR. The improvements have been in place for that period of time. It was incorporated into the RTC's CLOMAR as a base condition, and there's no, this property's not in the Critical Flood District 1, so there'll be no remapping of this property, and there'll be no changes. As the property has never been in the floodplain, if you look back historically, the elevation of this property is too high to be in the floodplain. It's plain and simple. This property will not be in the floodplain in any kind of other mapping that occurs. In conclusion, we feel these are just minor revisions. We feel it creates a better project for the community and also for the owner. We have an existing plan. We have an existing approved project. We believe that it's a better plan. Your staff believes it's a better plan. And it's really kind of up to you folks to decide if you think it's a better plan. I'd like to answer any questions you may have, if you have any at this point. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Delgado, it's your word if you would like to go first.
And thank you, Madam Mayor, and my apologies, I need to read a disclosure before we
move
move
right
forward.
ahead. I apologize.
Madam Mayor, I need to disclose the fact that I live at 2105 Dutch Draft Drive, Reno, in the Bella Vista, Corona Cyan subdivision. On this matter, I saw guidance from the City Attorney's Office pursuant to NRS 281A. The law presumes that the independence of a judgment of a reasonable person in the public officer situation would not be materially affected by the public officer's significant pecuniary interest, where the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to the public officer is not greater than that occurring to any other member of the general business, profession, occupation, or group. So here, while I have significant pecuniary interest in my home, the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to me and my family is not greater than that occurring to anyone else. In the district, in light of the foregoing, independent judgment of a reasonable person, I will be able to vote on this matter. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for that. Thank you for the questions, for the presentations. I have a few questions with relation to some of the comments we heard. Staff, if you would step up really quick. And the applicant outlined some of the questions we had back in July. Just like to hear from you. Are we, from our city staff, are we good in understanding that those are all true and we can sign off on the Army Corps 404 permits, the mercury, the type of testing we did for the mercury, and the FEMA flat mapping issues that we've heard of?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And Madam Mayor, I spoke with staff. I thought they outlined it well enough over these last few months to understand that those issues were big issues to us. Those are one of the issues several of the issues why we continued the item, and I feel that they were able to meet that. One question I also have with you is the horse issue, and Madam Mayor, with that, we find ourselves, as we start to grow as a city, we're starting to move into some of these environmentally sensitive areas, especially to our wildlife and so forth. And we're going to start experiencing that more and more as we're building more homes for several of our the homes that we need for our constituents and for our families and our community. I believe we have a process outlined through NRS that suggests certain guidelines and processes now. Dylan, I think that, or Arlo, that you guys had suggested that, and I get a little weird about us setting up a precedence if we're asking that the applicant put in the language that we are expecting this of them. I think we'd be setting precedents in the sense of saying that we're kind of crossing lines and really taking on a lot of liability in our sense. I know right now in the south end of Reno, we have just about all of our signage, street signage is out in South Reno now saying caution, there's wildlife, there's horses. And I know those have even been hit by cars or they've been vandalized and other things, right? And so as we start to, if we're saying we're going to do water troughs, and I know that's going to potentially increase more feral horses to come down because now they know they have that available. How do we walk through that? And I know this is a complicated conversation, but if we're asking that our developers now or that anyone that comes into the city in the south end that they put up troughs, I know we got to put fences up. It's private property. You have to put fences up. That's a given. But if we're asking to do more, what does that mean for any other growth? And so the other piece to me is that, and I'm just wondering, anything east of this now, in terms of if there is potential for growth for anything else in the city of Reno, will be hindered because now we have troughs and horses that are going to need access to that water, right? So if we go back to the federal government and we ask for land agreements where we're trading off land for more growth opportunities because we're locked in through the county or story or anything else, we're limiting ourselves in terms of what we can do. So I'm just trying to walk through this as best I can without at the same time putting the city in liability of saying we've now got to deal with the horse issue. And I see this more as a side agreement and not with the city of Reno acting that be part of the agreement for them to move forward.
I'll try to address those questions. Staff generally concurs with your assessment of the situation and the liability and the challenges. And that's why our recommendation is that this not be a PUD requirement, that this is a voluntary agreement between the parties. I'll let Dylan address the more detailed nuances involving the horse issue. But what I'd like to say is we have been in discussions with the property owners up the hill about trying to come up with a broader plan for the horses as well as development, and I think those folks are amenable to doing that.
Good.
So we would like, I'm a planner, so I like to plan.
Sure.
But we'd like to, at the end of the day, end up with a more comprehensive plan for the situation. Horses are challenging. They're going to move to wherever the water is and wherever the green grass is. So it's not like they're in one spot and they're going to stay there forever. But if you bring water, they're going to come in. And we understand the interest and the passions all the way around, but it is a thorny issue. And we are pleased that the parties came to an agreement on these facilities. We think it's workable. What's important for us is that we don't invite the horses into the neighborhood where they may be a safety hazard as well as potential legal concerns. And we think this agreement effectively does that. I don't know, Dylan, did you want to add anything to that?
One thing I do think would be important, come on up, Dylan. I believe, is it Terry, right? Tracy.
Tracy.
She made a point, and I thought it was a good one, moving forward, because we're seeing more of these projects, that are involving, this wildlife that we really want to protect, is looking at a future policy of what that does look like, so it's not all over the board. One thing I do want to ask, and I'm sorry, Dylan, then I'm going to let you speak, but I do want to ask I'm sorry, sir, are you you're the lobbyist? Is that what you are? You're their representative? I'm the representative. Okay. So it sounds like, have you two met and been in the room together and come up with this agreement? This has been a joint effort? Okay, I just want to make sure. That's really important. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Okay, go ahead, Dylan. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Dylan Shaver, your Director of Policy and Strategy. It's a little bit of an awkward place for me here because I don't typically, and intentionally so, frankly, get involved with our planning and development work. However, given this office's expertise in natural resource politics, I was voluntold to participate. And so from the legal perspective, it's important to note that there is a line, a legal distinction between feral livestock and wild horses. Since 1984, the federal government has deemed that the population we're dealing with right now are basically feral and stray livestock. They are not wild horses. And it's important to remember that for the purposes of public policy, that distinction ends up being very clear, especially as it relates to the ownership of these horses. Whereas with wildlife, there is no identified owner. They are residents of the land. These are technically owned livestock, and the responsibility to own and manage them rests with the Nevada Department of Agriculture. And one of the challenging things from a staff perspective that Mr. Stockham brought up is that at no point is the owner of the livestock in question subject to the agreement that that was negotiated between the developer and the community residents. So for that reason, along with many others involved, our advice remains to leave that side agreement outside of the PUD generally. When we come to these sorts of agreements, we have to keep in mind as a city that there are rules outside of our own as it relates to the use of water as well. The state engineer requires an entirely separate form of water right for the watering of livestock. And one of the requirements involved with providing that water is that water right can only be issued to somebody who is legally entitled to occupy the land that the livestock is being watered on and is the rightful owner of that livestock. It is probably outside of our scope, but definitely outside of our budget to put the city in the position of having to basically be brand inspectors on behalf of the state to determine whether or not people actually have the ability to dedicate their water resources in this way. Outside of that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to address them. Just wanted to give you sort of a broad overview of the lay of the land as it relates to the way the law interacts with these animals.
Okay, thank you, Dylan. I appreciate that. I would ask that I'd love to see your agreement between the two parties to make sure that stays in place. If the city, obviously, you're saying that we could be held liable, they don't want to put that in the agreement, but I want to make sure that is in there. Is that acceptable?
Good afternoon. Larry Lazare with Corona Cyan. I just want to thank everyone involved for their efforts and their time in discussing the issue of the horses. It's important to all of us. We are happy to work towards a separate agreement. I spoke with Karina Vance this morning, and she was unable to attend because of work responsibilities today, but she is the person that is president of the Wild Horse Connection and has a formal agreement with the Nevada Department of Agriculture to manage the Virginia range of these horses. So I asked her how she would like to proceed if this discussion today resulted in a direction to do a separate agreement. And she said she was certainly open to that, but she would have to involve the Nevada Department of Agriculture because her agreement doesn't give her all those authorities. And your legal counsel has just mentioned the issues about water rights and how they can be used and who has to own the right, who has the right to water this livestock, to give a water right. So we have to work through those, and we're happy to work through that with the Wild Horse Connection and the Department of Agriculture to try to come up with something. I do really appreciate Tracy's suggestion that the city develop some real policy in this regard so that everybody understands the playing field going forward, and it's usually not that difficult to get to solutions, and it doesn't take so long to get to solutions if you all understand what you're trying to do and how you want to address it. And so I'd encourage you to move in that direction. But again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just really, are you the developer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I was just trying to figure out who's who. You know, clearly we can't make you do that is what I'm understanding, and that's really not in our purview. But I would obviously, out of good faith, that sounds like something that you will be working with them on, Tracy, correct? Okay. And then I might pull you back up here for a little bit of horse education in a minute, but and there's some other questions I have for Mercury and so forth, but I'm going to send it down to Councilman Breckus.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions for staff. I guess, first of all, if you could show on the map of the proposed project, what land within that project is going to be not owned by individual property owners who reside there or own corporate commercial businesses, so open space, common areas, et cetera, and whose responsibility for that land, and what is that land? So can we just look at this here? Is this the best, most detailed thing we have?
I think so. The applicant can chime in if I say anything incorrect. My understanding is the common areas consist of the green on this map.
The kind of aqua green, okay.
Yes, and the various shades of green, the open spaces that include wetland, non-wetland, et cetera. Those would be maintained either by the homeowners association or a landscape maintenance district, depending what they end up setting
Okay.
up, and not by the city.
I did hear him say that. So Village A1 will be residential, just kind of a cutout, tentative map, final map
Commercial.
product.
That one's changing to commercial.
Oh,
It's
okay,
residential
okay. I didn't, yeah, the map, okay. And then, okay, that's A1. Why is there a line across that going down? Is that,
A2
Oh, that's
is
A2, okay.
unchanged.
Okay.
That is currently residential and would stay that way.
okay, and Village B and C are residential product too also. And then could you move it maybe with your hand so we could see going down? Okay, and then the roadway going through is what?
Rio Wrangler Parkway.
Is Rio Wrangler. That'll be maintained by us. Now, there's a park to come in. Where's the park gonna be? Is it that darker green area?
Yes, that's correct.
And this provision has us accepting maintenance responsibilities for that. That's what I'm pretty sure, not the homeowners. The homeowners association? Okay. So the homeowners, I'd like to hear from staff when I'm asking questions. So the homeowners association will be maintaining the linear park, and then the flood storage basin, who's going to maintain that?
It's all to be maintained by the HOA or LMD.
Okay. And the other 404 permit completed wetlands work, who's going to maintain that?
The HOA or LMD.
This HOA, or does it also combine in over to the other Bella Vista? Are they jointly connected?
The language in the PUD allows the applicant to either annex this into the existing district or
Okay.
create a new one. I understand their intent is to annex it into the existing district.
And the existing district is in the, what's the Bella Vista, the Cyan?
That's correct.
And then how does that merge in over there? Because who gets to decide? Like, why would I want to maintain that? It's over there. You know, who decides, makes that decision? Because the pool of money that can go to support that is going to be larger when it merges in, right?
I think that would be a better question for the applicant. The bottom line for us is the city is not incurring maintenance costs.
Okay.
We do have a provision that if maintenance is not being done correctly, we can do that necessary work and bill the applicant for that cost. But that's kind of the safeguard that if something isn't working right, we can step in, but we don't anticipate needing to do that.
That thinking, maybe worked at one time in my mind, but when I read the new master plan about fiscal matters, and I think that we need to be cognizant of the off-shifting of costs to our residents. And so when I see a PUD that has about half the land with this very complicated regulatory environment, infrastructure, and then corresponding that to how many residents we might have or commercial property owners, I do start to get a little nervous, and all I have to do is point to the Double Diamond issue, and then we did have to step in. It was protracted litigation. It was hurtful for everyone. So this is a project that brings in a lot of private common land ownership, maintenance responsibilities to its residents, and so that's helpful. Let me ask also about the Quad-Noff report of 2006, and I'll say I supported this when it came in based upon some information that I had at the time advocated by city staff. But the 2006 Quad-Noff report. Has that been updated in terms of the mapping that's going to go forward, or where are we at on remapping this area for FEMA mapping?
It's all been done. This project isn't affecting the mapping that's already been done, the wetland work, the relocation of the creek. That's all been done. This is all in place. It's an approved PUD. It's really a residential commercial swap. And as the applicant mentioned, this is not like a development in a wetland area where they're building out and doing mitigation. That's all open space in this project. They're developing on the dry uplands that never have flooded and wouldn't be expected to flood. So I haven't reviewed details of the various reports, but there is no additional 404 permits mapping required in this area except for the limited crossing of South Meadows Park.
Well, who's our floodplain manager?
That would be over at Public Works.
I thought when we had the daybreak discussion, there was discussion that we were doing a regional remapping of the steamboat.
That's my understanding, but what I was trying to articulate is that doesn't affect this property.
What-
The development
okay.
here is on the highlands, not in the wetland areas.
Well, I guess my question is, if a remapping occurs before tentative maps come in or something, and some land is added, whether it's the private property developed or the areas that are be common, could that remapping effort alter some of the considerations of the layout of the project or maintenance responsibilities?
They would have to comply, but based on the topography, we don't anticipate the remapping having any impact on the developed area of this project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Your 4 minutes over, so I'm going to go now to, I believe, Councilwoman Dewar's on the phone. Am I right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you. I have just 3 questions, and whoever can answer them. We talked about the FEMA 2008, and our FEMA staff is Carrie Williams and Joe Coudray. And I think a question has been asked about, since I represent Ward 2, there's been a lot of development come in, the Caramella, there's the apartment complex built right on Steamboat. My concern is just making sure that the stormwater system is actually built and maintained as designed. We're finding out in the North Valleys that only about 40% of the stormwater ponds are in compliance, and so my concern is making sure we have additional assurance. I've spent my whole time on city council for the first 4 years involved in a lawsuit with Double Diamond where the city sued Double Diamond for failure to maintain their stormwater system, which is just near this. I heard recently that Cyan may not be up to speed yet on maintaining their system. This will add more water. It's not that this project is in the wetlands, it's that just like the projects up in the North Valleys, it will contribute additional water to Steamboat. And I want to make sure that we understand that and that we're providing assurances that that will be maintained. So I'd like to hear from Carrie Williams in a moment or whoever's there for floodplain. On the horses, I just want to say that calling the horses feral horses is kind of a distinction without a difference. These horses have all interbred with the wild horses that are protected by the Wild Horse Burrow Act. In 2014, before I joined council, Mayor Cashel adopted a proclamation saying that we should be establishing horse ecosystem, ecotourism. I had proposed to the applicant back in the summer and attended all of, or 3 of 4 meetings with the applicant on the horses, and suggested at each meeting that they consider providing a pathway to the existing wetlands where the horses are watering now, so that we're not creating additional watering sites. Additionally, I'm concerned that 2 is not enough. I think the estimates are about 500 of the 3,000 horses are watering in this area, and I'd like to hear from Tracy Wilson about that, if 2 is sufficient, and would it be better just to have the horses be able to continue to access Steamboat Creek? I see there's several places on the map where that could be accommodated, either along the South Meadows Bridge or the point where the project comes near Rio Wrangler. And then lastly, I think in terms of construction and maintenance, I just want to ensure, again, our job is to make sure that assurances are provided, not just put a statement in a PUD that says it shall be done, but to provide assurance to us that it will be done. So I'm going to, again, advocate that there be some kind of bonding. I'm very concerned that HOA groups are not set up and have the expertise. That's what I've run into with Double Diamond, where even after the settlement agreement, they went out and applied herbicides to address the cattails in the stormwater channel, which was an inappropriate use. So I'll end it there. I'd love to hear a little bit from Carrie, from Tracy Wilson. And I also want to compliment the applicant for 2 things. One, I think it makes sense to move the commercial area closer to South Meadows, so I think that was well intentioned. Number 2, the applicant has met with the horse advocate groups. I just don't think they're there yet. And so I want to compliment them for that. The problem is that commercial areas have a lot more impervious than residential areas, so we're now putting commercial areas right next to Steamboat Creek at a critical juncture. Thank you for letting me comment.
All right, thank you.
And I'd love to hear my questions answered.
Okay, Thank you so much.
I'll take a crack at the questions and hand it over to others. On question number 1, making sure the wetland maintenance is assured, and that will happen. This is a pretty established process down in the South Meadows. It has requirements that the HOA or the district has to do the maintenance, and it has a safeguard that if that doesn't happen, the city can step in and make it happen. We've had some consultations with legal, and we are comfortable with this process. It's generally working. There was one issue, but that's gotten resolved. Very different than the North Valley situation, where I would just clarify we're not having the extent of maintenance problems that we heard. It's not 40 or 50%. There's a couple basins that need work. But those are different. Those are private maintenance. We don't have this language that we have in this PUD about the city stepping in and then billing them for the work if necessary. So there is an additional safeguard there. I guess that's on question 1. Question number 2 on the horses. Agreed that when you look at a horse, you can't tell wild horse from feral horse, but it's a very important legal distinction. So that's, I guess, what I'd say on that matter. And I guess the third one, again, on the construction and maintenance assurances, we feel we have that, and we feel that if the city wants to transition to a different type of wetland maintenance framework, that should be done more broadly, kind of at a policy level, rather than kind of midstream as a project already has a system established. They have the district established. They're planning to annex in. We're swapping some land uses, but not really affecting it. It's kind of like changing the game in the middle of the game a little bit. From our perspective, this is a pretty good arrangement because it reduces expenses for the city. And essentially the wetland maintenance expenses are borne by the residents of the neighborhoods that include those wetlands. So if we went to something more like a city maintenance system, we could look at different funding districts, et cetera. There's a number of options, but again, we don't feel it's appropriate to negotiate that midstream in a project as opposed to as more of a matter of city policy. I hope that helped with some of the questions. I guess I'd turn it over to others on the horse issue.
Thank you, Arlo. We're going to try to wrap this up fairly soon because I know some council members have already exhausted their questions. So I'm going to go to Councilwoman Jordan. I did want to ask one thing. And I thought this came up during daybreak. Maybe you guys can rack my brain. But one of the things is, I do think that we should require in zoning that flood control comes and weighs in on a lot of these projects, since it could be, the sphere of influence within, some of these flood, these areas that are flooding and flood maps and things like that. Did we talk about that? I thought we did. No?
I might be a little confused by your question, but before
Just
you.
having like a flood control report, since they, study a lot of the flooding, the mitigation, but also, this isn't in a floodplain, right?
Exactly.
But the fact that it, what their report would find, saying, by doing this, could end up eventually, putting that into danger, I'm curious.
I got it. It's a very different situation than Daybreak. Daybreak had new development in areas not previously approved, including some of the areas that were within the floodplain. So that's much more complex and a much higher burden. In this case, the development is on the dry land that doesn't flood. That development was approved and the flood mitigation work was done with that development approved. This amendment, I would argue, does not increase runoff. In all likelihood, it decreases runoff. Typically, commercial facilities have more paving than residential construction. So we don't see that this amendment is driving an increase in stormwater.
I guess my point was, considering that we're seeing more and more of these flood plains be developed and things like that, having more of a comprehensive study when it comes to some of these, some of these projects.
Fully agree with that, and we'll be having that discussion more through our broader priority setting because
I guess that was my
the floodplain's a hot issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Councilwoman
Madam Mayor?
Jordan. I'll come back to you, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I completely agree with the concept of having a bigger discussion about the go forward on the different mitigations and the groups and how we could do that, because this isn't going to be the last development that we're going to have the same discussion. And I agree with the public commenter that the template in which you guys propose and come together with might be something that gets emulated on the go forward. We maybe don't have to have these discussions in all these meetings over and over and over. Maybe we have a template from which to work. I will say this, two things. Working with Councilmember Delgado on the RTC and issues surrounding the Southeast Connector, I can tell you currently there is a prohibition on allowing access to some of the wetland areas because of the revegetation. Now that's as part of the revegetation and reconstitution of the wetlands as part of the project, but I'm just saying that it would be a violation of our 404 permit should we allow horses access to the wetlands on the Southeast Connector. So that's currently in place. So you just have to be careful of thinking you're doing something good, you might be violating another condition. I was here for the 2014 resolution that we adopted in support of horse ecotourism. And it was clear, to my recollection at that time, that the ecotourism, which I think is a great idea, we have a gem of an asset here, which those that live on the east don't ever get to see, and those of us probably that have lived here all our lives in the west take for granted, is these amazing wild horses. But it was clear, in my recollection at that time, that they did not want to have the tourism site, the location site, the watering site, anywhere near development. I remember that from 2014, and one of my dear friends, Dr. Pat Coletti, that being a part of the discussion was the intent that they're trying to keep them away for their own safety from the populous areas. So I would agree that we need to have a bigger discussion on this, but I also agree that I think the applicant's done a good job of trying to get there outside of parameters that are within our legal purview to do. And I appreciate the efforts and the meetings that you've had. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I would just, one of my questions was directed towards Tracy Wilson, and I wondered if she could just address it. I know she's brought up in the meetings with Mr. Walters that if the horses are fenced out from this particular area, which they are using currently, So the change here is us pushing them away from an existing water source. She's told me, and I'd like to hear it from her, that the animals will stand there and look at the water and die, and I don't think any of us want that. And so maybe she could just address it from her expertise.
Right.
And then lastly, I would like to see whatever we do put into the permit. Thank you.
You would like to see what?
I would like to see whatever we come up with put into the permit.
Got it.
And
Okay.
conditions. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, so the horses, there's 375 plus. I'm going to say it's probably closer to 400. They are already watering there. That is their only water source in the area. We are not inviting them in by putting water sources at the eastern edge of these properties. We're inviting them out. We're getting them out away from the development that's going in. What Councilwoman Doerr was just saying, and what I said before, I think the first time I spoke on this, if you fence this off without water, the horses will stand at that fence line and die of dehydration. And nobody, you or me, wants to see that on the evening news. That is a very real fact. I verified it with our BLM team member. That's what happens. That's where they water. That's what they're used to. And you know, the feral versus wild thing, they are legally defined as feral because they do not stand on federal land. You can go back decades and talk about ranchers that released horses, whatever. Horses have a 25-year lifespan. Those horses are gone. A NDA employee told me directly that the majority of the horses on our range are BLM crossovers. So yes, they look alike because they are alike. They are just standing on private land versus federal land. They don't have another designation for them, so that's why they fall under feral in this state. I hope I answered that question. I think she asked Councilwoman Doerr if I'm wrong about allowing access to the stream. And obviously a natural water source is the best solution. That can only be done if we have really good wildlife fencing and things put in place to mitigate the horse-human conflict. So, but I just want to make that point.
Right.
That we're not inviting horses in with these water sources. We're inviting them out.
Thank you. And I have spent time with you and Karina, most recently just a month ago with MV Energy, the Rhyolite Pit, the Caramella folks, all on site together with you, working together to fence out the horses. So we've been very active.
Very active.
And I think in this case, we've put up signs, we've fenced things out, we've closed gaps. But I think in this case, what we're talking about is rather than create something new, which will have to be maintained in eternity, is to allow the horses to water where they are and just provide a fence conduit to that. And that's what I think would be the best solution. So thank you.
Yeah, I do want to say Karina Vance is part of my team that we have used going forward with this plan.
Yeah.
So I know that Mr.
But
Lucero brought
you're
her
saying
name
with
up.
the troughs, though, then that it takes it out
We're
of
inviting
their
them out with the troughs.
the natural.
Yeah, they're not getting a
progression.
natural source, they're getting a replacement for that.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilman Breckus. No? Nothing? Okay, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you from my colleagues in asking all the questions, and thank you to the constituents and the developers for coming up with some innovative ways on how to approach this. I too support that we look at this in the broader sense. I think we very much understand from the city's restrictions and our framework and our structure, but it's something that we've got to take on a little bit more, get a little bit more creative and bring in our experts as much as we can, because it's not going to go anyway anytime soon. But I believe we were able to find something creative here in this instance, but I don't think it's going to be able to be modeled for other ones. So we need a broader policy, absolutely, with respect to the horses. There was some comments brought up by my colleague, Councilwoman Doerr, that there's issues related to the Cyan stormwater. I live there. I haven't heard anything, and so that's news to me. Someone that pays towards that, so that's news to me if there's a stormwater issue there. I understand that there may be conversations to bond something, but I think that's a bigger, way broader conversation than this particular one here, especially if I live there and I haven't necessarily heard any issues related to what we're dealing with there.
Mary, I'll meet
push
you
that
at the
aside.
front door of the emergency. Okay? Mary?
I think she's talking to somebody.
Can you mute her, or no? Okay, go ahead.
And again, I think from all of our standpoints, as we understand that there's a big just citizen safety issue with respect to how we deal with these issues already. I mean, our RTC, my colleague, we understand from the RTC's perspective that there's issues related to speeding, increase of traffic, et cetera, et cetera. So this issue, we need to get our hands around it as quick as we can. But Madam Mayor, I believe that with all the parties came together, we found some really good compromises, and I'd move that if there's no other comments that I'll look to make a motion when you guys are ready.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a couple more questions. Just clarify, because I felt like I wasn't quite sure. So the 404 permit is not required. And then what about the, what was it? The expiration that one of the public commenters talked about, the expiration on the, what is it?
The 404, it's as I understand, a 30-year permit, and we're about 10 years into it. However, the requirements to leave that area as part of this project's open space is outlined in the PUD and would last forever.
Okay.
Unless
So
amended,
I
of
wanted
course.
to make sure that that was clear. One of the things that I've been really concerned about, I was very concerned about in the Daybreak project, and reading through some of the material, I did think it was really interesting about the mercury and how that sampling was done, and when it was just scraped off the top. Honestly, like I really feel like that's really inadequate. RTC, we had some conversations, some pretty in-depth conversation with RTC about that during the Southeast Connector. And so I really kind of learned a lot about, those samples and how they're done. And they were telling me that it is essential to get down into the ground when, they've been doing their testing, and to really make sure that mercury doesn't exist. I mean, this area does seem to be, sort of that red line where it is. And when you're just taking it off the top, it does give me great cause for concern. So can you kind of address that? I mean, when they said, oh, there's very, very, very little there, we found that not to be the case in other samplings. So
Two responses. One, staff does support a more comprehensive policy on these wetland-related issues, and maybe look at our ordinances. I know through our code update process, we talked about doing that kind of through a distinct focus process, but we're in support of that.
Yeah, thank you.
And that could include the wetlands and all the types of issues we're discussing here, so it's more clear for everyone. That being said, the mercury sampling, it's different. We believe it's adequate on this site. On Daybreak, again, they were developing in a wetland area where Steamboat Creek had flowed and irrigation water had flowed in the past. So in those types of areas, it is important to sample deep. These areas are areas, the developed areas are not, they have never flooded, they're not expected to flood. So a surface investigation confirming that there are negligible levels in our mind was sufficient here, because you wouldn't expect to see mercury on dry ground.
Yeah.
So it's a little different here, but we would certainly support and embrace all that kind of being built into either an ordinance or a policy, so it's more clear for everyone.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. I do, and I also think too, to this gentleman's point, how he was saying, when we were looking at some of these policies, with the horses and so forth, it gives them clarity too. So they don't, so just like he said, the rules of the game, right? Like, what are those rules? But I really appreciate that, because I think that could be really helpful in other projects, so people aren't trying to hit a moving target. All right, I'm going to wrap this up, but one more question, because I want to make sure, Councilwoman Dewar, did you want to speak? I thought you said you did. And if so, three.
No, okay, I'm good. I'm basically good. I would like to see the requirements, if we're not going to put the horses to the stream, which I think should be incorporated into this permit as a requirement. There should at least be some kind of requirement in the permit to provide water. The 3 watering holes, 2 isn't sufficient. So I would like to just see that as a permit requirement on this amendment. And then we can work out the details later, whether that's at the stream or a third one somewhere. I think that would be a good addition to provide the assurances. And I also think that I appreciated hearing from Arlo about the additional requirements. I just don't want to be back, and I'm sure Mr. Delgado does not want to be back mediating another lawsuit. So, I just think those are important considerations, the upland drainage. So with that, I don't know if there's a willingness to incorporate that as a permit condition just to make sure, whatever it looks like, it's taken care of. So I would ask Mr. Delgado if he's making a motion to consider that, just to direct that we complete this effort. Right now, we're almost there. Thank you.
Councilman Delgado?
Yeah,
Oh, go
thank
ahead,
you.
sorry.
Yeah, I was waiting to see.
Oh,
if you had
sorry.
any other-
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that, Councilwoman Dewar. Appreciate everyone's work again on this project. I think we ended up with a better project than we originally saw during this past summer. What I'd like to move forward with is take staff's recommendation based on that's recommended right here on our slides. Based on legal advice, the staff recommends that the provisions of the water horses section B be removed from the PUD and addressed as a voluntary agreement, and that we move forward with approval on all the other facets on the project.
And I just want clarification maybe from legal, that also, from what I read, it says that can't be added. Am I right?
Yeah.
Some of those that condition.
That's a side,
Correct?
the way I understood it, it's a side agreement. If we add it as an attachment, then there's really no way for us to even enforce. And so I think that's where things get a little gray on our end. And we'd be asking them to break the law.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that that's a legal provision, correct?
Correct. I also just wanted to clarify.
Well, I think it's already in. I'm sorry. I think it's already in the PUD. Mr. Delgado said to remove it. Thank you.
Correct, and that's our recommendation. I just wanted to clarify if that motion included the Planning Commission recommendation to make the changes limiting commercial
Yes.
uses shown on Exhibit A.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion from Councilman Delgado.
Yep.
I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I have concerns. I guess my greatest concern really is the offloading of private responsibility that should be public. I think that Mr. Stockham said drainage has worked very well in the southeast part of the valley. I think it has in Damonte Ranch, where you have a scale that's been large enough to distribute costs and responsibility. But in this one, I'm particularly concerned that these future residents and commercial property owners are going to be holding the bag for a lot of private responsibility of maintenance of systems that could be impacted by by the development that's being pressured down into the Steamboat Creek tributary, which we don't have a good evaluation on because we haven't remapped the flood area. So that is concern for me. In the record, a resident of Cyan objected to this modification. He said, I bought into Cyan next door to this with it looking like this. Now it's going to look like this. And not only that, this person may be on the hook for maintaining some of this property at the discretion of the development community or the developer in the future. And so I think that we're not looking at the interests of others in the community who have expressed concern about the role here. I think that the roles that they might be asked to take on, we're looking simply at the developers and the applicants' interest and not the broader interests of those in the area. Secondly, when it says we're changing, we may be changing the rules of the game in here to ask them to do different activities than the private maintenance, that's not true. We are in process in standing up a stormwater maintenance district. We have technical studies underway to do that right now. So we have a policy to do that. We haven't advanced to the point that we've stood that up yet, but that's been a directive of the council to our staff, and we haven't gotten there. And I don't think that our inability or the fact that we haven't gotten to that point to have this maintenance technique that I think we really need, should stand in the way of us having to take on these other lesser quality instruments that I think are going to be a incredible tax on this HOA. The horses, I think the horses are another example of shifting private responsibility onto others, what should be a public responsibility. We've known the horses have been there. We've known they're there. I saw them along the Southeast Connector wetlands 2 days ago when I rode the Southeast Connector. We need to advance a policy, interlocal agreements with the state, the county, on how to deal with this, this livestock or feral animals, whatever you want to call it. It's just inadequate infrastructure again. And I think that we need to be putting these in place, not dealing with them on any PUD or PUD amendment. And the fact that they haven't been able to put these pieces, we haven't been able to develop the public policy, I think should be paused for consideration of some of these modifications and requests. But my final point is the master plan says that we're going to evaluate and understand our land supply, how many lots we have available for the prediction of how many units we need. And we have not done that yet. Mr. Thomas and I had a discussion about that in the last 6 months. I've been keeping my own analysis of how many lots we have available and ready to go to meet the demand. And I think these lots are premature. So I don't think that we should have to take lesser development quality just because we don't have that adequate infrastructure. I'm very concerned that's what we're doing. And I'm particularly concerned about the costs that are going to be shifted onto these future residents in maintaining this project area. So with that, I'm not able to support this project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right.
Madam Mayor,
Go right ahead.
I too wanted to just go on the record. Sorry, it's hard. I don't see the picture.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I too would like to go on the record. I feel that we know a lot more than 2008 when some of the original agreements were done here. We've had a lot of experience, a lot of lawsuits, and we did put in the master plan, particularly about standing up the stormwater utility and forming a larger drainage district. And I've seen what is going on with all the HOAs, and they are not competent to handle this. So just saying a HOA is the answer is not the answer to me. So it's with regret that I can't support this motion. I'd like to see a continuance, and I'd like to continue working with the developer to address these two issues. I don't want to punt right now and say we'll figure it out a year from now. I think the residents deserve this from us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I do want to commend, are there any other comments from council members? No? I do want to commend staff. I know how hard that you've worked on this, Arlo. I really think we sat down. I think you did a really good job. Are you? I hear it's all you. But I do want to commend staff because, you know, I know you get both sides of it and you get pulled in both directions. And really, you come up here at the end of the day and really want to see a much better project. So I want you to know that I absolutely recognize that, and I really appreciate you. And I also appreciate your support in saying, look, let's look at some of these, you know, policies moving forward. So thank you so much. That means a lot.
Thank you very much. It's really Brooke Oswald and Dylan Shaver who deserve the credit on this one.
Well, there you go. Dylan's like, no. But I am going to tell you, I am a little concerned too. One of the things is the inadequate testing of the mercury. That really concerns me. And so I don't think that is adequate at all. The other thing is I'm more inclined to support this when we have a much better horse policy or wildlife policy in place to know, you know, that we are protecting that wildlife. So I did want to just say that. So, and that's about it. Other than that, go ahead, Councilman Delgado.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and appreciate my colleagues again sharing their positions. And to your point as well, Madam Mayor, the mercury piece is very important to me. And I think for clarity, one of the big reasons why, again, they didn't go so deep into the soil is because the land is higher up, and so the water never had actually reached up there. And so that's why they checked the surface. When it's further in the watershed, that's where, again, the permits and everything else is required. And so I appreciate, because I'm hearing from some folks too, they'll go out and say, we need to do more and more. That's why we continued it the last time around. That's why we've had the testing. That's why they've gone out and done what they could. It was more extensive during daybreak because they were actually building in the floodplain.
I'm
So
not
that's,
saying they're
so
the
there's,
same,
there's
but
the-
I'm saying we need to have better policy on what's required, so when they come back, you know, everyone knows what rules are in place. I don't want to get this mixed up that these are the same projects, because they're not.
Well, they are getting mixed up, unfortunately, because people see them as there's a wetlands here, there's a wetlands over there, and people are seeing them as the same. And so that's why I'm having to deal with a lot of those conversations with my own constituents in terms of them saying, is it safe? Is it not safe? Why are we not supporting if it isn't safe, right? So I want to make sure that people understand that it is safe. It has been tested. And the reason why it hasn't been that much more thorough is because there's science behind it. And it hasn't just been something that's flung out in the air saying that we shouldn't do it that way or not. Also, in addition to the conversations that the HOA may not be able to take care of the drainage pieces, we have checks and balances within Ordinance now. So if they can't, then the city can step in and take care and help out with that. We have those checks and balances now. I feel as though there's some rhetoric out there that we can't take care of our current stormwater drainage in the south when goes due to one experience, and the city's had to step in, and we have checks and balances at that time. And so I just want to make sure we're all talking the same language in terms of what we're seeing before us, and trying to provide as best clarity as we can, because then it's upon myself, especially as the ward representative, going out there to provide clarity for those residents who now feel as though they're hearing 3 different stories out there.
Well, I just think we can do a better job directing staff or policy when it comes to doing a more comprehensive, you know, type of testing. When we talk about the surface, you know, that's why RTC was like, you know, so adamant with the Southeast Connector and about how far they went down and all of that. I mean, there's a reason why they do it. So I just want to make sure.
Those are in the wetland areas, though. That's what I think people start to.
So anyway, Oscar, all I'm saying is, bottom line is, I think that, you know, we can do a better job by saying, hey, this is what's required when we go out and do testing. I don't want to confuse it with anyone, because I think, you know, maybe some of the samples, when they're just off the surface, could seem inadequate.
I totally understand that. I totally want to see a broader conversation with the horse issue that we're dealing with as well in Southeast Reno. I mean, that's real, that's upon us, and that's dangerous for everyone down there in the community that's as they're traveling, traffic, and everything else. So.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions from council members? Seeing that there are none, we're going to move forward. I have a motion. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
No.
Motion carries. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, since items D1 and D2 are saved for 4 o'clock, our next item on the agenda is item D3.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Where are we?
Presentation from staff.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. We have public comment from Iris Jail Papard.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Iris Daly Papard with One Truckee River, and I was just excited to see this presentation on the agenda, and wanted to commend the city of Reno for spending some time and attention with this topic. And I just want to give a quick update that last month, One Truckee River put in a proposal to Bureau of Reclamation Water Smart Grant to continue this type of work, as we have the prioritized action item 1.4C, develop and implement a coordinated vegetation management plan along the river. And I know that your guys' vegetation management work isn't necessarily focused right on the river, but it's good to see it going. And I think that if we get this funding, that with the 3 jurisdictions through the Washoe Story Cooperative Weed Management Association, that hopefully we'll be able to develop a coordinated vegetation management plan across the 3 jurisdictions. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay.
We
All right,
will
you
look
want-
to staff for presentation brief at this time.
Okay,
No, I'm good. I'm ready to make a motion.
Madam Mayor,
all right.
Move to approve.
sounds like you have a motion.
Presentation? Okay. So a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor,
Madam
next
Mayor,
item.
may I make a
That was
comment?
probably the easiest presentation you just ever made. All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I just want, and council, I just want to thank the Public Works Department for this. Some of you may recall going back 4 years, we've had over the years issues with use of pesticides, not just in parks, but more extensively in the right-of-way and in the areas where we clear for ditch maintenance, for dam maintenance. And I'm really proud of what the city staff have done. They acquired a a harvester so that we don't have to spray the weeds with a big machine. We could do it more targeted. We can cut weeds. You know, they've implemented a lot of changes. One of the changes I asked them to do too was to post on the website when we're doing those kind of activities. So I just wanted to connect the dots for folks that may not have been here through all of those discussions that we've had about Virginia Lake, about projects up in the Northwest. So just a thanks to staff for bringing this forward. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are on item D4, presentation discussion regarding the sewer fund internal controls audit report.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment?
We have none.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Reese. Second. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item D5, internal audit report for Public Works inventory control.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have any public comment?
I have none.
Councilman Reese. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Mayor, item D6
Okay, go ahead. That's
is
been removed.
being continued, correct? So, Madam Mayor, with that, we are on item D7.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to turn it back to you for public comment.
All right, Madam Mayor, first public comment is Iris Jill Papard, followed by Monica Dupé, followed by Farah Ellis.
Okay, I'm going to have a longer intro here. Again, my name is Iris Jaley Papard, the Partnership Coordinator for One Truckee River. My thoughts are not of One Truckee River Partnership as a whole. Since One Truckee River is a collaborative partnership of diverse perspectives, these are my thoughts alone towards achieving One Truckee River's mission in mind. I'm going to say pretty much what I said at the CHAB meeting on Monday. But I feel like it's a really important thing that we focus a short-term goal in developing an urban campground for individuals that are currently homeless along the river, one that would be creatively organized. This idea, liberal and conservative, I hear interest in exploring by many. And as it's still a controversial idea, I think it seems to be the most humane thing to do in light of the really hard dynamics faced along the river. Of course, it would not end homelessness, but it would take this challenge off of our waterways. It would give another centralized place outside of the shelter for folks to go, which is real need, as the shelter has a 90-day policy, and people really can't stay there all the time that are currently homeless. And it would also help our social service providers in the field, as they say one of their hardest challenges is being able to identify and find somebody that's currently homeless when their name comes up on a list to receive services. I've really appreciated the conversations I've had with a lot of people in this region about this topic, and I really want to see this on an agenda soon. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
Madam Mayor, our next public comment is from Monica Dupé, followed by Farah Ellis, followed by Jeff Church.
Good afternoon, Council, Madam Mayor. I'm here at this moment to ask you to vote in favor of this item and approve funding for a safe and clean team. It's such a difficult job that you have up there. So many problems and solutions are now politicized, making it challenging to move forward on issues like this one. I really appreciate your willingness to muddle through it and serve our community. We've got to be smart and brave on this one today. Our beautiful Truckee River is being contaminated by human waste and garbage. It's a public health and safety issue. It must be addressed immediately. A majority of people in this area get their drinking water from the Truckee, and we must protect the river for future generations. For that alone, please vote yes. Now, with that being said, please hear this too. This will affect humans negatively, and that's not okay. So after you vote yes today on D6, 7, begin working immediately, aggressively, and diligently with the same energy towards increasing the number of shelter beds for folks by a few hundred, especially those that have pets. We've got to have both pieces. It's kind of like the cart before the horse today. Buy, designate land, do a campground, build a new building, and build shelter. But we've got to act yesterday on the shelter piece. In closing, Org Code, which is a place that you had paid to kind of assess our community homelessness and give us some recommendations, they quoted this about our community. The 3 communities aren't working together. They lack strategic planning and leadership, and that solutions come offline are short-term Band-Aids that don't have longitudinal impact, but rather shuffle homelessness from one site to another. But they also quoted this, and this is what I hope we aspire to. The City of Reno, City of Sparks, and Washoe County are working together to do what works through evidence-based, human-centered practices and system redesign to end homelessness in these communities. Properly addressing problematic encampments through a clean and safe team should be part of that redesign. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sarah Els, followed by Jeff Church, followed by Kim Bargodi.
God, I thought I was going to miss it. I'm running out across the street. Okay, so for the record, Farrah Els, and I'm with Ground Game Government Affairs. From here on out, for lax decorum, I'd like to be just referred to as Farrah. And let me catch my breath. I literally ran across the street. This is important to me. So what I wanted to do is say that I'm not here for or against this project that's going on with the Clean and Safe team. I just want to be able to state a couple of things, if that's okay. So let me read from this really quick. Okay. So the Clean and Safe team, and this is what I wanted to bring up, was, it says, it is anticipated that the team will consist of an RPD sergeant, 2 officers, and 3 quake contractors, which I totally understand being structured that way, because you have to have safety and structure, and then you have to have the, the sanitation part of it. And then on top of that, with the Reno Works program, really supporting it after, if it gets big enough. But what I'm really seeing is there's a lack of supportive services. So there's like a great need, and there's a divide there. So sorry. Seriously, running across the street got me. Sorry, everyone.
You're fine. You're fine.
So,
you have time.
Yeah, so I like the way that it's structured. Like I said, I'm not here for or against it. I'm here to support my city, but then I'm also here to support the, most vulnerable. And what I do is I started Ground Game for the reasons of real estate. We're based in real estate. And we're diversified, but what we're primarily doing, which most of you guys already know, is really umbrellaing over our most vulnerable citizens during development or homelessness or situations like that. So I'm like the fixer and the person that people call when they can't find any other solutions. So let me segue into that while I'm still trying to catch my breath. And with the Pickett Park situation, I was contacted by Councilwoman Jardin when, the QOL was saying that they were going to go and storm, and start doing citizens arrest. And I know that you're really unhappy about that because you don't like your citizens being treated that way. You contacted me with a really lovely woman named Shelley who had nowhere to go. She was living on the basketball court. And you said, Farrah, what am I going to do? Can you help me? And I said, absolutely. So in 15 minutes, I give you a call back, and I had her emergency housing like that. And then, with working with the bid and the ambassadors for the next 3 days, I'd actually found her sustainable housing. She's actually placed in a sustainable program to where she's getting medical, she's getting mental, and she's getting addictive therapy at the same time. So I've utilized that. You've already worked with me on that situation. And then I've also been there for you. When you found a gentleman named Asa who was sleeping outside of Walgreens who had, Asa had frostbite and 2 dogs sleeping outside of Walgreens. And you called me and you were like, I have nowhere to put him, but I cannot see this person on the street with his animals. And I've been working with you on that, and he's still in a 1-bedroom apartment now completely, and you headed that up, So if I could have one more second to say, the because of my running across the street situation, if I could say that when it comes to the way that it's being structured, if the city could actually look at it again and see that there is a need for supportive services, that my company and myself and my team really could be an asset for the city, because I support my city, but I'm an advocate for the homeless, just like I can be that person. And I can really help and be a good and valuable team member to both. So that's why I said I'm not for or against, but if this goes through, then I would really like to see some supportive services put in there, and I would like to offer that if it is deemed appropriate. So thank you. Oh my God, Jesus. Okay, I just had to say that.
You survived. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, next time I'll be 20 minutes early.
Many of you probably don't know this. Farah actually specializes in crisis relocation.
Yes.
And most of it she does not get paid for. Whenever I reached out to her, I would say 95% you don't get paid for to do it. And
I would say that I've never gotten paid to do it at all, but I have been given funds, very small donation funds, to actually use it towards that person. So I've never made a penny off of it, you know.
so
That's not my
I just
goal.
wanted to clarify that, but
Thank you.
but she has a way of, knowing a lot of different people and resources, and she's
do have those
kind of
great
relentless.
relationships,
You never give up. So anyway, I want to say
Even if I have to
thank you.
run across the street.
Okay, great.
I'm so
Thank
grateful
you,
for you
Farah.
guys in this time. I really am. So
Thank you. But I think you make some very important points when it comes to
I just feel
the
it, and I
relocation.
appreciate your time.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, next public comment is from Jeff Church, whom I do not see in
Maybe he's
chambers.
running across the street.
Perhaps he is.
It was awful. I'm listening on the thing, and I'm running.
Okay.
Kim Barghouti. Thank you. Followed by Paul White, followed by Rudy Leon.
It is Kim Barghouti, and I am on the board with the Reno Initiative Shelter and Equality. We would like to come out against this particular item. I do feel like it's putting the cart before the horse. When the river sweeps are done, the people always say, well, we provide the people with resources. We give them a list of places to go. The reality is, the list is not worth anything. You go down the list, no one has beds, no one has funds. I'm loving it if people say they were able to get someone in housing. Please tell me how, because I've got people waiting. The best we can do at this point, I believe, and our group believes, and I'm hearing from a lot of other people, is a safe campground, a safe place where, we know the river needs cleaning up. Nobody likes the pictures we're seeing. But the reality is when people are out there sleeping and there's no bathrooms, no trash services, this is going to happen. We have to take the responsibility to give them some place to be. Otherwise, that list of resources is trash. And quite honestly, it's trash without a trash can to put it in. I'm loving to hear all of this loving, tender compassion for the horses. That's wonderful. I'm asking you to show it for people as well. And pushing them up and down the river with the police and having their items taken away from them, not only is that cruel, I'm not even sure it's constitutional. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much.
Paul White, followed by Rudy Leon. I do not see Paul White in chambers. Rudy Leon.
I was going to say good morning, but I think we're well past that. I have spoken to this body before about how strongly I feel that we must approach the problems of homelessness with compassion and humanity. And I'm not specifically speaking for or against the Clean and Safe team, but my ongoing concern is that we are focusing on the effects of homelessness before we are working on effectively resolving homelessness. And we can continue to put Band-Aids on the effects, on the things that affect us who are housed and love the city and live in this city. But as long as we do not provide beds and housing for people, the effects are going to continue because there's no place else for them to be. The homeless may be moved from place to place to place, none of which are where we want to see homeless people living. Until we provide places for them to live, the effects will continue. So putting time and energy and resources into Band-Aids on the effects, I think, is pointless. And I'm afraid that along the way, we will become so frustrated by all the Band-Aids that we are throwing not sticking that we will continue to degrade our own compassion and humanity in the fight. We must deal with causes and solutions for homelessness before we are going to be able to in any way affect any change on the effects on the city. I mean, there are effects on the city, no one can deny that, but we can't make the effects go away as long as the homelessness, I mean, we are, according to, I can't remember the report that came out recently, you may remember it was in the report from the Washoe County Homeless Report. We are the number one in homeless in the city of our size. We can't just keep Band-Aiding the effects.
Okay. Do you go to the CHAP?
No, I'm not a morning person. I wish it met a little later in the day. But it was that report from CHAP that included, I think it was a CDC report that broke down by city sizes, how cities ranked in homelessness. We were number one, and nobody covered that. It was just buried deep in this report. We have a huge problem. We all know that. We have to deal with the problem, not just the effects.
Okay, good
Thanks.
job. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment in-house. It should be noted we received 15 letters of opposition and 1 letter of concern. With that, we have no further public comment on this item. At this point, we would now defer to staff presentation. We are first going to have a presentation from Andy Gebhardt, from Tumwa, Director of Operations and Water Quality.
Hello, for the record, Andy Gebhardt, Truckee Meadows Water Authority. This report is just fair for both Naoma and Oscar. You've already seen it, so nothing changed. I want to preface this by I don't want this report, or I don't want my presentation to come off as a NIMBY kind of thing, not in my backyard. And I am looking at it from a very myopic point of view. I don't envy anybody and all the efforts that are needed to resolve and to help, the vulnerable population that's out there. I'm looking at this from a water quality. The Truckee River is the lifeblood of this community, and I'm not overstating that. If there wasn't a Truckee River here, there would be no community here. Lakes Crossing wouldn't have happened. So if you think about it going that far back, the whole reason the community's here is because Truckee River is here. And with that, I'll start this presentation, and we'll go from there. Brief overview. 85% of the public's water supply comes from the Truckee River. Truckee Meadows Water Authority provides the water to roughly 420,000 customers in the Reno-Sparks area. And we have 2 water treatment plants on the Truckee River, the Chalk Bluff Water Treatment Plant and the Glendale Water Treatment Plant. Important facts to remember, and these are really important. The water delivered to Tumwa customers has always been safe. And I walk this fine line because while I'm concerned with water quality on the Truckee River, I don't want everybody to go, oh my gosh, you can't drink the water. That's not true. That is not true. That's patently false. We've never had a health-based water quality violation. But always remember, everything you put in the water, we have to take out. Everything that you put in the water, we have to take back out. And we can treat pretty much anything. But my problem is we shouldn't have to. Chalk Bluff Water Treatment Plant is in Reno, 4th Street and McCarran area. This homeless encampment issue is nothing new. In 1995, if you look on that map between those 2 purple lines, that's a canyon, Chalk Bluff Canyon, and we used to have massive camps in there. So this is not something that just happened overnight. This is our intake structure for the Chalk Bluff Water Treatment Plant. All of that green foliage, pretty much to the upstream from that blue line, is there's people living in there. And when they live in there, the river's their place for the bathroom, their place for the shower, and that's our intake structure for most of the community right now. Because that's our property, people are living there, that's what we find on the property. Knives, homemade knives. We also find hooked up to our power supply, battery chargers, things to, people get them through what they need to do in their life. Unfortunately, when my employee was down here at this point in time taking this picture and seeing what's going on, he left, and immediately these folks came out of the weeds. Safety is a huge concern. That's we had to alter our policies after that. We no longer send somebody down there by themselves. There's people living around there. We have to go down there 24 hours a day, and having them in that area is just not safe. Biggest area that's been of note lately is the Glendale water treatment plant. That's just downstream from the Glendale Bridge. And in early last year, we had approximately 110 homeless camps, not tents, not people, camps along that stretch. And ironically, not a single one was in the city of Reno, which is, if you look straight up, you see that yellow line going north. That's the city line. At that point in time, there wasn't a single camp on that side of that line. They were all on the Sparks side of the line. I worked a lot with Sparks, tried to do what we could do, because that was around our water treatment plant. It was around our facility. Sparks was able to move them, help them, provide whatever assistance they could. Unfortunately, as we found out, they went to Reno, or they went to county, the camp at the end of the world, and it really didn't solve the problem. It didn't get people off the river. This stretch upstream, that's our intake structure, that white white dot right there on the river. Upstream from that intake structure, we found any number of things, and bags of feces, bottles of urine, hypodermic needles, and that goes right into your drinking water. So people ask, well, why would I be concerned about anything downstream from I'm only concerned with the upstream. Why do I care about downstream? Well, downstream, that's our treatment plant, and the path goes right along right along the plant. Each one of those white dots is a pond. We recycle as much water as we can. So, and I'll preface this now. There's good photos and bad photos in this presentation. If it's a bad photo, I took it. If it's a good photo, somebody else took it and gave it to me. So this is an evidence of a bad photo. But you see the white bag in the middle, that's a bag of human waste that's been thrown over the fence into our pond. Now we're going to take that water where that waste is and pump it back up to treat it. Once again, I can treat it, but I really don't think I should have to. That gray bag in the middle, once again, is a bag of human waste. That's a bag there. This is all on our property, inside our fence line, at our treatment plant. This one, I'm sorry, but you can't see. You can see a little bottle right next to the road. That little bottle right next to the road is a bottle of Mountain Dew, but I would say there's not Mountain Dew in it. On our property, so this is inside our fence line, well inside our fence line, those are hypodermic needles. That tells me people are getting in the property and doing nefarious things. These are the tents that are along the property. That's a problem, and as you can see, you got a propane cylinder there, and because of that, you get that. That's right along our fence line, right along the water treatment plant. Once again, this water treatment plant, our water treatment plants, the two of them, provide 85% of the water for this community. So, to me, that's important. The security and safety of that is very important. Going back up, upstream from that plant again, when we had all the encampments there, we witnessed dumping of colostomy bags, dumping of catheters right there in the front of right in the intake structure. In that intake structure, my employees have to go down there. Those are hypodermic needles in there. My employees they're not. I have a problem with them having to work in that environment, but they have to. You have to drink water. We have to provide it. So we have hypodermic needles floating in their work environment. Those were taken last year. This is this year. These, Sparks has cleaned up that area right upstream from the facility, but all they did, the encampments just moved about 200 yards upstream. Now they're in Reno, but the needles still float down the river right to our intake structure. So those needles are at our intake structure. Those are at our intake structure. Those. And so we think, okay, this Sparks has moved the folks off the line, but this happened just about 2 months ago. We have pallets put up against our fence, and people are climbing back in the property. And they did a very poor job of trying to disguise it with a dead bush. But I guess I really, we talk about this, and this presentation went to the Community Homelessness Advisory Board. And it's not a City of Reno problem. It's not a Sparks problem. It's not a county problem. It's a community issue. And I go back to my earlier statement that the river is the lifeblood of this community, and we want to be involved. We want to help. We want to do what we can. We want to work with whoever we need to work with. And I'd just like to see some sort of, I'd like to see no encampments on the river. I really would. I would like to see that, and I'm sure other people would. My reason for it is not really quality of life, although that's important. And we are working with Iris and many others on the Portland Loo, and I think bathrooms on the river. I'd love to have restrooms on the river. I've been on that bike path when I've been in dire need of a restroom, and I thought, boy, it sure would be handy if we have one down here. So I think everybody would, but it's not going to be as beneficial if it's surrounded by encampments. And so I really do believe that we need to get the encampments off the river. And with that, I'll want to stress, you can drink the water, everything's good, and I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate your presentation. I am going to say, I've been kind of studying this for the last year. Mm-hmm. And there was actually a lot to learn. And there was so much that I was surprised whenever I started to look at this. Because what had started to happen was, I was getting lots of email about looking at, people that were living along the river that were in danger, right? And I started to think, if we have a massive flood event, we will lose hundreds of people. Did you know that? Does everyone in this room know that? Let's start there to understand this is very dangerous for many of those people that live along there. This has nothing to do with the lack of compassion or anything to that magnitude, right? That's really, really concerning to me. What about some of the fires that have happened along there that could kill other people along the river, right? This is a very, very dangerous situation for people to live in. So I want everyone to know, I think people would come unglued knowing that hundreds of people's lives were lost if we have a massive weather event. Am I right? What would you do, right? So we've got to be able to offer them much better circumstances than that, okay? I think that's really critical. But during this time and kind of studying what was, happening along the river, I gotta tell you, I was really alarmed with the amount of needles that I found out there and the feces map that you guys provided. You guys provided this feces map to me and really had me concerned. Then I had doctors reaching out to me and telling me this is a public health hazard to all of us in the city of Reno. So I really appreciate your input. The other thing is, I gotta tell you guys, I was really shocked the lack of resources that the jurisdictions kind of put in to keep this sustainable and healthy and clean and vibrant. It's very, very small. And I hope all of you understand, you all pay a tax through the water, through the flood control well, they say it's to build projects, but I also think it's under their responsibility. I sit on the board. I think it's under their responsibility to also keep it clean, safe, and vibrant, right? You all pay for that. And I don't think you're getting it. And I think that is completely a disservice. But I also think, I got to tell you, And I think Mr. Bill Thomas will tell you this. I think he's going to get up here, and we recently found out that we have been hit with health violations along the river. Let me tell you guys, this is concerning. Everyone should be very concerned about everyone, and not even just the people that are living along the river. There are people recreating and doing some things that I was shocked. Like, we as a community have to come together and make this sustainable, healthy, vibrant. This is our community that comes together. This river is such a precious resource. Like you said, this community wouldn't be here without it. It really, really is. So I've seen a lot of this talk about, oh my God, this council is, taking away homes and things like that. You guys, this is a much bigger issue. There is a lot going on here that could affect each and every one of you, not just the people living along the river. And I gotta say, I'm really proud of my council for being incredibly compassionate. They do a lot of things behind the scenes with some of our homeless and people in need that many of you never even see. And when I see some of these comments on Facebook, I'm not on there anymore because it makes my blood pressure go up by 100 and my stress level has gone down since I've got off, but people will send me things and I just think to myself, so I just gotta say, everyone in this community, we have got to come together on this issue. This is one of the most important issues that I think that we are going to face. And I wanna say thank you so much for your hard work in caring about this precious resource we have.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Bill Thomas, would you like to come up?
I'm up, but I don't know if I like it.
Yeah.
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. So my presentation today is really to talk about a very specific response to the results of a bigger picture problem. And that is, as you've heard from people, a very emotional issue is homelessness and people living along the river or in tents. This is not the fix for that issue. This very simply is a recommendation to the City Council about how we hopefully adequately deal with a public health issue that is the result of the situation of people living in areas that cause some very significant problems. So I just wanted to preface this presentation by saying that's the purpose. We're talking about a very specific strategy to deal with one component, more kind of the result than the cure of the results of homelessness. So starting in fiscal year 2004, the city created a river crew. And that river crew consisted of several staff members, but it was primarily led by a river ranger. As you can tell, looking forward, as we move from 2004, which was before the recession, a lot of things happened which the council is very aware of in terms of the services the city provided, basically from the standpoint of having to cut back on pretty much everything we did. So fast forward to fiscal year 2015, the city recreated a river crew. That river crew was not the same river crew as 2004, but essentially consisted of a single person who ran the program being assisted by part-time staff and employees. Currently, in fiscal year 2020, that river crew that was created in 2015 is not sufficiently structured to address what has become a very large problem. And you can see here from this slide that we're talking about where these encampment sites are. They're typically 30 or more individuals there, and we're creating 60 to 80 cubic yards of waste daily. So these numbers are meant to simply show the magnitude of the problem in terms of a public health issue. As the mayor mentioned earlier, it's more recently come to the culmination, and the reason we've kind of sped this up to get before you with a solution that we think is the right answer for this immediate problem. We got a notice of violation for several sites that the city owns related to the activities that were occurring on our properties. And as is the case with the city, when we send out violations to property owners, we also are subject to the same rules and processes and procedures that all other private properties are. So we have been working with the health department since we got this to respond to their notice of violation and to move forward with resolution of those notices. So I just wanted to show, I know there's been a lot of pictures here, but I just wanted to show you one of our more recent situations that we had to deal with, because it's very impactful in terms of the gravity and the magnitude of what we're up against when our people show up in these sites if they get to this point. So there will be those claiming that this is a sweep, this is some kind of strategy to get rid of homeless people. That's not true. What it is an attempt to not have this scale of a public health issue get this big. And you can see again the before and afters from that particular encampment. So here's some specific data that relates to how we're currently dealing with the problem, which is we are pulling our public works and our park staff away from their jobs that they would normally do. For example, plowing streets, fixing potholes, cleaning out storm drains, and we are assigning them as an incident-specific response to these situations. However, what we found, and you can see from this growing increase in terms of the cleanup, that we cannot do this on an incident-specific strategy. This has got to be a programmatic assignment of people that their job is to clean up, because we just can't do it with part-time people. We can't do it by pulling people away from their regular jobs. This is also a reflection of the magnitude of the issue we're facing. This is, as you can see, month over month, calls for service related to encampments. The blue line is specifically related to the river. So, and I know all the council members are familiar with this because often these calls go directly to you. So I think every one of you is aware that this increasing number of calls we're getting, not only directly to Reno Direct, but also to you and to various staff members. So again, this is a reflection of the situation and the increasing need for us to respond to a public health issue. So the solution we're recommending today is that, again, going back to the fact that we don't have staff resources that can do this at the scale and with the frequency that needs to be done to deal with the public health issue, we're suggesting that we hire a contractor. The contractor that we're suggesting we hire is one that is specifically trained, does this, I believe, for the state of Nevada. They know what they're doing. They go into these situations. They know what kinds of equipment they need to bring. They know how to clean up these situations where they come across human health issues, including human feces, needles, other kinds of things that are very risky if somebody doesn't understand what they're dealing with when they're going in to clean it up. So we're proposing that we enter into a contract with Coit Services to provide the cleanups that are becoming basically daily. So the structure and the way this program is intended to be laid out is it would create a team that's available 7 days a week. And the reason we're doing that is because what we're finding is it's not like a once a week, it's not once a month. This has gotten to the magnitude that we need to have a crew of people that this is their assignment to make sure that we don't have these situations which are unhealthy, not only to the people living there, but also, as has been said earlier, the people who might pass by these areas or might have a business or a home next to some of these areas where this significant health issue is being created. Essentially, it's going to be a combination of multiple departments and the contractor to manage this. We do assure the council that we will be tracking the data and the information to find out who, how, what, where, when, why. So as we come to the point at which we're going to recommend a permanent solution to the council, we have enough information to tell you exactly what we found. Right now, because we're responding incident by incident, we're not really geared up or structured to give you some really good data on what we're finding and what we're doing about it. So this is just briefly, and there are staff members who do this and who engage in these situations daily. This is the short of what actually happens. Because there have been some representations which are really conjecture and not the truth. We wanted to go through this. We respond based on calls for service. So at this point, we show up, the city staff does, based on somebody's call, somebody telling us there's an issue at a particular location. And this is the way the city traditionally and probably always will respond to the citizenry of our community when they state there's a problem. We feel compelled to go investigate. Once we investigate, we determine what the appropriate action is to respond to what we find. If we come across situations where it is clearly either a legal issue or an environmental issue, we don't chase people out. We post it to let them know that something's got to be done about the physical situation that we find there. We give them time to make the decision in terms of what they're going to do about it. We show up, as a general rule, when we show up, which is typically 24 hours, sometimes a little longer, the people have vacated it and left all the materials there. However, we do tell people that we will respect, if they want materials kept and stored, we will respect that. We also have conversation with people about getting them services, moving them to places where it might get them out of the elements and put them in a better situation. And lastly, and most importantly, because it's been represented that we are not respectful of people's private property, that's not true. We actually have a process set up where we identify, we tag, we store for up to 90 days people's property based on the person telling us it's something of value to them. When we show up and no one's there and no one claims it, the assumption is that if the owner of the property doesn't think it's of value and has left it, therefore we conclude that it doesn't have value. It's not us determining it up front. It's really up to the person who owns the material to decide whether or not it is something of value. So this specific program, which would entail us entering into a contract with Coit Services for up to 6 months, is really designed so that we can scale this response to what we're actually seeing out there in the river or throughout the community. And our objective would be to return to council as we get into the end of the budget year and talk about what do we need to do going forward. So this really is part of a strategy to deal with the physical things that we're finding. It is not the solution. It's not the first thing we've done, it's not going to be the last, but we're suggesting to council this is a very urgent, important step that needs to be taken in order to provide the resources to deal with a very serious public health issue. I did want to take the opportunity also to talk about the other things we're doing, because again, this is about cleaning up public health situations, but we need to be aware, or the community should be aware, and I know the council is, that the city is not blind to what's going on, nor is the city not taking the steps it can and has been able to identify up to this point. This is an example of the shelter capacity that we have available in our community. What we are told is that it is not the situation that there's not capacity available. So from the people who operate the shelters for us, there is capacity. I wouldn't say it was great, but it is available. So if there's a representation from people that there's not a place for people to go, that is simply not true based on what we have in our shelters. Now, I won't represent to you that it's adequate. I can just tell you, though, that from the experience of the people who run our shelters, it is not constant that they were filled or people are turned away. In addition, the city is moving forward as the lead in the continuum of care, where we're looking at not only the housing and the mental health issues and things like that, but this whole continuum of what is government doing, not just the city of Reno, but all the other governments, to deal with the issue of homelessness. So not only is there a holistic approach that's being looked at, but the city of Reno is actually leading that effort for the region. In addition, we are recruiting a key person to fill this role and to be dedicated strictly to dealing with this particular issue. So it's a further investment by the city of Reno to deal with this very important social issue. In addition, we are moving towards having more data and having the federal HMIS system and the training of people who interact with homeless to understand how to help get them ask the right questions, help direct them to the resources that they may need to get them out of that very unhealthy situation. Additionally, we are working with the university and its School of Public Health to assist us in finding data so we can figure out what exactly do we need to do to holistically solve this problem, and how can we measure whether what we do has an effect or impact to make things better. Some future service things that we're looking at is with our ambassadors in the Downtown Reno Partnership, to work with them to put them into the HMIS system, give them further training on how to assist people, and also make sure that they're at a higher level of being able to help people who need help when they are looking for help. So basically broaden the skill set of all the people at the public level that we are affiliated with to be better trained to deal with encountering people who are homeless. So the last thing I wanted to point to is that there are several things that are going on right now to add capacity. The first is there's an individual shelter project being led by Hopes, which hopefully is going to be built in the next 6 months or so, and that would add 40 beds of shelter space. In addition, Washoe County is moving forward with the Women and Family Shelter over at the NAMS campus, which would provide an additional 254 beds. We also are looking at, along with our partners in the region, scaling an additional overflow capacity of approximately 150 beds. This is our best guess on what we need to be slightly above what the demand is, but not make it too big so that we're being efficient in terms of the resources we're to expend. And the other part is, of course, looking at something we've known for quite some time needs to be dealt with, which is providing an ability to deal with people who need shelter but also have pets. So again, just to refresh the council on what we're asking for today, it is the authorization for us to enter into an agreement with Coit Services to provide for cleaning of areas where we become aware need to be cleaned up because of the issues associated with public health risk.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. A couple questions really quickly. I think there's some people that should also be at the table. I do think, crisis relocation is really, really important. And now more than ever, we are seeing different populations that are homeless, completely different. I don't believe one size fits all when it comes to, our homeless. There are people that have jobs and can't afford a roof over their head. So, I think we have to really look at that comprehensively. But I also think too, there's a couple things, and this discussion isn't about how we move forward with our homelessness. I mean, you and Councilman Delgado are on the CHAB. If any of you, if that's a situation you're passionate about, please come to the CHAB. But there are some people, so I want to stay focused on what we're trying to do here, and I think those are broader conversations. But I think there's some people that should also be at the table. And one of the things I learned yesterday, and if there's anyone from Hopes, is there anyone from Hopes in this room? No? One of the questions I asked, because I was really shocked at the amount of needles and the amount of, what do you call those? Containers. Yeah, those containers, yeah. Like they're, and how many we fill up, like within a week. I was shocked. So then I started to do some research on where those were coming from and the different exchanges and things like that. And Hopes was there. The numbers I found that they give out over 1 million needles a year. And I think also having a conversation with our other providers out there of also. I want to make sure that that is effective as well. I mean, I think there's a lot of different moving parts. I'm just saying, I think they need to be at the table, just as flood control needs to be at the table. So, and I want people to understand, because I have heard, this rhetoric too, that this is Reno's problem, that Sparks doesn't have this. That's not true. I want everyone to understand what we've been doing is we'll push it into them and they push it into us and we'll push it into them. That's what's going on there. Because someone said to me, gosh, Sparks has done such a really good job. So, I mean, that's also something that people are probably not aware of. Anyway, I want to see those other people at the table, not just the city. I want to see the county and the city of Sparks here as well.
And Madam Mayor, if I can, to respond to that, one of the things about funding this program is, and it's not disrespectful to anybody, we hear a lot of opinions. We hear opinions on the situation, we hear opinions on what to do, but we're talking about a team of people who will actually daily interact with the individuals who are living in this situation. So it will give us the real opportunity to get the hard facts on what is going on. You know, who's out there, why are they out there, how often are they out there, what can we do to help them? And I think that will help in terms of what you're saying is engage the right partners regionally to get them involved in helping fix this problem.
And I want everyone to know too, Harvard, Bloomberg, and now our team of, how many people we have on this team now? 12. Are all, they're doing a big comprehensive approach and plan and will bring stakeholders together. I would encourage every single one of you, when we start to reach out, please be part of that conversation. I want to clarify one more thing, and I'm going to go to Councilwoman Breckus. And Madam Clerk, you need to stop me whenever I'm over. I should be on the same rules as everyone else. I'm not saying that Hopes is the one that is, you know, putting all the needles along the river. All I'm just saying is we need to see those, you know, other players that can help along with, you know, do their part. I mean, because I know I'll walk out of here and everyone say, oh my God, the mayor just said it's Hopes that's putting, you know, the needles everywhere. That is not, I want to clarify that. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching this issue very closely, both in my daily constituent work, because Ward 1 is the river west of Arlington Avenue. And so Ward 1 constituents are experiencing the river corridor camping, the degradation of the environment there with the waste, and fire, which is another issue that's going on along the corridor. And in turn, you know, I've responded to that and then, you know, put in probably, you know, a number of those service requests. So I support this in concept, but then the discussion also went to a bigger picture of the broader issue. And I think this council needs to come to a point that, and maybe it's a future item, that this is a big issue. I'm watching it also on my daily work, but also other cities, particularly in California, where a number of regions have stepped up with huge amount of resources. Sometimes the voters take those, sometimes there are other efforts that raise funds to address and throw money at the problem, because it's going to take money to address this problem. We're tapping into our contingency right now, which is a place we don't like to go very often. The county needs to own this more than they are owning it. They need to own it from the public that is bringing it to us all the time, and they need to own it with the resource side of things. I've been having a dialogue with the city manager about what discrete funding availability is at the disposal of the county commission, and that this body maybe needs to take a look at those and point to the county commission that they need to step up to the plate to address this issue, which is the issue of our time in city government. It just is. And I think that's where we need to go with them, because for us to do it and do it successfully, it's something like gutting the parks budget in half. You know, $5-6 million a year. It really is that huge with the numbers that we're talking about, in my view. And I think some of the Southern California jurisdictions are very good examples to look at what they have to do with their numbers, and then you scale that down to us. Having said that, on this specific request, I have a couple questions about the 0.25 person that we're adding in, the senior project manager that we're advertising for, and also the scope of services. The scope of services is shown as on call, but when the city manager sat with me in my office yesterday, she talked about a schedule. I'd like to know what policies and guidelines this group will have in terms of their interaction with people, or are we going to be in a lead effort of sending certain resources in so these people who are doing this cleanup are not engaging with the people? Because some civil rights issues have been raised, and it could be a vulnerable place that we go to if we are sending people in who aren't trained to interact with people and their rights, knowing the Boise thing is over us. And so that's one question. And then another public commenter, and you all probably got it, said, yeah, you'd create a lot of waste also if you didn't have a place to live, and waste management coming to your house once a week to take your trash out. I started thinking about how much trash I generate, and I would like to see maybe some thought given to more trash receptacles in other places, because maybe people will do the right thing and throw away their trash. And that's always been an issue along the area I represent, is just how many trash receptacles and how often they're filled for the regular, park users and so on. So I guess the first question is the 0.25 staff. Is that someone already on? What level of position is that? And how does that relate to this senior management position? And is that the position that Elaine Wiseman held?
So starting with your last question, it is not the same position Elaine Wiseman held.
Okay.
We had, up to this point, a funding for a 30-hour-a-week person in the Parks Department.
Okay.
And that's how we were managing
that
this.
position. Okay.
What we've realized as we started looking into this, because, to be honest, we've been doing this for quite some time. It's just the scale at which we're doing it is not, we're not able to keep up with what's going on. But what we did learn is that we need a person who is the central point of touch and the manager of this program. It can't be done properly by having a part-time person or a person who does this amongst many other things. So we will be taking that 0.75 funding source where there's nobody in the position right now, and we'll be adding the additional resources to make it a full-time position. That will be a senior management analyst position, and the reason we did that is because this is kind of a unique position. This is not a position that exists in our organization because it's not a police officer, neither is it a maintenance worker. It's basically a person who lives a little bit in both worlds, but is primarily going to be responsible for managing this program.
Okay. And are we out on the street advertising for that right now?
To be honest, I don't think we are, because we haven't got the funding from council. Once the council okays this, then we'll start on that.
I thought I saw an advertisement for a program management limited term position on the website.
There may be, but it's not this position. We would wait until council approved of it today.
What about, we put on 2 budgets ago 2 positions in Public Works, and it's really been a contention to me for 5G. And they have not, one is doing about, 25% of 5G. The other hasn't been filled. What about those positions that are sitting somewhere? But my real heart of the issue, and I'll pass on the time, is the policies, the protocols, the training, and the procedures of this deployment when we get going.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Can I get a response to those questions?
I think that would be the purview of the senior management analyst once they're hired, is to put that program together and manage it, which would include procedures and schedule, and also I'm hoping for also data collection, and so that when we do come back at the end of the pilot program, that we have some data to show about where, when, how much was collected.
So it's going to be a while till we start using COIT then?
Well, can I respond to COIT? So one of the reasons we picked COIT is because they're already trained and they have the supplies and they know how to clean up these physical situations. As opposed to hiring people who've never done this and then creating a training program, we're using a vendor that has done this for quite some time, knows what instruments to use in what situations, has the proper equipment to protect their employees, and has the training, for example, the vaccinations, all the things that need to happen for somebody who's going to deal in this space.
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I do think it's important, and to Councilwoman Breckus' point, that there are actually we're kind of talking about 2 different parts of the equation. It's the initial contact, social service connection part of it, and then it's the cleanup. And COIT is the cleanup part of it. And I will say this, COIT for doing NDOT So Coit is the one that does under the underpasses.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so I will give two quick stories on the benefits of, well, one quick one on the benefits of Coit. If you all will recall, under our underpasses probably 4 years ago, it was really bad. On a consistent basis, it was really bad. And the state had an approach like we currently have an approach, which was complaint or response-based. So a big bunch of trash would build up. Probably the person there was gone or had been interfaced with, and they would have to spend a lot of resources to come in and clean up a lot of the biohazard and the whole thing. Very expensive and very reactionary. Because they were getting so many of those, they changed the way in which they patrolled and cleaned up those spaces. And if you'll notice, you haven't noticed because it's been clean for the last few years because they have people that go and patrol it to check it out to make sure that encampments don't set up in the first place. And if they do, they're caught very early so that the cleanup is minimal. And I just encourage you to look under the underpasses. They're not anything like they used to be. So Coit has done a good job. They know what they're doing. The other thing with regards to the river activities, I was there with Pat Cashel and others when we did have the flood. And I will tell you, the horrific impacts of a flood in that area with those encampments would be catastrophic. And so I feel like we're in a position not only because of the biohazard and the water issues, we have got to get people off this river for their own safety. So seeing it firsthand. I did want to say that from the CHAB, we did initiate a couple of things, some activities related to the counts. We too want better data, and this initial point of contact data is to, what brought you to this point? Why won't you access a shelter? Do you have a pet? I think the pet thing is a big one that I think we could probably approach and deal with much more quickly than we have been. I think there's resolutions there. And I do know that the county, as much as we'd like to see them take a larger role, they really have stepped up with the NAMS campus, our place as it's being called now. They're doing much more than they ever have in the past. They will eventually take over the operations of the record street site. And Sparks is participating more than they ever have in the past. So I get very nervous when we sit up here and start doing aspersions at other jurisdictions who, in my experience, are participating more than they ever have. Do we want them to do more? Absolutely. Does everybody want us to do more? Absolutely. So anyway, I think this is a great step in the right direction. I've seen it in action with Coit. I think it will be a benefit to all.
All right, thank you. Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Jordan took a lot of what I was going to say, so I'll be quite a bit shorter. This is a broad-based issue that I think that we're all trying to focus on, and I think that's, to your point earlier, Mayor Shivi, is that we're hearing a lot from our social media, we'll hear a lot from our inner circles, and I think as much as we try to share all the work that we're doing, we're not sharing it as best as we can, but reassure everyone that's listening now that we are putting a tremendous amount of work in to try and figure out what we can do. We all know we're short on housing supply. Just an hour ago, some of us here approved 600 units to come in. We know that we're dealing with as much as we can, as quick as we can. But we have a housing shortage, but at the same time, the CI board and everyone else is very sensitive and thoughtful about how we're working with those that are being impacted and that currently don't have shelter or homeless. As a member of the health board, I also know that the health district is held by regulations, federal regulations, and everything else that go on, making sure that we're playing a huge public safety, public health role here in our community. And that's what's kind of before us now, is that we as a city have got to react and we got to be compliant. And it's not only for the sake of those that want access to the river, it's also those that you said that are currently living on the river for their own safety in terms of those issues that may arise. And so I don't want us to lose sight of that. This is a cleaning issue that we've been patchworking over the last several years and trying to find some more efficiencies in terms of how we can make those broader impacts in terms of making that sure that there's cleanliness there. Even if a few months later on, those residents decide to come back, and I hope that they don't. Hopefully, they find housing or something else. But it's safer. Essentially, we've got to make sure that it's safe for everyone in our community. So I don't want just want to go back to that because I think that's what this item is all about. my question also to staff is there's the almost $250,000. Is that only for COIT, or does that also include our staff time? Because I know that's an addition too. I mean, this isn't, and it kind of, the reason why I'm asking is that it shows and highlights for us that this is expensive and it's getting more and more expensive. I know I've heard from community members saying this money can be used for other things, right? And we understand that just as much. We're on a shoestring budget here, but we also got to make sure we're compliant for all health aspects. Tama shared earlier, and the health district is aware of, and we all know what the needle exchange, Madam Shivi, you spoke to, is if they don't have access to clean needles, then we'll have a possible outbreak of other diseases and HIV and other things, and so it's just trying to walk that fine line in terms of how we're able to provide that. But that was my question: is what additional cost is this going to be for our staff in addition to the COIT?
For the record, Bill Thomas, Assistant City Manager. So this particular dollar amount is specifically for COIT, and this is a not-to-exceed amount. I believe Councilmember Reckes earlier asked about the on-call. This is designed as a contract where we initiate the service request for COIT. There's an assumption here we're going to need to do this 7 days a week for the full 6 months, so that's why it's priced the way it is. In reality, if situations get better and we're not finding the same things, then we will be spending less on the cleanup side. But this is our best estimate of what we're going to spend on that. What's not part of this, but is true about what we're doing to deal with the issue, is we spend a lot of resources, which we can get to council, I don't have them in front of me, in terms of equipment and time. And the one thing that when people say, well, we could be spending this money on something else, it doesn't recognize the fact that we have to respond to this. Right. So if we don't spend this $248,000 specifically on this, we will take it out of the budgets of Public Works, of Parks, because we can't just ignore it.
Right.
So it's a real cost to us, this $480,000. It's just, do we take it out of our budgets and stop doing the other important things we need to do, or do we deal with the problem at the scale that it needs to be addressed? So that's really what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I may not be able to be brief today. I want to start off by saying some broad things that are not necessarily things I need a response from staff about, but they are about where I find myself on this issue. And then we'll talk about maybe some of the specific things. But I want to first say, and this is for the public and those who are looking at the business that we do as a city, that I believe that all unsheltered people should be protected against laws that target homeless people for their lack of housing and not their behavior. We should not promote restrictions on the use of public space that homeless people occupy. Unsheltered persons should be granted privacy and property protections. Unsheltered people should always be allowed the opportunity to vote and feel safe in their community without fear or harassment. Unsheltered people should be provided broad access to shelter, social services, legal counsel, and quality education. It's difficult to clearly define the role that our city has vis-a-vis some of the other stakeholders, and the mayor is right, and I agree wholeheartedly that all stakeholders involved in this question should be present. I'm not on the CHAB, and I try to keep tabs on it, but even then, I fall short of knowing all the information that's necessary on a daily basis. I continue to struggle because as it relates to what resources we at the city have, we have limited ones, and we're always trying to stretch our budget. As you said, the money has to come from somewhere. Councilmember Reckes rightfully noted that we're looking at taking these funds from our contingency. And so this is a struggle that continues to concern me. I believe we need to support all options to reduce homelessness. That includes, but is not limited to, trauma-informed care for all unsheltered people, safe camping grounds to include pets, safe parking lots, access to bathrooms, showers, appropriate grooming and clothing support, trash cans, increased shelter beds, increased nutrition services, increased wraparound services, use of representative payee services so that folks who are receiving checks can have those checks go to the right place. Broad-based support for low-barrier service shelters. We need to increase support for needle exchanges. We have to support shelter options for LGBTQ youth, veterans, the elderly, people who are largely marginalized even within the unsheltered population. We have to do what we have been doing, which is continue rapid rehousing. And I believe we have to keep people in houses to begin with. I don't believe that anyone on this council believes that we should be sweeping people up and creating situations where people who are already in crisis are harassed or bullied or harmed. Our river is not a place for anyone to live. It's a danger for those people to live along the river. But if we don't think of them first as people and we see it first as a crisis that is looking for a solution to a problem that we cannot solve, then I don't think we will get there. I absolutely agree with some of my colleagues about the fear of people being injured by flooding, drowning, fires along the river. And at the end of the day, I don't believe these are mutually exclusive with the goal that you've presented as the staff today. I think that we have two issues, and the reason why I started with this longer list of things I really wanted to communicate effectively to the public is because they're not mutually exclusive. The mutual exclusivity comes in the dollars and resources that are available at times, but I think it's incumbent upon us to find the resources, both to protect the quality and the river environment and to do all the other things that I've mentioned. It's very broad. I'm not saying that we're going to go out tomorrow and do all of those things, but this is the first time in one of our meetings that I've seen the slides that were up here earlier that identify the number of beds we have currently, then the number of beds we are trying to bring online. We got to do a better job about communicating what we're trying to accomplish, because otherwise we continue to silo the ways in which we want to solve the problem. We all have a heart for solving this problem. It is not unique to Reno, but unless we have, and I believe we do have, very broad leadership from the mayor down to take and tackle this crisis, we won't get there. And so we can do both. We can clean up the river because we have to, and it's dangerous, and we can support unsheltered folks. I don't believe they're mutually exclusive. And so thank you for allowing me to go over and indulging me a bit. As you can tell, I've been thinking about this, critically for a while, and at least now the body understands my thoughts and comments, as does the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilman Reese. Nice comments. I have Councilwoman Dewar. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'll make it really quick. I just want to thank Councilman Reese for articulating so many of the things that have been on my mind as well. So I won't reiterate those, but very good job in identifying all of the key issues. I just want to ask a few quick questions about the specific contract. My first question is it just the river? Or would, if we entered into this contract, and it is, as they said, on call, I have some emerging larger campgrounds in Ward 2. Think about the Moana, soccer field, and those kind of areas. Would the contract be available to address those areas? Next, it's my perspective, unlike what Mr. Thomas said, that if the belongings are found and no one's there, that we have to assume that they've been abandoned. I don't agree with that. I think that we should be taking a picture, GPSing that site, and retaining those belongings as well. The people have no place to go, so they've walked away from their belongings. I don't think they've intentionally abandoned them. So I'd like to see that specifically addressed in the contract. Next, we talked about what we're doing, and I have been starting to advocate something I've thought about for a long time, but just begun advocating in the last 6 months about actually setting up a campground. I think that we really need to do it. People, what's that?
Go ahead.
Okay. I think we really need to do it as an alternative, so maybe it takes through the winter to figure all that out, and it opens in the spring. But I think there needs to be an alternative. It's a very cheaper alternative with bathrooms, restrooms, wash areas, and areas to camp. A minimal fee to be paid, not necessarily free campground, maybe $3 a day or whatever it is, and an ability to know that your belongings will be there. You can't stay there forever. It might be 14 days. But as part of our long-term strategy tied to this, I want to be able to see a simpler, lower-cost option than full housing. And those are some of my key issues. So if we could just address, is it just the river? Can we keep the belongings? don't assume they're abandoned, and continue to think about a campground. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Shall I answer? Okay, so starting with the first question, yes, this is not by contract limited to the river. The second question, in
Great.
terms of people's materials, we do, as a general rule, when we come across things that appear to be of value, we bag it and we tag it and we store it. But I got to tell you, from our people that do it, what they tell us is that a very, 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 very small percentage of that is ever reclaimed. In other words, we hold it for 90 days. The people who we know as the owners have the opportunity to go reclaim it. So I'm not making a value statement. I'm just sharing with you the fact that we're not making initially the determination of whether it is of value or whether it's trash. However, a lot of this stuff, as you saw in those pictures, are things that are, I think, to a broad base of people would be considered to be waste. I mean, we're talking about food, food that's left over, excrement, bottles of urine, things like that. That's a lot of what we run up against. So to characterize it like we're taking people's things of value and throwing them away is just not true in terms of the way we operate it. And certainly, if you want more detail, you can talk, and we can bring forward the individuals who actually deal with this on a daily basis. So the answer is
If
no.
I could just respond to that one. I understand when you have nothing, a shirt, a pair of shoes is something that might be dear to you. I 100% agree with you about the food, the urine, the needles, all of that. I think by anyone's standard is trash, but it might be a memento. It might be a pet. I mean, I just think that those things, anything that would be perceived to have value, any value, even a dollar value, should be retained for some time. I think they don't pick them up because they don't even know they're being kept. I think they don't know our policy. So I think we should make our policy known. So I'm just asking you to consider that. I think it's important in this process. And then third was the campground concept.
So I guess the answer to the campground concept is what we're hearing from the council is look at all options. There are some inherent challenges to doing that. And I can assure you, not the least of which is finding land to do anything. We've struggled for quite some time, even with the tiny home project. We went round and around for months, probably half a year, trying to find a location. So it's not for lack of desire, it's just awareness that it's very complex to find the proper location, gather the resources and do it. But we hear you. It'll be on the list of things that we consider.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
All right, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Dewar, I think maybe you didn't hear at the CHAB meeting on Monday, and we've been working on this for some time, we did ask the respective staffs to do an evaluation of safe campground best practices in other jurisdictions to see where they've worked, how they were funded, how they were secured, who managed them, and what the outcomes were. I think that's what we're all trying to find at the end of the day, is what were the best outcomes. But to Assistant City Manager Bill Thomas's point, boy, I tell you, we had a flooded overflow shelter, and people were in desperate need, and we put out a call for a piece of land or a warehouse, and we got nothing. So I just prepare everybody that it's the location and the land is going to be a challenge. So maybe that's a challenge I'm putting out there, is for those that really want to step up and help us. We could really help in that regard. And the pet thing, I do discover. The data collection about the point of contact is going to be critical on this, to find out from the individuals, if they are resistant to the shelter, why, and if they are, if there was not space available, we need that data. That's critically important. But I did want to say, I think it's important. I think we had a number of people that reached out to us that made some assertions that, we don't care, or the city's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and it's not enough. I can tell you from 7 years of this being something I'm very passionate about, that this council, this city, has done more on a creative basis than we've ever done in the past. And let me just read a few things. We are the location of the Record Street shelter. We are the location of the permanent overflow shelter. We are the location of the temporary overflow shelter. We were the leading agency, along with the county, for the NAMS campus. We were the ones who got the land and the initial funding for the dorms project. We are the council that initiated and will bring about tiny homes. We initiated, facilitate the Reno Works program. We have a land trust, and we support through our housing funds things like the Eddy House and ENYEP. So I give some pushback when some assert that the city of Reno isn't doing what it should be or what it needs to be doing in this regard. Do we need more? We do, but we have come a long way in this difficult journey.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jordan, and I just want to thank you for your leadership and offer my services on the campground issue. Thank you so much for reiterating what we've done. I think that was a great lay down of where we've been.
And I want to just throw it out there to each council member, because you know your wards best. I would like you to come back to the table, each of you from your wards, and identify a location that we could put beds or campgrounds or things of that nature. Many cities are doing it in those different wards, and usually it's the ward member that can kind of identify those locations. So I'm going to challenge each one of you to bring back a location for me. Okay, Councilman Breckus.
My topic, but I think if we're going to explore this, it should be maybe data collection of those who are living in cars, and that might be the best part, is how many people are living in cars and the best practices in allowing car camping to move. And I think we have so much right-of-way and big right-of-way in this city and a lot of vacant land. So that structure would be maybe my first step rather than those without cars. I think that might be the easier reach. But the point I wanted to bring is the transparency and the policies and the procedures that we're going to have in place to do this. Just to have those known, available, and up there. And I'll just use the example of the private property issue that Ms. Stewart was mentioning, is what are the protocols that the COIT employees have when they go to a site? Do they have some, this is what trash looks like. It's boxes, it's, not clothing, it's these items and not these items. And then these are the items that are stored, and these are the items that are obviously waste that go to the landfill. Just understanding the rules in which they will operate and do their work, the advanced work that our people will do when we call in COIT to come in are some of the protections that I would like to see in acknowledgement of the rights and the vulnerabilities of the population that Mr. Reese mentioned. So, I'll be looking for those manuals, and I think we should ask the manager to let us see what the COIT standard operating procedures are of this COIT group. I know they do it on the railroad, the underpasses, but I think this is a big jump in activity and numbers and volume that they're going to be looking at, rather than just these small underpasses. They're not quite as integrated into the community landscape as the others.
Okay, great. Councilman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this is an issue that I'm really compassionate or caring about, that we have forgotten about compassion for each and every individual, and that we're all human beings, and we need to treat each other in some kind of respect and in compassion. But I want to say thank you to our Madam Manager, because she suggested at a recent National League of Cities conference to attend or to go on a tour of a homeless center called Haven for Hope. And it was 22 acres of land dedicated to the homelessness issue completely. And Councilman Reese, I'm looking at him and I'm going, Delgado. Councilman Reese and I were able to attend the tour. And I think we learned a lot. It's not something that I see happening right here in Reno at this time, but it's things that we can use. And one of the things that we also found out is that we currently have a data collection center right here at in Reno, in our city government with our ESRI standards of data collection. And they showed me where you can go right to it to find out a lot of the information that we already have collected, apparently. I have not gone to the site myself, but they showed me how we can find it, and any individual can look at that and find that information online. So I hope that we can find out for sure. I'm sorry, I've been in other issues going on in my family, but that I couldn't go and look at it specifically. So I hope that we will look at that. There are so many great things. If anyone can look at their website, Haven for Hope in San Antonio, Texas, it is really a fabulous place for us to learn from. And what they've done, they had a healthy benefactor that started off the campus, but they have thousands of people coming through this place, and no one is turned away. No matter who they are, what the situation is, no one is turned away if they come there. And it is a fabulous place for us all to do research on. And so the data collection is one thing. And I just want to remind everyone, our river is truly what makes us, I believe. And I'm so thankful that we are looking at cleaning it up, and we need to meet those people. And we need to remember that it's a safety issue, not only for them, but it is a safety issue for all of the community. And so I look forward to working with you. I have one suggestion, and I'm just going to throw it. You know what? I'm not going to throw it out right now, of a place that we can look at possibly for this campground. And I know we've talked about a lot of different places, and I was going to say it right now, but I think I will wait and share it with you and see if it's even something that we can talk about.
Okay, great.
So thank you.
Okay, good job. Thank you so much. Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have some questions for Mr. Thomas. And I don't know if we can go back in time in the slides. We may not be able to, but by my count, you've indicated that we currently have 519 beds, and then you identified another 450 that would be coming online. The individual shelter village, our place, and the emergency overflow. The important question is when. When are they coming online? It's cold. I'm concerned about our unsheltered population. I think we all are. And I can tell you, because I am the least senior member of this body and therefore the newest to government, that one of the frustrating things that I have had to learn and am still not accepting of is the speed at which we are able to move as government. And I know that government servants work hard. Your staff and you in particular spend an incredible amount on this issue. And there isn't a day that's gone by in the last 10 months that I haven't asked you some issue about our unsheltered population. So when?
The one thing I can tell you in terms of the three scenarios we laid out is that Washoe County with the Our Place facility, my understanding is that's going to be up in spring of this year. So that's the one I'm most certain about. The individual shelter village, from my conversations with Hopes, is that would be ideally, I think, this summer, but they're going to start on it now. The last one, which is the more complex one, is the additional 150 spaces of shelter. That one, we don't have a date. We understand and sense the urgency from the council, and we are working on it right now. That may or may not overlap with this conversation about a campground. It's clear we need more, and it's clear we need it as soon as we can get it. It may very well be that we have a very short-term emergency response with a longer-term solution. For example, if we're going to build a physical facility that deals with pets, it'll take some time to find the land, design the facility, and get it built. But in the meantime, it doesn't mean we can't explore other short-term. And the most immediate short term is a tent. But the thing, and these always sound like excuses, but the reality of even putting up another tent to give people a safe, healthy place to be is we still have to figure out how to provide people to monitor and operate it. So I'm not shying it away from it on behalf of staff, but just getting it out there that it's
I don't
complex
observe
up to
that you
now.
shy away from anything. I think the issue that I have and the thing that I am encountering when I go out into the community is people's lives are being impacted every day. And I don't want that to happen on my quote unquote watch. I don't think any of us want that. I'm not on the CHAB, and I have lots of conflicting thoughts about what the county is doing and how much alacrity they're moving with. And so I don't want to cast aspersions on other bodies, except to say that we need to act. We needed to act yesterday and years ago, but here we are. So how do we move forward from today beyond what's in front of us? Because perhaps that's the issue. You've heard a lot of broad statements, and we have one item in front of us. I think you're hearing, I hope you're hearing from me, that this is perhaps the number one overarching issue in my mind that we're dealing with as a community, as among various things that occupy our time. So go forth with all due speed. Please.
Okay. Mr. Bill Thomas. Okay. One of the things that's not really in this proposal, and I really want to see it added in there, is that human compassion component into this. And, really identifying, having someone do crisis relocation. There are many reasons why people will not seek shelter. It could be that they have a pet, it could be that they have a partner. Some, quite honestly, won't go to the shelter it could be many reasons. A lot of times, especially with mental health challenges, it can be too much stimulation, right? And things of that nature. So there's all these different kind of components, but I want them to be addressed. So whenever they go out there, that there is this, individual service, and maybe that comes from ESG funding. We all put, you were the one that did the set aside for crisis relocation, and now I know we do some emergency deposit assistance, but sometimes it can really make a huge difference if we can get them into another location through, different housing sources that are out there. And one of the things is I know that there's a lot of people from the church in this room. Okay, I see you back there nodding your heads, and you guys have been coming, not you guys, but a lot of the faith-based communities have been coming to council, because our city is growing for various reasons. But I also think the faith-based communities could really have a role. And many of you come here, and if you have better solutions, we're not the end-all be-all. This is your community. We want you to shape it. So a lot of times you come to us with suggestions you have or ideas, and if we can implement them, we can't solve everything, and certainly we're not going to solve it alone. We're going to solve it with all of us as a community together. But I want to see that piece in there, because there are many times I come across homeless individuals. I called Farah. She, got me a location for this gentleman who had 2 pets. And he's very service resistant. I've learned a lot from being his friend. He doesn't want shelter, but that's just the way it's going to be. Why he has pets? He's got to live inside. He says, Hillary, I don't want to live inside. So I've learned a lot. There's a lot of dynamics that go along for each individual of why they might not want to seek shelter or they do want to seek shelter. And there are people that we can get them shelter if they want it. We got Reno Works. Go out there, you guys, and tell everyone about Reno Works. Tell them about it, right? So this is a very generous community. I know that, is it Grace Church? They donated over $1 million to build a house for drug rehabilitation, things like that. $2 million to the NAMS campus. And we will have crisis relocation or Crisis Now coming on, and I want people to know that is something we are going to have in this city. Maricopa County is doing it. It's going to be awesome. But it's a place where if you have drug addiction or you or having a mental health crisis, there is a place for you to go 24/7. Because right now, if you go to the hospital, likely you'll get released right away, because that's not what they do. But we need better health services, mental health crises. CHA does a great job, and they're out there. We have a community that can bring it together. But I want to see that component, that person along the river, so that we can identify those and help them. And even if that's getting them on a waiting list, getting them into Reno Works, getting them a housing voucher. Some of them do have income coming in from disability and things of that nature. So there are things we can do. There are things we absolutely can do. So I want to put that piece in there, if that's ESG money or CDBG money, something like that, that we can leverage to help get these people off.
Madam Mayor, thank you. And if I can, not to have the last word, but I did want to thank, since you brought it up, the faith-based community has for several years now been very integral in the operation of our emergency overflow tent.
Yeah.
And without their help, we probably couldn't provide that to the many people who really need it in the freezing times when they have to, for health reasons and for public safety, get off the street. The second thing is, up to this point and continuing until the time that we have quite on, we have Public Works and Park staff who, as you can imagine, this is probably, of all the jobs that someone would wake up in the morning and want to do, this is probably the most difficult and rewarding only in the sense that you're helping for a public health issue, but it can be very challenging. And I want to personally thank, and I'm sure the council agrees, all the city employees that have been doing what we've asked of them outside of their regular jobs that they need to do to address this serious public health issue. So thank you for letting me say that.
Yeah, and I've learned a lot from all of our staff. You guys have all been amazing. Brian Sudi, all the education that you gave me. I don't know where you are, but our staff is very knowledgeable. I will tell everyone, again, I want to reiterate it. This is probably something that we think about 90% of the time. 90% of the time, the city is working on many of these issues. It is probably the number one issue that that keeps us up at night. So I want to say thank you to our staff, because we couldn't do it without you. So, all right, Councilman Reese, give me a motion. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we are on item E1, ordinance introduction to be read by the city attorney.
All right. You know what? I am so sorry, but I'm going to make everyone get up for 10 minutes. They've got to get up and either go to the bathroom or move their legs or get their mind out of this space for a minute.
Okay, so we are on recess and we'll reconvene at 2:45.
Okay.
I believe it's this. Thank you. Councilmember Dorr, are you still on the line?
You're part of our quorum, so we're going to get started. Madam Clerk, where are we, please?
Vice Mayor Reese, we are on item E1, an ordinance introduction to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman. Mr. Hall, we're on E1.
Thank you. This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7112, ordinance to amend ordinance number 5443 to provide for the delegation of the City Council's authority to apportion assessments with Special Assessment District Number 4, Somerset Parkway, to the Chief Financial Officer of the city, providing for the effective date together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this issue?
We have none registered.
Okay, in the absence of any discussion or questions from council, may I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
One question for the council. I have 5 or 6 more of these to do in order to bring them forward to you, and I was just wanted to ask the council if I can bring them forward without going through the first step, and just bring the ordinances forward as the first step. It would be the same thing. It's just
I think that's fine because we had the broader discussion.
right.
That gives you direction. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk?
We're on item E2, ordinance introduction to be read by the City Attorney.
Ordinance introduction, bill number 7113, ordinance to amend Title 12, Chapter 30 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Downtown Streetscape Design Standards, adding section 12.30.010, adopting the Downtown Streetscape Design Manual by reference together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
None registered.
Thank you. In the absence of questions or discussion from council, I will entertain a motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item F1, ordinance adoption to be read by the City Attorney.
F1 was pulled, I think, no?
I think so. It was reintroduced. It
Oh,
was
is it?
reintroduced as an introduction.
Yes, so I think we're on item F2, right? Okay. Madam Clerk, am I correct?
Yes, item F2.
F2, ordinance adoption, bill number 6529, case number LDC 20-00012, Wellcrest of Northwest Reno zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 5.10 acre site located on the southeast corner of the intersection of Mayan Avenue and Grand Point Way from professional office to neighborhood commercial, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Move to adopt.
Well, Madam Clerk, one moment, please. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
None registered.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Breckus and a second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Please say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item F3, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6530, case number ANX 20-00002, Trago Grid annexation. Ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described territory being plus or minus 7 acres of property located plus or minus 2,765 feet northeast of the current eastern terminus of South Meadows Parkway and generally east of Desert Way and north of the existing electrical substation within the city of Reno sphere of influence, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None registered.
Okay, in the absence of questions or discussion from council, may I entertain a motion? Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Delgado and a second by Councilmember Jordan. I have a motion. Any further discussion on the item? Motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item F4, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Item F4, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6531. Case number LDC 20-00010, Golden Valley Commercial Zoning Map Amendment. Request for a zoning map amendment from plus or minus 1.8 acres of single-family residential, 15,000 square feet, to plus or minus 1.8 acres of arterial commercial, together with other matters properly relating thereto. The plus or minus 1.8 acre site consists of one parcel generally located south of North Hills Boulevard, north of US Highway 395, and west of Golden Valley Road. The project site has a master planned land use designation of suburban mixed use.
Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
None registered.
Any discussions or questions from council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Delgado, a second by Councilmember Jordan. Any further discussion on the item? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item F5, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6532. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Reno, Nevada, designated as the 2019 Medium-Term Fire Apparatus Replacement Program Bond Ordinance, providing for the issuance of the city of its general obligation limited tax medium-term fire apparatus replacement program bond, Series 2019, providing covenants, conditions, and other details concerning the bond, the project, and general tax proceeds, ratifying action previously taken and pertaining to the foregoing by the city and its officers and employees, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay, any public comment?
We received public comment from Tom Dunn on behalf of the Reno Firefighters Association in favor of this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In the absence of any discussion or questions from council, may I have a motion, please?
Move to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Delgado and a second by Councilmember Jordan. Any further discussion on the item?
Yeah, I'm going to oppose. I don't believe that borrowing $6.5 million over a 10-year period is the most fiscally prudent way to buy this critical infrastructure rigs for the fire department. I think we should have found a way to go pay-go on each year as we've done in the last 2 years. Thank you.
Any further discussion at this time? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no.
Post.
Motion carries 4-1.
Item F6 to be read by the city attorney.
This is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6533. Ordinance to amend Title 5 entitled Privilege Licenses, Permits, and Franchises, Chapter 5.90, Article 10 entitled System of Dockless Bicycles, Electric Bicycles, and/or electric scooters within city limits by adding section 5.90 together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
None registered.
In the absence of discussion from the council, I'll entertain a motion, please.
Move.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion? I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item F7, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
This is ordinance number 6534, ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 6.18 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Bicycles, applying bicycle laws to electric scooters unless otherwise permitted, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
None registered.
Okay, any discussion or questions from council? I'll entertain a motion.
Move.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Breckus, second by Councilmember Delgado. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Item F8, ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6535, case number TXT 20-00001, public parks and plaza shading. Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.12, Site and Building Design Standards, Section 18.12.301, generally applicable site and building design standards regarding public parks and plaza shading, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Madam Clerk, I believe we do have public comment. Before we get to that, though, I simply want to remark for the benefit of the public, you just saw us go through a very fast paced effort to get through some of our second introductions on some of the items that were previously on the agenda that have been under discussion and consideration for some time. And so I want everyone to understand that as a practical matter, it was essentially some housekeeping functions of the body, and that's why we were moving through very quickly. I know we have some students in the audience today, and I don't want them to believe that that's how government is generally conducted. At times, we have much more nuanced and in-depth discussions, but you saw us moving through there very rapidly. Now I'll turn it over to you, Madam Clerk. I know we have public comment on this item.
We do. Our first public commenter is Reverend Dr. William Stomsky, followed by Carolyn Dustin Hoffman, followed by James Lamb.
And as a reminder, if we could please, if you're next in the, on deck, in the circle, that kind of thing, I can't remember who the folks who are on deck, if you could just move down to the front chair when your name is called. So we've got the Reverend here, and then who's up next? Mickey, I'm sorry, Madam
Oh, I'm
Clerk.
sorry.
I apologize. Nope.
Carolyn Dustin Hoffman, followed by James Lamb.
Great. So thank you so much.
I am also a resident of downtown. I live in the Montage, and I walk back and forth to the cathedral and do a lot of my business outside of grocery shopping in the downtown. I am very much in favor of the growth and progress that has occurred. Trinity is resulting some of that growth also, and I'm very proud of what we have been able to accomplish as we continue to commit ourselves to being an urban cathedral that is a place for the community. My major concern with large buildings that are sheltering the incredible resource of our river. I think that island or that the park, Island Park, is an incredible resource that we have, and I think we need to preserve that as a place for the community. It is one of the greatest attractions that brings tourism and people to this community. It is a place for the arts and culture, as we have plugged into that aspect of our life here in Reno, and so I really would love to see that property preserved and that policies that have been part of our history, especially with a 30-degree angle of construction out of the river, to keep that corridor and preserve that incredible resource. Thank you.
Carolyn Dustin Hoffman, followed by James Lamb, followed by Lynn Charlotte.
Hello. I am a landscape architect, and I'm registered in California and Nevada. I go to Trinity, have been for 10 years, and it's my church home. When I thought about this issue today, I looked at your website, and the video on the website features the Truckee River, really, right in front of the church, Winfield Park. I'm glad you shot that when you did, because you might not have enough light to shoot it if this structure gets built. The shading will be really intense. The riparian area will suffer because of the plants and animals include humans. So I'm asking you to consider keeping that space lit with the sun instead of alternative lighting. We love Trinity, and we love the city, and we want to help you do what's right. We want to be a good neighbor. Excuse me for my nervousness.
I think you're doing great.
I can't believe my comment went through. I had this football analogy. I don't know if you saw it. Trinity is about 60 feet tall, the building itself. The building proposed will be about 240 feet. Now, if you laid them on the goal line and Trinity would hit the 20-yard, the new building proposed would hit at 80 yards. So you can see it's 4 times as tall as our building. Consider some other mitigation, a step back. It could be the tallest building built in a flood zone in Reno. Think about the riparian area and think about all your activities. Pops on the river, all that's used there. It's wonderful. So consider us. Thank you.
James Lamb, followed by Lynn Charlotte.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I came to Reno in 1983 to be the CEO of Washoe Medical Center. And the Board of Trustees at that time was very interested in making the medical center to be able to compete within the city and with other institutions that were providing health care. And they had a great responsibility, and they looked at that long and hard. And I think we made the right decision to move it into a not-for-profit corporation that has given it the opportunity to grow and develop and become what is known today as Renown. And I'm here today, and I have no opposition to growth and development. I think it's a great opportunity to see what can be done downtown to make it more attractive for people to come and visit and spend time. I know that Wingfield Park is a very important part of that culture and activity that takes place every year. When I lived here before, there wasn't a lot of things going on. When I came back I left here in 1996, and I came back in 2017, and what I see happening in Reno is really extravagant. It's really great. It's wonderful. The growth has been, for me, the proper way. It's looking more and not for gaming to be the source of the citizenship and the people who are coming here. People are moving to Reno because they like Reno. I think that development along the river is important. I do think, however, that we need to be careful how that development takes place. And the project that's being proposed, I think, needs to have more public input. And I'm hoping that the special use permit discussion that was taking place at the last meeting is still there. I don't know if it is or not. I hope it is. But I'm here to say I support the development, but I think it should be done appropriately, and I hope the council will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Lynn Charlotte.
I'm just curious, where did you move back from?
The Bay Area.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Charlotte. I am the junior warden at Trinity Cathedral. I basically am responsible for all things property and money. We have concern about the shading that will happen to the cathedral. We have seen the shading studies that have been provided, and while we know that The shading won't totally hit the roof of the cathedral until 2 p.m. in the afternoon on December 21st. Our concern is that that is the time that the ambient temperature is warming. So if we have ice or we have snow or we have unsafe conditions, we won't have the heat of the sun to be able to accommodate any melting. So even though the shading is coming later in the day, we also haven't had the warming. Because of that, we believe we will be incurring costs to create heated sidewalks and walkways in our new project. And there will be considerable costs that we will need to incur to do that. On the 14th of November, Mr. Beaver and Mr. Gordon and another person representing Chi Development approached the leadership of the cathedral. They reached out to us after the special use permit was attached at the last city council meeting. And they wanted to know what they could do, what they could offer us to be good neighbors, and in essence to buy our silence at this hearing, and to not oppose this project or the imposition of the special use process. We have ballparked a cost figure in the amount of $200,000 to $250,000 of additional costs that we weren't planning for our new project. We have a $7 million capital campaign in progress, unless you may or may not know that. So we felt that it was fair for them to, since they were reaching out and wanting to be good neighbors, that was a cost figure that we thought might be fair to help us mitigate some of the shading damage. We also were requesting parking, because parking is a huge issue for everybody. We have been unable to reach an agreement with them. We've gone back and forth on figures and back and forth on language. And I understand we're being accused of extorting them at the moment. I just wanted to be on the record that they came to us first on the 14th of November offering to be good neighbors and what could they provide for us to do that. We are not against the development. We are against the density of the development that is being proposed. So this decision that you make today will impact Reno for generations to come. We hope that the special use process remains in place so that there will be public process to the scope and the size of this development, and hope that when you look back generations from now that you will have made the right decision for that. Thank you.
It should be noted for the record that we have 7 commenters in the audience in opposition. We also received 2 letters of opposition in the city clerk's office. There's no further public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Breckes, this is your ward, correct?
Mayor,
Is it your ward?
this is a citywide ordinance with applicability.
No, I get that. I just want to know, is this your ward?
No.
No, okay.
But it's a citywide ordinance that I think impacts about 250 properties in different wards.
No, I just wanted to
Yeah,
know if that was
yeah.
in your ward.
Yeah.
Okay, come on up, Ms. Fuse.
Madam Mayor, 1 second. It looks like we may have one more commenter.
Okay.
What was your name?
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think it's important, and staff, please correct me if I'm wrong. We at the city have not received any official plan yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. Angela Foos, Planning Manager. There are no plans in place for the project they're talking about. What's before you today affects property within downtown, not any one specific project. So there is no project up for discussion. There is no specific project that has been submitted to the city of Reno affecting what was just talked about.
Okay, and the reason I say that is because even earlier, there were some public commenters that gave the impression that there was no public meetings on this project. And the thing is, there's not been any meetings because we don't have a project.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify for those listening. We do not at the city of Reno have officially any sort of project in our doors yet.
Ms. Foos, can you answer though, in general terms, broad brush, if a project does come to us, will there be public input, noticing? I'm trying to figure out what happens in that case?
If a project is submitted, and in this case, if it triggers a special use permit or a variance, that is a public hearing process. That will go to Planning Commission. That would go to City Council on appeal. Typically, a variance or special use permit only goes to Planning Commission, but it is publicly noticed. It is a public hearing. If any other project or this project being discussed goes straight to building permit, there is no public hearing. It goes straight to a building permit, which is just a staff level review.
But there can be many reasons, actually, like even a grading permit, that can trigger it to come back to council.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
And there are a number of reasons that could trigger a public hearing. Typically, it would be a special use permit or variance. And again, that's a public hearing that typically would only go to Planning Commission, and it would go to City Council on appeal.
Okay.
Oh, may I ask her, since we've got her up here, what sort of special use permits are you talking about?
There's a couple, well, for instance, in certain parts of our downtown area, we have areas that we want to limit height. So if a property, for instance, is in what we call the California Avenue District, they have a height limit. They can't go taller than 45 feet without a special use permit.
Is this Island Avenue within that?
The project site that was being discussed is not within the California Avenue District.
Do you recall, now the history of this ordinance, it was put on in the 90s, correct? This shading provision, that restricted provision?
You know, honestly, I don't have the history of when it initially came in. We know it was reopened when the downtown Reno center plan was relooked at.
So my recollection is that prior to 2005 or so, there was a height limit all throughout this area, and we released the height limit, but we kept this ordinance intact, prohibiting the shading.
Within the downtown area.
Yeah.
Previous to that regional center plan, the downtown regional center plan, the shading ordinance exempted the downtown area.
Okay, but not the river area.
Correct.
Yes.
I mean, it was everything within the downtown area.
So let's just kind of step back. There were height protections in place prior to about 2005, correct?
And that was based on the zoning, the property
Correct.
zoning.
The zoning, the bulk and density of the zoning. And so those were pulled off, but this was kept as a protection along the river corridor. So you had height increase, but you had a protection of shading.
It was not specific to the river, so I'm going to
the shading because it's public spaces also. Correct. And then you said before that you've had several other people talk to you of interest to this development. Are they here? Have they, because I haven't heard anyone, and I think it only applies to about 250 parcels.
We have, and I will say that the city, and I'm sure you guys get calls as well, have conversations on a fairly regular basis from developers that are looking at development in downtown Reno, whether it's student housing, whether it's projects that are still confidential and not out for public discussion. Things that are out for public discussion that's not a secret. We have the police station. At some point, that will likely be redeveloped. This ordinance would affect the police station site. Another site that we talked about is the building next to the Whitney Peak. It's that historic portion of the building that's been demolished. They are adjacent to the train trench, so that's considered a plaza. It's considered a park. Those are the ones that I would say are more public that you have heard about that are out in the open. They're not necessarily proposing a project at this point, but they're the ones that you guys have discussed or seen. We have other projects, though. Again, we get a lot of inquiries. Student housing is probably one of the top inquiries that we get that potentially could, depending on where that project is, could be impacted by this text amendment.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I think, confidentiality, I don't sign those agreements. I promise discretion all, but I don't, there's not we don't do confidentiality really. And, if you have a record, it's a record, but I'm just trying to get the lay of the land in this ordinance because I've been concerned that this ordinance seems very special purpose to one project. And it seems like a lot of the comment I've received on it is related to one project. And I sometimes kick back to changing a whole citywide ordinance for one project. I don't think that's necessarily the best policy, nor do I think it's the best practice for a city that has a lot of issues to deal with in our regulatory world to just be going through some gymnastics for one project.
And I think one of the kind of the impetus for this, among other reasons, was the desire for more housing, the desire for more infill type development and not sprawl. I think the mayor's initiative on housing within these opportunity zones, all of these discussions really play into why this text amendment has been proposed at this point.
And we're really trying to stress to build up and not out. You know, I mean, as you've seen, like with Daybreak and things like that. You know.
Sure.
And I do think, you know, timing, I get what you're saying, Councilwoman Breckus, but I mean, with timing, you know, that, I just want to make sure that, you know, our staff knows that that's not what we're accusing you of. I don't want you to take it that way because I sounded a little, you know, just unrested. So.
And I think broader picture, we've had discussions with council for the last year on the zoning code update. And this discussion came up as part of the zoning code update. So again, looking at the big picture, looking at where we're trying to increase density, it's kind of a broader discussion. Timing wise, it happened at the same time that this project also wants to move forward. But I do want to highlight there are other projects that also would be impacted. And they would either currently have to go through a variance process, which is a process, it's a public hearing process. It doesn't preclude them from doing their development. They have the ability to move forward. Again, the police station's a great example. Whoever builds that, they're going to have to deal with this the way the ordinance is currently drafted or written. So there are other projects out there, even if they're not before a planning commission right now or in for a building permit right now, but there are definitely projects out there that are proposed for development that would be impacted by this.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Dorr.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, we still have 3 public commenters that would like to speak.
Oh, that's right.
So before we
Sorry,
continue on
Councilwoman
conversation,
Dorr,
I'm sorry.
hold,
So
please, and then we'll come back.
Peter Newman, followed by Kenneth Hines, followed by Terry Kane.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Peter Newman. I live within the 750 feet of the project that I think Councilman Breckus was referring to, which is the 200 Court Street, and that the Trinity Church people are concerned about. I want to call your attention to a little housekeeping matter that you probably aren't familiar with, because I doubt if you ever make online comments to yourselves using the system. But this is page 3 of the online comment form. And I noticed when I was going to comment on this, the 10th box is, which I've highlighted here, calls for the commentor to either be in favor of or in opposition to. The problem, and if you don't check one of those, the system won't take your comment. So I put in favor, even though I'm not, as far as the overall project, I don't have an opinion at this point. I think you should change that form to put a third one in there, undecided, see comment below, or something like that.
Yeah.
So that the other person could comment and instruct the computer to accept it.
Yeah.
So that people that don't really know
If their comment
one way or
is
the
being
other,
taken in.
but they
Good
want
idea.
to have discussion on it. And my comment on the actual proposed ordinance is, I understand it. All this ordinance is going to do is require that special use permitting be maintained for all shading standards applicable to all properties located in the downtown district. And I'm definitely in favor of that. I think special use permitting should be encouraged because it encourages commenting and an open process where people are given notice and an opportunity to be heard. I hope it's not being used to kind of somehow obliterate the shading requirements, but we don't know about that. But as far as allowing special use permitting to be maintained on it, I think that is a good thing. So I hope that you will. So if that's the intent of this, then I would be in favor of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good job on Madam Clerk. Make sure we
Kenneth
magically
Hines.
change that technology. Okay.
Kenneth Hines, followed by Terry Kane.
Yes, hi, my name is Kenneth Hines. I live in downtown Reno at the Montage, a couple blocks away on Sierra Street. I'm definitely in favor of development downtown. I agree we need as much infill as we possibly can. It'll make Reno a much better city. We need more housing, more businesses. I'm all in favor of that. But development has to be done in a constructive way, and it has to be done in a way that is sympathetic to those of us who live, work, and play in Reno. And a lot of times developers come in, they want to maximize their profits. They don't have any regard for the neighborhood, the community, the taxpayers, the voters. We need to make sure that we ensure that a system is in place that allows everyone to provide input into this process. Public hearings, public notice. We can't allow the system to be used to circumvent public input and transparency. So I urge the council, please retain the special use permit program. Please retain the shading requirements. In fact, you might want to even consider retaining, without the special use permit, retaining only the shading requirement for the river. We heard today how important the river is, what a treasure it is to the city, and it is. We need to make sure we're protecting the river. And I would urge we don't even allow a special use permit. We retain the strict shading requirement. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our final public commenter is Terry Kane.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having us here today to provide our opinion. I understand that the project that we've been referring to has not been proposed, and I want to use that as an example why I support the continued requirement for a special use permit. The proposal is to develop a 20-story tower, as I understand it, a 20-story tower containing a hotel, about 40 condominium units, several tens of thousands of feet of office space, parking structures, and restaurants and other things. I know it's not been finalized, so that's why I'm speaking generalities. However, in this case, it would be crammed onto a 1.3 acre lot, which is pretty small for such a big development. I was very pleased to hear that the council heard some of the concerns and at its November 6th meeting voted to require such projects have a special use permit. The reason I support that strongly is because then it forces public disclosure, public debate, public comment, and the analysis that need to occur to hear such proposals. I just want to talk about a couple of reasons why, with respect to the potential proposal, why that process is so important. The environment. Having such a massive structure at that location would shade the river, would cast a shadow on the Truckee River and the Wingfield Park for much of the day, which would cause irrevocable damage to the ecological system. Fish, wildlife, birds, and trees. Instead of an open green space enjoyed by thousands of tourists and residents alike, it would become a dark, watery alley with little appeal. So the special use permit process would require that environmental impact study be done, and I support that fully. Traffic and safety. Development on this scale would overburden the very small streets that are surrounding the area. None of the streets have the capacity to deal with the increased traffic, the commercial delivery vehicles that would be generated. The city's already recognized this on Arlington Avenue because part of that is the speed limit has been reduced to 15 miles per hour in order to protect the pedestrians. Island Avenue is a narrow street with heavy pedestrian use. The increased traffic would endanger pedestrians and take away from the tranquility of walking along the river, enjoying Wingfield Park, and in addition, as was referred to by another speaker, the ice and snowmelt would further exacerbate the dangers. So therefore, the special use permit process would require objective traffic analysis be completed there. Infrastructure, as we've seen in Midtown, it's unclear whether the infrastructure is able to support the increased electrical grid, the sewer, water, gas at such a development. So an objective infrastructure analysis needs to be done. Just want to complete by saying downtown Reno has undergone a tremendous transformation over the past few years. I live in a montage. I support continued development because it's going to benefit the city and everybody alike. I appreciate your commitment to smart development. I just urge that you retain the special use permit so that all development goes forward with eyes open. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, you have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. I believe Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to take a moment to remind us where we were and the steps that we took. So where we were is that tall buildings were prohibited if they would cast a shadow on a certain day and hour across a public property, a park, a plaza, prohibited. The proposal was to eliminate the prohibition and to just allow them via a building permit. I think the council took a really good step, a halfway measure, kind of hit a really good middle ground where we would allow buildings such as this to potentially move forward with that public process, public input, and consideration by council. It may be that we can accept some shading. It may be in a location we cannot. And we don't know that until we actually receive any number of proposals. I think what's good about what the staff have here is that it would allow projects to move forward, whether it's on the police station site, the site that's just been discussed, or any number. Councilwoman Brecka said 250 sites. However many sites it is, I think it's closer to 30 or 60. And they would not be prohibited, and at the same time, they would not automatically be allowed without public comment. So I support what's in front of us, and I really appreciate the staff work that's gone into this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Angela, is there anything else you want to?
No, maybe I'll just do a quick, can we open my presentation? Sorry, guys. I'm just going to put up some options for you as you deliberate your discussion. Oops. Let's go to where we ended this meeting last time. When this first was initiated, staff came before you with what is in red, and that language is to exempt the shading ordinance from the downtown area. That's a geographic area that's defined. The discussion that happened at this last meeting was, is there another option? Can we maybe not exempt the downtown area from the shading ordinance, but maybe add something else? So we changed that language to require a special use permit. Outside of the downtown area, the shading ordinance still applies, meaning if you have a building next to a park or a plaza, the shading ordinance still applies. However, if you're in the downtown area, what's before you now is the question of, do you want to exempt all shading requirements and let it go straight to a building permit, or do you want to require approval of a special use permit specifically within the downtown corridor?
Ms. Foos, can I ask a question? Because I was the person who made the motion at our last meeting. And so that this body understands, I did not believe that a special use permit was required, nor did I believe that that's what my motion was. And so obviously I've sort of checked in with legal counsel. We are where we are. It's a second reading. I have been someone who has consistently said through this revision of the update to the code that I have not favored expansive special use permits because I believe that they are taking up an enormous amount of staff time and noticing requirements, and it's just gotten out of control. There have been other things on which I have been happy to see them remain, like cuts and fills in some other areas that I think we've talked about in other areas. But as I understood it, and so that this body knows, I did not make a motion I understand it was confused because of the way that the conversations happened last time to require that special approval, or require the approval of special use permit. And so I just put that out there for the body so that they know and you understand, because I have been someone who has wanted to scale back the use of those. I think there are other tools in the toolbox to obtain the results we're trying to obtain without using that or expanding that process. And so I would sort of leave it open to our body. I think if we are trying to inject development into that urban core where we have transit, where we have lots of infill, where we want to see growing up, not out, it seems like we cannot have both of those things because there is no certainty in that process. And developers looking at Reno as opposed to some other community, I believe would be turned away because of that process. And so, I obviously have some additional time, but I might take that after I hear from my colleagues.
All right, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I guess my question would be, so if the city properties that may potentially be impacted by this, that would be subject to a special use permit process, how much is a special use permit?
To the city's application fees are a couple $1,000s.
Okay.
The other piece to that is we have a long list of items that are required with a special use permit. That includes grading plans, utility plans, traffic studies, building elevations, thousands and thousands of dollars that the developer pays before they can even submit a special use permit, just in preparing that application package.
So here's my question. We just had a conversation earlier about the need to increase density and housing, particularly in our core. And here we are a couple hours later, and we're looking at layering on another regulatory and a potentially expensive process. But I want the public to be involved. So I'm trying to thread that needle and figure out how we can do that without months-long process and potentially thousands of dollars when we're already hearing, particularly on the affordable side, getting an affordable project to go vertical in the first place is very, very difficult, and now we may just be making it more difficult. So I don't know if there's an exemption, if there's a certain percentage of affordability that would waive the fee for the special, but the time is money, and this expands the time. I don't know, I'm having a tough time. I understand, I'm concerned about, particularly as the proposed but not submitted project and its impacts, which could be significant on the surrounding neighbors. That's one thing. If this goes, I mean, would we ever see the light of day of this project again? I don't know. Right. And that concerns me. But in the general global concept of things, if we're doing 1,000 units in 120 days, we could be shooting ourselves in the foot by putting another barrier in place. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this one.
Go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who's used the zoning ordinance since 1998 and seen its different iterations and approaches, in the 2005 era, Reno's ordinance, which was always very favorable toward residential density because apartments were allowed in non-residential zoning districts, was even liberalized more in this urban area with height. But this protection was provided in, and I will, my view is as you intensify and you get more infill, what becomes most important are your public spaces for enjoyment that everyone shares, because their own private spaces start to shrink. This is a modest procedure to have that full scoping look in this area where we're trying to ensure the quality of the neighborhood, the public spaces, the private spaces are at its highest level. And I think that we landed on a good balance last time. I was very favorable to it. And if we don't do it, I think what it says is, one, someone can walk in and have change an ordinance that is very longstanding and have a history to it to go forward. And two, we'll just let things go straight to building permit, and it's going to be very private interest driven in how we rebuild our downtown. And I think this is just a modest way to make sure things go through the process. And I will say again is I've seen this property go through an approval process for a project that was very high in scale, and it went fine, okay? And I'm concerned that if it comes again, it doesn't have to go to the special use permit. Sure, there'll be a building permit sitting out there, but who knows if it'll even be activated upon? If they have to go through the rigor of showing the public what they're doing, it may in the end be a more real project and a more real developer who's going to act on it. The history on this one before was kind of torrid, laboring. It even hung up the property for a lot of years. So I think this is a better way to even make sure that we're building a quality space and making sure that someone who's come to town who says they are going to build something is going to build something real and put the time to show the public that they are building something real. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, any other public comment or comment from council?
Madam Mayor?
Councilman,
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond and say to my colleagues that are concerned about limiting development, the vast majority of downtown will not be subject to this SUP process. We're talking about protecting a very unique feature in our community, which is a river. Most people don't have a river running through their town. And I think it's incumbent on us to protect that river and not, an example of the way this might work is, let's say, a building wanted to come in right on the banks of the river on the south side. Maybe what it should be is, those of you who are just in San Antonio, I don't really know whether the buildings are built right up to the edge of their river or whether they're stepped back. But this would give us an opportunity to come up with appropriate architectural designs to preserve the integrity of one of our most outstanding and unique features of our community. So I think it's really important, and I really hope that we can move forward with it. I think it's a really modest step. Right now, it's prohibited. I want to make it so that people can come forward with these projects, but we're just thoughtful in protecting our public spaces. Thank you.
Ms. Foos, can we not focus on this particular parcel for a second? Because the ordinance, as I understand it, and when it was introduced, covered a 10, 20 block area. And if we had the picture, we would be able to see it. And we focus, intensely, of course, on this area. But if let's turn a different direction, the police station, we've purchased the public safety center. We have another entity that is very interested in purchasing our existing facility on High Street. They're going to level it, and they intend to build housing there. And so how much will it cost that group to go through the SUP process if they're required to go through it? And you've said thousands of dollars, but thousands of dollars is like $10,000s of dollars. What is the actual number? You come to us from the private sector.
Yes.
You have much more on the ground knowledge than I do. If Knowlton Development wants to build there and they are required to have an SUP on that specific site, how much is it going to cost them?
For a preliminary, again, it's a preliminary site plan, but that does require a preliminary traffic report, geotech report, all those preliminary plans. On average, I would say a typical project, not a 26-story building, but a typical project is probably about $30,000.
Follow-up question to that. How many of those are required just for a building permit? Because you don't do a preliminary geotech on a building permit?
The difference is with a special use permit, you submit preliminary. With a building permit, you submit final. So you're
Okay.
basically doing it twice.
You're still doing the work.
With a special use permit, we require a preliminary geotech report, and then you would do another geotech report at final design. Same with a traffic study. If a traffic study is warranted, we would require that to be done both at the special use permit and building permit, so you could technically do it one time. All of the engineering, you would be doing twice, because you do it first. That's the civil, all your grading plans, your utility plans, all of that you would be doing twice.
Right.
With the requirement of a special use permit.
All right. I think this is really hard because I think the public that's here is kind of looking at one development. And there are a lot kind of in here. And it's really, really hard because so many people say, Mayor, we need more affordable housing, just not here, right? This is not an affordable housing project, but I'm just saying, a lot of what we really looked at was, that infill downtown, and how do we make that happen? That was the intent of the initiative, 1,000 homes in 120 days. That was the intent, to be able to spur that. And it was all types of housing. I want everyone to know that too, that it was all types of housing. Not just one, because you don't want just, affordable housing right over here in the city, and that's where it is. It should be all over and spread out, right? The downtown core, though, has been one of those areas where we've really needed to diversify and revitalize it. And then the other piece of that is that, from what I understand, it has been purchased. Are you, Mr. Gordon, are you representing them, the purchaser? Okay. And so, have you had conversations, with the church on some of this? Because here's the thing, I think we're getting very clouded on two different things, whether this is a project and the shading for the rest of, this ordinance, right? So I kind of want to be able to there's a lot of people here, and it would be good to hear some of your
Correct. Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Garrett Gordon.
Comments.
So I represent Kai Investments, who came to me this summer. Let me provide a little context, if I may. Came to me this summer and said, we love this site owned by Dr. Eliescu next to the Park Towers to build a phenomenal 4.5-star hotel, condominium, office, and parking garage project. It's going to be employed with Opportunity Zone funds. We have to raise that capital and deploy that capital by the end of this year. It's a federal regulation, IRS federal regulation. How do we get through any entitlement issues? So I did the research and realized, which happened, as we mentioned tonight, 12 years ago, a project was proposed here, and the shadowing ordinance was on the books. And that project was able to get approved with a variance. So I informed my client a variance is likely required. Let me go meet with staff. Met with staff, and they said, actually, Mr. Gordon, we have 3 or 4 pages here of proposed text amendments we're bringing to City Council, which includes abandonment procedures and includes different zoning categories, and also to take a look at this shadowing prohibition, because there's a number of projects out there that have contacted the city, and we want direction from City Council of maybe to change this, and change it in a narrow way for, again, it's parks and plazas, it's not churches, parks and plazas. Let's do a narrow amendment to allow for this density and development in downtown. So we said, okay, well, let's kind of sit back and see what happens. So we submitted a variance application knowing we had to get this done by this year. Submitted it. When council initiated the text amendment with the language from staff without the use permit, we withdrew our variance application and kind of sat back and watched this process play out, knowing it met all your criteria. And I would also note, just give me one sec, I want to read the exact verbiage. Your downtown Reno Regional Center, Master Plan, Reimagine Reno, this sentence reads, which I think was approved unanimously by this body, to help encourage new development, most projects within the downtown Reno Regional Center are allowed to proceed without discretionary review by the city of Reno. I think that was important to this body and for downtown to be able to encourage development and move forward without discretionary reviews, because that's how capital is employed. So we went to the last meeting, we listened, and we heard about the special use permit, which got us concerned about timing. So what did we do? I think all of you know me by now. We went and knocked on the door of the church. Went and sat down with the church, Mr. Fennell and his members, and said, what are your concerns? You voiced a lot of concerns about the river, about the park, about the plazas. Here's the project. And we did a full PowerPoint presentation to the church on the project. We asked, please give us your concerns in writing. So we got their concerns in writing. And I expected, well, how do we mitigate the park? How do we mitigate the river shadowing impacts? How do we mitigate the fish? Maybe they want us to do an impact study. Maybe they want us to, I don't know, put some capital into Wingfield Park and put better speakers for our town. Maybe they want trees or berms. There wasn't anything mentioned about parks. There wasn't anything mentioned about plazas. Here was their list of issues. They wanted heating coils for all their driveways and a new front staircase. They wanted additional lighting. They wanted free parking spaces. They wanted, number 5, financial settlement for the loss of solar panels. And number 1, they asked for reconfiguring the building because of the orientation. So we took this in-house to the client and said, should we mitigate this? And I would argue this is not a shadowing prohibition on churches. This is parks, and this is plazas. But being a good neighbor, and he wants to be here, by the way, we closed on the property, so I think Councilman Breckus mentioned this happened before. That was with an option. We now own this property, my client does, and are ready to move forward with development beginning at first half of next year. So anyway, we sat down with these provisions. We hired a shadowing study consultant, and what does it show? On every single day, and I won't get in the weeds on the shadowing provisions, I can, where their solar panels are, it's not covered by the sun. Fall, summer, spring, not covered by the sun. Now, how do we deal with these other issues? I put together an agreement that said 50 free parking spaces. We'll figure that out. No problem. We want to be a good neighbor. The other issues, well, there's no project right now. So how do we figure out how to build new heating coils for them in walkways? So my client, and I'll be full disclosure, said, you know what? I'll make a donation, six-figure donation, $200,000 to the church, which in my time, that's one of the biggest kind of mitigation neighbor fees I've ever seen. I drafted the agreement. We sent it over to the church thinking, this is a done deal. Sign it. We'll donate the money. You'll get 50 parking spaces. We're fine. Well, out here earlier today, we get a red line that they want $350,000 now. Excuse me. Which honestly troubles me. And I have this developer from Las Vegas who is excited to build this project, and now we're getting hammered by this church for $150,000 more. So we finally said enough's enough. We're going to come to council. We'd respectfully ask you to remove the special use permit requirement. We'll be a good neighbor, and on the record, even despite the opposition today, we'll still write a check for $200,000. We'll still give them 50 free parking spaces. I'm losing my voice because I have the flu. My little son Gavin has the flu, so now I have it. And let's do this project. So that deal still stands, and this is not about parks. This is not about plazas. This is not about rivers. This is not about fish. It's about this, which, in my opinion, is sad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Garrett. Okay, with that being said, I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Reese.
Oh, I apologize, Madam Mayor. Are you asking me for a motion?
Yeah, and I also want to make sure, can you submit those documents to Madam Clerk? Do you have those so I can have a copy of them? Yes. Okay, Madam Clerk, make sure you have those on the record, please. I'm going to send it to you, Councilman Reese.
Okay. I guess some of what Mr. Gordon said was not particularly relevant to me, and so I just want to preface this with, I'm not sure it matters to me what the negotiations were with the members of the church. I'm looking at the broader policy issue about SUPs and the downtown area. I appreciated the reference to our older code for the downtown area, which, is informative but not controlling, I don't think. But in that in mind, Madam Mayor, I apologize. I didn't mean to get sidetracked, but I just wish to clarify that the text amendment should not have included the SUP. And in that regard, because I'm trying to make the legal things line up, I would motion to postpone the second reading until 12/11 for final approval, at which time it would come back and it would not include the requirement of an SUP.
Okay, thank you. So I have a motion from Councilman Reese, a second from Councilwoman Weber.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah, hold on. Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think probably the way I would do that, if you wanted that, is maybe to go through an introduction. I don't know. I'm not going to support. I think this is modest. I think this is quality enhancing a special use permit in a very important area of town. I thought we landed on a good approach. And if this is not about one project, it sounds more and more that it is, because, the conversation started with this project's representative about this ordinance change when we have a whole bunch lined up to go. If it's opportunity zone money, it probably needs to drop a building permit by the end of the year or very soon. And let's think about what that building permit's going to look like. We are going to have a building permit for a 20-story building on the, right over here with a lot of geotechnical work, underground garage, digging out foundation. It's going to be probably the most consequential project we've seen since I've gone on campus, on council, because I haven't seen anything approaching even 10 stories. I don't, so just, I want the council to know what the implications are of this in a very prominent location on a very small parcel. That will be in the works in the first quarter of the year. The most consequential project with design implications will be approved and in the planning and building department.
Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very concerned that the discussion has gone to the project that Mr. Garrett Gordon represents. He's clearly very passionate about the project. I think that if we adopt the SUP, I don't even know if these concessions, if you will, would even be required. What I think it would be required is a technical analysis of what a building, this building he's talking about, or any building, would effectuate in terms of shadowing and other impacts. I think the public deserves to have a say in how their public spaces are managed and protected. I think if the council wanted to do a special exemption for affordable housing on that issue, I get it. But trying to bundle the needs of affordable housing with the needs of a multi-story condo, hotel, whatever it ends up being, is such a different scale in order of magnitude. So I'm extremely uncomfortable. I think we've really ended up in a good space. I think in Mr. Gordon's position, he'd probably be successful in advocating his project doesn't shade a church, doesn't shade solar panels. You know, we probably get approved through that process. So it might only cost $30,000 instead of $200,000, I have to say, to Ms. Angela Fuse's numbers and his numbers. So I can't make this decision based on a project that hasn't been presented to us. We don't even know what the design is. So I really want to compliment the previous council direction and the staff. I can't support this motion. I'm disappointed, frankly. I think we came up with a really good plan. So, you know, if it passes, I hope that we'll think about ways to segregate, let's say, affordable projects or projects with a certain percent of affordable, like a 50%, and not, you know, compare them to big casino towers or hotel towers and that kind of thing. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? No. Motion carries. Okay, motion carries.
Okay, Madam Mayor, with that, we are going back to items D1 and D2. Madam Mayor, first item is going to be item D1. This is presentation for a draft ordinance to amend Title II for the Reno Municipal Code. This will be a presentation from the City Attorney's Office. Have a presentation? No, he doesn't have a presentation. He's just looking at stuff. Rudy, we're still in session at this time, so I'll ask constituents to please have a seat. Thank you. We'll begin with a presentation from the City Attorney's Office on item D1. Go.
Sudi, so nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Brian Sudi, Deputy City Attorney, for the record. Today, under D1 is a presentation regarding an ordinance change to Reno Municipal Code to incorporate the ability for a municipal court to conduct jury trials. And I'll do a brief background, and just so you all are aware, Judge Riggs, who's the administrative judge, is present today to address any questions along with other municipal court members. But what happened is in September of 2019, the Nevada Supreme Court rendered a decision in Anderson versus 8th Judicial District, which is out of Clark County, determining that under domestic battery, misdemeanor domestic battery charges, a person who is facing those charges is entitled to a jury due to the fact that our Nevada legislature is prohibiting the firearms for individuals. If you are convicted, you are no longer able to possess a firearm. It's mirroring federal law, and therefore our Nevada Supreme Court said that because you are taking a constitutional right away, you are therefore entitled to a jury trial. Prior to all this, all misdemeanor offenses in our state and as various other states are treated as trial by judge. They're classified as petty offenses. That case came out from the United States Supreme Court back in 1989. It actually occurred out of North Las Vegas, irony. But that changed the way misdemeanors were prosecuted in our state. That decision still holds valid for all other misdemeanor offenses. This Nevada Supreme Court decision only impacts domestic batteries. And I guess that's probably pretty much it to summarize it. But like I said, the court's here to address it. In the staff report is the court's financial numbers to show you how much it's going to cost to retrofit the courthouse to conduct jury trials, as well as our estimated numbers of what yearly costs may potentially be to do jury trials.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Good job. Go ahead, Councilman Brooks. Oh, one more thing I just wanted to add to that. Wouldn't you also need a lot more resources to do that?
Maybe Mr. Tuttle could.
Yeah.
Steve Tuttle, Administrator for Reno Municipal Court. Actually, the way we're looking at this right now is we think that we can go ahead and launch this effort by just using our current resources. And what we're trying to do is get a feel for really how many jury trials are we going to have to do over a course of a year. You know, we have batted this back and forth. We've estimated anywhere from 6 to 12 to 24. If we stayed with the lower end, then we think we can just really do this with our current staffing. Kind of the unit that would get hit the hardest would be our marshal unit, because we would have to assign a marshal to that jury to stay with that jury at all times during the trial. So what that does is take a kind of a marshal out of the floating position and always position with a jury. But at this current time, we're going to take an existing vacant position. We're going to convert that into a jury commissioner. We're going to have to add some dollars to that to get it up to where it's compatible with other jury commissioners within the city. And then other than that, we have a few contracts that we need to enhance, such as our LD contract. We'll need to enhance that. Our court interpreters contract, because a jury trial usually takes anywhere from 6 to 8 hours. And I was told by our interpreters that they would need to have 2 interpreters there at any one time, because they can only go by contract or law, they can only go for 2 hours before they have to trade off. And so that would enhance that one particular contract. And then we'd have to hire a court reporter, because there's been a lot of discussion whether or not we could use our audio recording system to record a trial. And everybody is telling us that that is not the way to go. You can argue that, I guess, at district court if that's an acceptable way, but there's too much missed during a trial if you're just trying to capture it through an audio system.
Okay, sounds good.
So,
all right, good job.
I'm sorry? Oh, yes, and I did mention this. I think I just kind of really blew through this. At the beginning of the year, this budget cycle, we did ask for a full-time LD. The council was gracious enough to give us part of that position, and we've been going along with that, and they're burdened right now. But if we are going to ask them to start conducting all-day jury trials, that's going to really push them over the top. Mm-hmm. And so one of the big expenditures is we are going to ask at this time for the other half of that position, which is that position would have to be increased by $43,000, which would take him up to that $88,000 contract.
Yeah, okay.
86,000.
Yeah, I just was reading, there was that story that just came out, how you're doing so much more with less. I mean, the workload that you guys have taken on is, it's a lot.
Well, thank you.
You know.
I would actually like to say, when we first looked at this, my original estimate was going to be around $300,000 because not only for the courtroom modifications, but we're going to look at hiring a new, jury commissioner. That's a benefited position of about $100,000. We're also going to have to look at purchasing a jury management system. That was going to cost about $85,000. So instead, what we did was we're using an existing position, adding a little bit of funds to that, and we also have entered into a shared agreement with the Second District Court to use their existing case jury management system that brought the cost down from $85,000 to $8,700.
Yeah, you're excellent when it comes to putting those resources together and making them stretch. You do a really good job.
We really do our best to
Yeah.
try to
You
keep the
do,
numbers
and we
in line.
noticed that. I just want you to know that. Good
Well,
job.
thank you.
Okay, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all seen this coming forward. I wish there was a way we could recoup costs somehow. I know you don't want to do it on the defendants or anyone, but a business license class or marriage licenses. I don't know, somewhere that we could somehow get some recoup of costs on this, because I think these numbers are best case scenarios. But my other question has been, does the Justice Court have jurisdiction over these matters also, and do they do jury trials?
The Justice Court will start criminal jury trials at the same time we are. I think all limited jurisdiction court are trying to shoot for the beginning of the next calendar year. And currently, the Justice Court will only do civil jury trials, and that's by demand as well. And they may do 1, 2 every 2 or 3 years. Now, this is really going to increase their workload too. It's going to be, those that are cited within the city limits will be cited into the municipal court for these domestic battery cases. And those that are cited in the county will actually go to Justice Court. So they will start the jury trials at the same time we will.
Well, I mean, that's kind of silly. Incorporated versus unincorporated is the jurisdiction of authority. I know, and welcome Judge Riggs, is we have, the judges have made some progress on their specialty courts and all, and, I'd hate to see some of that, those initiatives have to get cut back as we juggle with, what we have to juggle with budgetarily. A new marshal is a new police officer who can be out there stopping the domestic batteries. And so that's, really how I'm looking at it. Why not make a interlocal agreement with Washoe County for these to be charged into their court system and have them do these trials, and then we can keep doing the good work that we do, because don't they have jurisdiction within the city anyway?
I know that there's one judge over at Reno Justice Court who insists that he has jurisdiction over Reno municipal cases, and that's it's not the case. The City of Reno City Attorney has jurisdiction over criminal offenses committed within the city limits of the City of Reno, and so doesn't Reno Municipal Court over their cases. Now, just to go back what your original premise was, we have absolutely no intention of cutting back any of the excellent work we're doing with specialty courts. We are, in fact, mostly funded from outside the City of Reno with those specialty courts. We've got almost $500,000 of funding for 2 courts, the community court and the veterans court. And so we are using those resources, we think, quite responsibly, and also covering all the bases, if you will. So as Mr. Tuttle indicated, we're ready to go with these jury trials. And I can tell you this, it's not just some sort of interlocal agreement between us or the Reno Municipal Court or the City of Reno and Washoe County. The Washoe County DA would have to take jurisdiction over misdemeanor domestic batteries in their entirety. And I can tell you from meetings with him, he has absolutely zero interest in taking on that extra load of misdemeanors. They're focused on felonies over there. They're trying to get away as much as they can from doing misdemeanors. Of course, handling their jurisdictional responsibilities. They're focused on felonies there. We're focused on misdemeanors because that is our jurisdiction, and we are eminently qualified and able to handle that caseload. And so in my view, it does not make sense to try to enter some sort of interlocal agreement, nor do I think it would be more efficient or save this body any more money.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you. I just would like maybe a little more thinking of it from our side. The budgetary is very serious for us. You're independent, but when your grants run out, as they have in the past, we backfill it with general fund, because those grants don't run forever on those specialty courts, and then there's looking over to us to backfill it with general fund as we have. And it's always a real tough one for me, looking over at municipal court as it expands, because it also comes with more bodies, more responsibilities, and we can receive efficiency in any way with some of the other court systems. I think we need to go there.
Okay, Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge Riggs, for being here. First of all, thank you for all that you do for this community, because I've had the privilege of being in your community court and a number of the other specialty courts. This issue, certainly because I am a lawyer, it was on my radar much sooner, so back in September, and sort of trying to think about the alternative, and this is really for the benefit of my colleagues. So if we didn't do this, which I believe we will, because I want to support the efforts here and will be seeking to get it approved. The alternative is that we don't charge and we don't take to trial first and second degree batteries. Is that right?
Well, we wouldn't take the first and second domestic
misdemeanor.
batteries. That it would be a question for Mr. Hall, and I'm pretty sure I know what the answer to that would be. And we're not going to, as far as I'm concerned, for public safety purposes, we have no interest in being the immune section of the city of Reno for domestic battery defendants.
Right, and some of the communities in the state of Nevada have elected to go the other route because they don't have the resources to backfill the positions or make the modifications. And I'm thinking mostly about smaller communities, especially rural communities. They have essentially had to make the hard choice that says if first or second degree misdemeanor batteries occur within their jurisdiction, they are not going to pursue them or prosecute them because they don't have a courtroom to hold the jury trials in.
Right.
Reno is not going to go there, I don't believe. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate that.
Questions? Seeing that there are no other questions, give me a motion, Councilman Reese. All right, thank you so much. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job. Thank you so much, you guys. You're my rock stars over there. I don't get to see you enough, but hopefully we'll get to see you the next council meeting too.
Yes.
If you can make it.
I will be.
Okay. All right. Thanks, you guys.
Madam Mayor, we're on item D2.
Oh, are we not done?
Brian
Oh,
Sudi
never
is going to
mind.
be presenting again.
Never mind, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Brian.
Deputy City Attorney Brian Sudi for the record. This is item D2. This is a presentation to change municipal code that basically deals with administrative hearings that are occurring at the City of Reno and the appeal process that goes to the Reno Municipal Court. This has been a lengthy discussion, just so you're aware of, with the administrative officers who hear these cases, as well as the municipal court who take on the matters after the administrative appeal process begins. And what we're presenting before you today is basically a proposal to change the Reno Municipal Code. At the time it was written, I don't think people really conceptually understood how important administrative hearings were going to be for code violations. And so they were drafted in a way to be a very informal process with an administrative hearing officer, and then the appeals would be what's called trial de novo. Because of an informal process at the administrative level, it creates a trial de novo at Reno Municipal Court. So when you read the municipal code and it talks about appeals, it talks as a general what most people would think of as an appeal. And then there's the last sentence of those was inserted in as trial de novo. And to kind of go back in history, the reason is because there is no rules of evidence and there is no discovery process that occurs at the administrative level. And after seeing the process, I can tell you that people who have been accused of code violations will come before a hearing officer with no information as to what they've been accused of except for a notice. And if there's pictures and so forth, that might be, let's say I'll give you an example, weeds on property. And there may have been a code officer that went out there, took pictures, did these things. They don't receive any of those until the actual administrative hearing process because it's not required to receive those. Then whatever ruling comes out of the administrative hearing office, if it's appealed, it becomes trial de novo. Those same officers, the same people who participated at the administrative level, all have to come back and do it all over again. And this time, the rules of evidence and discovery all apply because now we're at Reno Municipal Court. So we're pretty much duplicating the process twice, and in essence, really not utilizing city time, not utilizing our budget wisely, as well as not providing a due process to the people who have been accused of code violations at the very hearings where they're coming in to contest it. So in order to kind of fix this process, provide some guidance to municipal court on the appeals, it was to, in essence, look at what other jurisdictions are doing. So down south, this process is already in place in the Clark County area, as well as we have it currently in process when we redrafted our parking citations. Those parking citations are administrative hearings. Appeals are done on the record before the Reno Municipal Court like any other appeal would be when you think of the term appeal. So what we're requesting is to go back through the code and only change the appeals that are conducted to Reno Municipal Court. There are other code violations that I'm fully aware of that have an appeal process that go directly to City Council. We are not touching those type of cases. We are only touching the cases that are appealable to Reno Municipal Court. And therefore, the hearing officers will have to ensure that discovery was provided over, as well as that the rules of evidence are obviously followed at this administrative process. And then therefore, when the appeal is done, there'll be a record that's recorded, which we are already doing anyways. And then the court can address the issues on appeal appropriately through the Nevada Rules of Appellate Procedure. So I'll leave it at that and address the questions. Once again, Judge Riggs is here. She also was very informative on this process, and I do believe we'll probably have some public comment as well.
Okay, thanks. I have public comment prior to taking a motion.
Go right ahead.
Henry Sotelo would like to speak.
Come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you.
Yes, if you'd known it was Mr. Sotelo, you wouldn't have followed that. And
Don't
you're on our
worry, I will not
HRC,
keep you
too.
that long, I promise you. Mr. Sudi did an excellent explanation of what the situation is as it is. I wanted to just tell you that I have the honor of being a hearing officer. So when I first was hired or contracted mid this year, the first thing I noticed when I did our hearings is that they were informal. There was no evidentiary rules.
Yeah.
There was the only record being kept was by the city attorney, which was nice to have, but it was just an informal situation. I was able to speak to Mr. Sudi a little bit because I've known him for a while to discuss that kind of situation, and I was glad to see that he came up with these changes and the proposal that you have. And I just wanted to say that this would put you in line with the concept of due process and fairness, and it is for the benefit of those being accused, which goes well with the idea of due process. And I know the city's council is about transparency and making sure things are fair for everybody. And the appeals would be directly to Reno Municipal Court. There would be a clear record. Hearing officers would offer the information necessary for the judges to be able to make a decision if there's any kind of appeal. So, and I also wanted to comment that city attorney does a good job settling a lot of these matters. Most of these matters are settled before they're even in the hearing that I see. And so this is talking about a very small amount of hearings that are actually, there's controversy, there's a lot of information being shared, and that needs to be shared. And this goes to show that these hearings are being conducted in a professional, a due process manner. So that's why I wanted to speak up before all of you and let you know from my perspective, this is a very fair way to deal with it. I've looked at the code changes and they're on point and they've done a good job. Thank you very
Good.
much.
We really appreciate your professional expertise. It means a lot.
Madam Mayor, I have no further public comment. I believe there was
All right,
a.
Councilman Breckus, I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Your name's on the board. Let me know.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see a different view on this, and I was involved in the original drafting of this provision of code with the city attorney's office at the time. And it concerns me, and I'm glad Mr. Sudi brought forward the issue of the person with weeds in the yard. So the person with the weeds in the yard is cited by a code officer. And this is, say an elderly person of limited means, and you've got weeds in your yard, you got to cut them down. Person says, these aren't weeds in my yard, these are wildflowers. They are my beautiful landscaping. So, no, weeds, cited. Appeals the citation, goes into the nice, friendly forum, accessible forum of the hearing officer. And I've worked with, I was the planning staff to the former hearing officers, not Mr. Sotelo, because he's new. And everything tried to work out. And the hearing officers are always very friendly and say, we are in formal proceedings, so you don't feel intimidated when you're sitting there as the elderly homeowner with her weeds across from the city attorneys in the city attorney's office. And then he says, well, nope, they're weeds, and wants to appeal it. And what's the first thing with this new procedure is they have to be lawyered up to go to municipal court and know all the rules of the trade of law to come in with their appeal. And I think it's very wrong, because the first thing the city attorney's office is going to do and the judge is going to do is kick them out on procedure defects, just like the standing discussion that we sometimes get here. It's a way to kick them out. I think they should be de novo. Now, maybe we don't want to send them over to municipal court. Municipal court seems to have a growing body of work with these jury trials. Maybe we take them here and have them go to a land use planning and zoning committee. I think, one, we should put a hold on this and see how many of these we actually have and consider maybe we keep them here. Maybe we put them under a land use planning and zoning committee. I'm not really in favor of putting them in the planning commission, but this is a way to put the public through the ringer of having to lawyer up when they have weeds in their yard and go into court. And I don't think it is a good approach. The attorneys, they're all the ones recommending we do this because they're attorneys and that's what they do. They know how to do procedure of rules of evidence and so on. But our elderly folks who get a code citation for too many cars on unpaved surfaces or the weeds in the yard, they're not going to know how to deal with this, and they're going to get kicked out on procedural grounds. And I think it's a very unfortunate approach that we're thinking about going down this path.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I made a motion, but it hasn't gone anywhere yet. I guess I would say my experience in life as a lawyer leads me to the opposite conclusion of my colleague, Councilmember Breckus. I think our courts, especially our judges, are incredibly gracious with unrepresented and pro se litigants. They are doing, and certainly I don't believe that anyone is going to snatch the little old ladies up and the people who have more cars in front of their house. I just don't think that's what's happening. So it's an impractical reality. It's a necessary component of moving this item forward, and I have moved.
Well, I guess in response to that is, let's think about how it gets into municipal court. Is the judges' hands are tied here to be those sympathetic, helpful people. Like when they get the indigent folks, they're trying to work them, they buy bus passes for them, and really can be almost caseworkers, social workers. But when they come up with the person with the weed complaints on, now their hands are tied and they just have to go off the record. They lose that flexibility, and so does the hearing, that the hearing officer has. It is going to be not a good situation and not a good outcome in tying the judges on a record and just taking away their latitude to help our vulnerable population. Many times, the people who come up with these code enforcement violations are very vulnerable in maintaining their property, holding on to their houses. And tying it to a de novo record is going to be a non-de novo court for our judges is going to take away really what I see as the tenor of our municipal court, which is a problem solver.
All right, thank you so much. You gave me a motion. I think I had a second. Did you give me a second? I did. Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Dewar.
On the motion, I feel that in this area, unlike my colleague, Councilman Reese, I feel that I'm not as knowledgeable. I have had a lot of people, my constituents, come up with smaller issues, and I don't know enough about this issue in order to make a informed opinion. And when I don't know, you know, it sounds very good, but I also would like a little bit more information, and I'm just kind of stuck here. So I just wanted to share that. I may have to vote no just because I would like to get some more information, and I would love to just continue this item. It sounds really good. I just want to make sure, you know, that we've thought through unintended consequences and that, you know, we've got it right.
Thank
So
you. All right.
I don't know if anyone can help me here.
I think when you get back, Councilwoman, I know Mr. Sotelo would be more than happy to sit down with you and kind of explain, you know, why he feels this way and so forth, obviously, you know, with the work that he's doing. So when you get back, I'm sure, or Judge Riggs, you know, there's a lot of people over there that would be willing to sit down and kind of explain this is why you do it this way. Anyway, and like I said, I value, you also sit on the HRC. Am I right? You're still, okay. Okay, good. So I even feel more comfortable. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that,
All right, good seeing you guys. Take it easy.
we are moving to item C11. This is appointment to the Tenant Issues and Concerns Citizen Advisory Board. Madam Mayor, we do have public comment on this item, if you would like to take that at this time.
Sure.
T-Tran would like to speak on this item. She has been patiently waiting all day for this item, Madam Mayor.
Have you learned a lot, though? That's the question. Have you learned a lot?
There's always a lot of great information going on with the city, so this is okay. This is good.
You have been so patient.
Good afternoon, everybody. But, you know, this kind of speaks to the dedication that you guys have for the community and the passion that you have, and that's why I'm here. I am a licensed broker and property manager and community association manager. So when I heard about this board, I thought to myself, there needs to be appropriate representation, not only for tenants, but for owners and developers. I work very closely on a daily basis with both. And what's nice about my position is on the day-to-day, I deal with tenants, I deal with their work order issues, I deal with their pest control issues, I deal with all of that. Unfortunately, I also deal with the eviction processes and things like that. I've had the opportunity to sit in court many times with Judge Hasjeff and talk about evictions and violations and things like that. But I am very tenant friendly. I know that most people think property managers are evil. It is not a glamorous job by any means, but it's something that's important. I think proper management and communication is what is so important and missing in a lot of what we do. So the fact that I have the ear of developers and owners who are trying to provide quality, beautiful housing to people, and finding that balance to finding qualified tenants and helping people get into appropriate housing, you know, I'm right there in the middle. And so that's why I wanted to come today and just say, I hope you consider my application for this board. I saw the list of other applicants. I know a few of them personally and professionally, and I don't know how many tenants applied. I hope that quite a few of them did, but I just feel that I can give good representation to both sides. And the fact is that I'm also a renter at this point in my life. So I see both sides of the coin, and I just hope that you guys consider that in my application for this board. So
Okay, well, good. So, fair, balanced approach.
Yes.
Okay, good job.
Madam Mayor, we have no further public comments signed in for this item.
Okay.
As a reminder to council, each of you have 2 appointments for this board. You may choose to appoint up to 2, which includes 0 or 1 or 2.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll start with Councilman Weber. You
Okay.
can give me 2 names or, 1 or 2, whatever you want to do. T. Tran.
Yes. He is on the list.
Okay.
for any of our things. So I'm really hoping that we can get it back up online somewhere when we have the speaker speak all the way through. Am I not seeing it somewhere on the?
Our system has the capability of doing that in the general public comment in the beginning, but it doesn't allow us to have them for each individual item.
Okay, well, I just want to say that that to me is a problem. So
Just
I
ask
can't
us to
hear and
repeat
I-
it. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can't hear it either, and I'm going to keep asking too.
Okay, I will. I guess I will.
I'm with you, Bonnie. I'm supportive.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know that I'm prepared today. I do know that I have 3 people that I was considering, but I wanted to see if others could just make their appointments, that they can do that, and then maybe I can still manage this.
Okay, sounds good. So at this time, you want to hold off on your 2?
For right
Perfect.
now.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. There is one on here, Daniel Lorenz, who I would like to recommend. He too, like the speaker, has a similar background and exposure and experience. And I'm going to hold on my second one. I hear there's some folks out there who, when they saw this on the agenda, started to express interest and
Right.
said, oh my gosh, I missed. And so I would like to see if we could hold the applications open, at least for my, I don't know how others feel, for the second appointment for me, a little bit longer through January maybe. And so I would like Daniel Lorenz, and I'll hold on my second.
Okay, good. Councilman Delgado.
And I'm in the same boat. I was trying to reach at least 3 of the folks that are on this list here, and I have been able to do that. So, following the same rope as Councilwoman Jordan, I wanted to meet with them before I was able to make that pick.
Okay, are you going to give us a name?
No.
No.
So I want to wait like Councilwoman Jordan.
On your
On
2?
my picks, yes.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Okay, I will be nominating Grant Denton and Farah Ells as my 2 representatives to this.
Well, I don't think that's fair when you take my people.
I know. I had to get there before you. Thank gosh you skipped over yourself.
I know. You know what? I'm not going to do that anymore. Okay, sounds good. Councilman Breckus.
I was going to put Mr. Denton on as a Ward 1 resident, but that's perfectly fine. I think that what I'm going to do is appoint Trevor Bexton, who is a Ward 1 resident, and I'm going to appoint Jessica, where is her name? Ebb, who is shown as a Ward 1 resident, but when I looked at the address, it's actually Ward 5, which I think is a
According to staff maps and GIS,
on
she's
Genoa, or
indicated
I don't want to.
as
Okay.
Ward
Okay. As Ward.
as Ward 1.
Okay. Okay. Well, then sometimes I don't know every address. So Jessica Ebb and Trevor Bexton is who I'm going to apply.
Oh my God.
Appoint.
All right, you have who?
Appoint.
Councilman?
Trevor Bexton and Jessica Ebb.
Okay, great. Okay.
Madam Mayor, if it would be beneficial to you, I will give you one of my people and take another name because I
No.
know. Okay, good. I
That's
just meant-
fine. I don't want him
Okay,
anymore.
just going to trade like the draft.
I don't want him anymore. I got a new team going. Yeah. I would love I don't have a second name at this time, but I would love for Ms. Tran to serve as my representative. So thank you so much for being here. Okay, so I'm going to ask for a motion.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry, Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead.
Not a problem,
Go ahead.
because I too am not prepared to make my my nominations tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. With that being said, I have a motion for those applicants on the Tenant Advisory Board. May I get a motion?
Move.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, just to note for the record, we will bring this item back tentatively scheduled for the second meeting in January in order to allow additional time through the holidays for council to meet and chat with any of the applicants they would like to, as well as we will continue to collect applications, and those will come forward at a future agenda as well.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
With that, Madam Mayor, we are on item G12. This is appointment to the Ward 3 NAB.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilman Delgado.
I'd like to reappoint Alexis Adams and appoint Christopher Newman.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimous. Aye.
Madam Mayor, next item G13, appointment to the Human Rights Commission.
Whose
That'd be-
appointment is
These
this?
are for the Ward
mine.
3 appointments. These are
Oh.
Councilman Delgado's appointments to HRC.
Okay, go right ahead,
I'd like to
Councilman.
appoint Alexis Adams.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay,
Madam
what
Mayor,
else?
next item is G21. These are annual appointments for council members to boards and commissions, as are noted in the agenda based off of appointments.
Okay, can we just approve, how do you want us to do this? Just pull off?
What we have done historically in the past, Madam Mayor, is we have taken this like a consent agenda. If council members are pleased with their current appointments, we can make a motion to keep those, and then any boards that you would like to be removed from or put someone else on, I would recommend that we essentially pull those off as consent and then make a motion for everything remaining.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, anyone want to pull anything off of here? I'd say no. Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah,
Oh, Councilwoman Dewar too, sorry.
I would like to come off the building enterprise, and I would like to go on to the RTC and the Board of Health.
Okay.
To note, just
Oh,
before,
yeah.
Board of Health is currently unavailable as
Okay.
it's coterminous, so that is
Okay.
not one of the open
Okay,
seats at this
But
time.
the RTC position.
There's an RTC seat as well as the RTC alternate
Okay.
is open at this time.
Okay, so
Is
I'd
up
like-
for reappointment.
Okay.
What else, because I know I'm getting off of Art Town and Councilman do we have to pull
Madam Mayor?
that too? Yes, go ahead.
Madam Mayor? I was going to suggest, actually, on the note, that you might want to consider that and consider Councilman Reese for that. I was also going to throw out the notion, we have 3 art-related groups, which is Art Town, Sierra Arts, and the Arts and Culture Commission. And one, I didn't have a chance to call Councilwoman Jordan, but I wanted to throw the idea out there to consider going on arts and culture. I've been on there 5 years. I love it. But I also think that, I want to spread the wealth in terms of building opportunities with others. So I'd just like to I will be it. I'm happy to continue, but I also want to open it up for others if they're interested. And secondly, I would be willing to go on the enterprise fund. And if Councilwoman Breckus wants to come off. And then thirdly, I don't know what the situation is with the CDBG board. It looks like it's open. I would be interested maybe in trying to serve on that.
All right, I want to keep this very organized.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
So you tell me, just throw it out there, I'll ask for motions and we'll go from there.
Okay, then what I am hearing thus far from the body, and as has been discussed, I believe that the boards that should be looked at for either change in appointments would be the Access Advisory Committee, Art Town, the airport, both airport boards is something that we have discussed previously. Airport, no. Access Advisory, Art Town, BFAC, CDBG, Reno Arts and Culture Commission, and RTC.
Sounds good.
These are the ones that if council members want to come off of their boards, what I would recommend is if anyone wants to come off of a board that you currently are sitting on, this would be now the time that you speak up.
Okay, I would like to offer the opportunity to Art Town,
Okay.
to Councilman Reese, if you would like to serve on our town?
Madam Mayor, I'd be honored to serve on any of the boards, and certainly my interest and passion is certainly in the arts. I appreciated Councilmember Dewar's thoughts. I'm not entirely sure if what she was suggesting is that the art ones, which are Sierra Arts, Arts and Culture, and Art Town, would all be the same person. That seems to make no.
Now, what
I
we've
think
tried
she
to
was
do
saying
is
she was
have
willing
two
to get
people.
off of it. You're just saying you're willing
Yeah,
to let someone else have a turn.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
very happy to continue, but
sure.
and I think it's good to have two different people. We've had Councilmember Bobson and myself serving on, splitting these three boards. We've had you, myself, and the mayor splitting these three boards. So I think it's good to have more than one person doing arts. That's just my thought.
And the other thing, Madam Clerk, I would like you to look at, because this body is incredibly busy. I know I am. I mean, there is so much work going on. And sometimes, I think that if we could have someone, a representative, a public member to sit on some of these boards for us, I think we absolutely should look at that. Because it's getting incredibly challenging. I know with my schedule, I know with other council members, and we want to make sure that we're doing a good job and have representation there. And then, because otherwise if we pull from staff, that isn't helpful either. So that's, if you could look into that on some of the boards that we could propose that, and there's some wonderful people out there that would do a fantastic job on some of these boards. So that, maybe put that on a future agenda.
We can bring those back to council to review. That may require some ordinance changes and otherwise.
Okay.
But we're happy to bring that back to council if there's opportunity there.
Okay.
So, Madam Clerk, we're just on Art Town then, I think. So yes, I would be honored
Okay,
to
so I have
serve
a
on Art
motion
Town.
for Councilman Reese. And a second from Councilwoman Jordan. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, keep us on
Okay.
track.
Next one is
you.
BFAC. I believe Councilmember Dewar said that she would like to go on BFAC and Councilmember Breckus would like to come off of BFAC.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, you had mentioned Access Advisory Committee in order to give someone else the opportunity for that.
Yeah, this is at a time that it's been really difficult for me to attend. And, I still follow it very closely, but I want representation there. I'm not a voting member. I kind of just go and give sort of updates and I hear, what's going on. And it's been really, I've really enjoyed it. Heard a lot about infrastructure and kind of worked with RTC on, holding some accountability there. So I just want to make sure that, people know, what this sort of consists of.
I think they meet, because I had it before the mayor had it this last year. I think they meet on Tuesdays, or is it
Yeah.
Thursdays at 6 at Northeast
Yeah.
Community Center? I think it's the first Tuesday of the month at 6 at Northeast
yeah.
Community Center. And they're usually about an hour, and they have a strategic plan.
And April is the city representative, April Wolf, and she does an amazing job. Yeah. So I'm just going to throw it out there that will be open, and until that's filled, then I'll stay on there because I'm happy to do it and I'm passionate about it. So, but I also, again, I don't like missing some of these meetings. It's, I would like to have at least a representative whenever I'm not able to go. Okay, that being said, let's next. Thank you. I love that. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, next one, Madam Mayor, Human Rights Commission was something that we had discussed. Currently, you are the liaison, but I believe with your scheduling conflicts, you had requested.
Oh, that's right. Councilman Reese, I thought you would be amazing on HRC. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Madam Mayor, Reno Arts and Culture Commission. This is currently Councilmember Dewar.
All right,
She
do we have
can
any
stay.
current council members that would like to serve on arts and culture? Seeing that there are none, Councilwoman Dewar, looks like you'll be staying on there.
All right, based off of that, last one to discuss is the RTC. This is a seat voting member as well as the alternate. The alternate is for either position, so therefore we bring that one back. Unless there's any other boards that council would like to discuss.
No, no, we're
Okay,
just. Oh, wait, we're
RTC.
Oh, RTC, right?
RTC and the alternate.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to, is this your seat? Yeah, to motion to remain Councilwoman Jordan on that board. I think one of the things I wanted to point out is that, to be honest with you, Sparks has been pretty successful over there because they've had a lot of longevity in Mayor Smith, to be honest with you. And I think that that really helps us, having someone that's been there ever since, you know, that we were able to get on there. So that's my motion. Councilwoman.
I can't support
I
that.
have
I've wanted to
motion
serve
and
on
a
it.
second. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I've wanted to serve on it a long time. I think we need some new thinking over there. I think the outcomes of congestion, the funding, which I think is getting absorbed in places that don't reflect our priorities, and the transit system, which is at a place that it's never been at before, show that maybe we need some thinking to come over there to question and move us forward and try and question some assumptions that have been given and accepted over there for a long time. I think our most vulnerable populations are very much hurting with the product that's being delivered there. And it's no criticism of Miss Jordan. I think it's very exciting that she's going to have this pilot project for the sightseeing bus, but I think that we need to start to think of systems rather than just individual projects, and that thinking is going to be something that I would be bringing there. So I'm not going to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay.
Madam Mayor, we're looking now for the alternate seat at RTC.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? I just wanted to ask a question. I wasn't sure, when is Councilman Delgado's seat up? I just wanted to know, that's not the same time, right? Are they alternate?
That
are
is
they
correct.
offset?
They alternate seats,
Okay,
Councilmember
thank you.
Dewar, so that seat will expire December 31st of 2020.
Okay. And then I wanted to mention, I had mentioned community development block grant. I didn't know, I think we passed over it.
We will come
When
back
we
to
can-
that one.
We can come back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep. So right now, we're looking at the RTC alternate.
Okay, currently, is that you? Yeah. I'll motion to, okay. Okay, so I motion for Councilwoman Weber. Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
I'm opposed. It's nothing against her. It's just, as one of the senior members who hasn't had a chance to go over there, I think at minimum, you know, in the remaining eligibility to serve on the council I have, I'd like to be over there also. And I've noticed that the alternate's getting quite a bit of playtime over there too. So nothing against what Ms. Weber's bringing over there. I just think that we need someone to really advocate for things that aren't getting done over there in terms of safety and the transit-dependent population. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, CDBG, this is the Community Development Block Grant Subcommittee. Councilmember Dewar indicated her interest in this board. Should be noted current.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just didn't know who was currently on there and if what's open, if anything.
Current CDBG subcommittee members are Councilman Breckus, Councilmember Delgado, and Councilman Reese. This is a one-year term. This board meets once or twice per year.
Yeah, I guess the thinking when we set this up, and we don't do a lot of subcommittees, and I'm always very concerned when we do, to the degree that it takes authority from the rest and disenfranchises others, because we act, you know, pretty solidly as a board at most times, is when we set this up, we looked to see who had eligible areas in their neighborhood, and I think Ward 2 did not have any eligible tracks. And not that that's, dictating. Yeah, I didn't know if you knew that. I don't necessarily think that's dictating, because I was surprised how many Ward 1 has in growing poverty over there. Having said that, you know, it's not projects in my area, it's more, we've really looked at the community-wide eligibility projects, and of course, 20% off the top goes to fund the shelter, the CAC. So I don't know, you know, because Mr. Delgado's on there, and
Well-
he's got the highest, then I think
Look,
I had the
I'm-
second, and then Ms. Jardin had the third highest. Or maybe it was
I'm
Ms.
fine with the
Weber.
current representation. It was my understanding on community development block grant, though, was that it wasn't just for tracks for affordable housing. There's also parks projects in there, which some of those are in my the park district that is most of my ward, both two of the park districts. My understanding was they could be used for even fire engines. So I thought that some of the projects were more widely, but if no one wants to come off that, I'm just fine. I just wanted to throw out.
You know,
I'd be interested at some point in serving.
I prescribe to what you say, is that we work better as a board when everyone else gets a chance to be involved. And so I'm happy to come off. I'm proud of the work that we've done in terms of establishing a procedure. So I'll move to put you on. I just want you to be aware that, you know, the guidelines, and we have Ms. Cochran does a great job staffing that body. You know, as you familiarize yourself with the guidelines, you'll realize, you know, there's not a lot of flexibility. But anyway, I'll move to put you on.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And then, Madam Mayor, if I can just get clarification on access advisory, because you had mentioned wanting to give someone else opportunity. Councilman Reese had mentioned it, but I didn't know if you would like a
He
formal.
is going to attend whenever I can.
Okay, so then you will
gonna stay
stay,
on.
and then, and as a reminder to council members, in the liaison role, you're all welcome to go to any of the board meetings in which you so choose, if it is not running risk of quorum without noticing. With that, Madam Mayor, I would be looking for one motion to reappoint all council members to the existing seats that
So
we've not
moved.
discussed.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, our next item is H1, updates on boards and commissions from council members.
Madam Mayor, before we move off the last issue or item, can I just say, as my role as the at-large member, I am happy to attend if anyone is unable to. And I do think that there are a couple of boards, especially like regional planning, where we have 4 members. It's real easy for us to miss a member and be down a vote. And I'm just saying, please let me know if I need to cover for you so that we can, even if it's last minute, I know I've had to step into like Tumwa and Western Regional weird stuff. I will do that. So, but you just have to let me know. I want to make sure that we're a strong voice, but just let me know.
Okay, great. Can you just clarify, Madam Clerk, how many representatives to Tumwa do we have? Why did I think it was 3? We
Madam
do.
Mayor, we do have 3 appointments to Tumwa, and sorry, I'm getting my spreadsheet available. Current appointments to Tumwa are Councilmember Jardin, Dewar, and Breckus, and then we have Councilmember Delgado and Reese are alternates.
Okay. All right, thanks so much. So I had a motion and a second.
We're all done. We're going to go to updates on your boards now.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, any updates from council members?
A little bit of an update on Ward 1 Neighborhood Advisory Board. We have the fire chief coming tomorrow to discuss fire activity related to homeless camps in Ward 1, because those are starting to be tracked. And then I'm hoping in January and February that we will have a presentation to the Dickerson Road community about their railroad rights-of-way. A lot of folks along the Dickerson Road area have the leases to those warehouses that have a lot of economic activity, some creative, some still industrial, and those can be swept clean at any 90-day given notice by the railroad company, and they're very vulnerable, some of them with upwards of $1 million of investment in these warehouses. And I'd like to have the early discussion to see if we could approach the federal delegation to do what they did when they did the retract project, which is make those properties that are of limited utility to the railroad company go to city ownership or to private ownership, so that they can make the investments in this area that is needed. It's a vague ownership situation that puts some of this economic activity at risk. And so that's one. And then I've heard and one of the reasons I wanted to go on RTC is a lot of concern of the last couple weeks from Ward 1 residents about the duration of the South Virginia Street Midtown project. I think there was a lot of time and good hand-holding and cheering and to the business community, but the Ward 1 residents are starting to feel a lot of inconvenience, some minor property damage, and just that the project is going on and on. So I'm going to be asking RTC to come forward and explain to the Ward 1 residents what the next year looks like, because the project is supposed to go into the next year, and see if there's any room on that schedule to make life easier for Midtown residents. Thank you.
Yeah. I just wanted to invite everybody next Tuesday at Trainer Middle School at 5:30. We're doing our community meeting on the pedestrian safety mitigation things that we've been able to do around Glen Duncan and Trainer. After the two young teenagers were hit on East 9th Street, and I met with a lot of the families and several of the students at Trainer Middle School. We got together, came up with some cool ideas. We were able to put in some new speed limit signs right around the vicinity of Trainer and Glen Duncan, and we're also going to highlight some flashers and crosswalks that are coming in the Northeast. So for everyone that's invited, other people across the community have reached out. They're going to attend. They're looking at what we've been able to do pretty quickly in the Northeast, as we know that there's some issues taking place. So you guys are more than welcome to come. Tuesday at 5:30.
Quickly. And I think they're going to come to council, but some students from Swope Middle School and some other high schools, but they did a dream wall, and it was really, it was called Don't Kill a Dream, and then they put the dreams inside. It's very, very cool. I loved it. But they also came and said that they're raising money, to put in flashers. We really shouldn't have to rely on, these community kids to put in flashers, and then it doesn't happen if they don't raise the money. Like, it just, God love them, and thank you so much for, giving back to your community, but I feel strongly that we need to make sure that we are funding those, and that burden doesn't, become on our youth. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I know with whenever I have the opportunity to reach out to businesses, we'll try and see if they can take care of that. I know the Pepper Mill, they reached out to me way back when on a crosswalk, and they purchased it, and we put it in. And our Mr. Flansburgh in Public Works has been awesome. Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh, in terms of how they've been able to work on that. But Pepper Mill paid for example, right? Renowned, we're going to be doing one, I believe, on the 14th, where several of the nurses reached out on Kerman, and they were saying, we're crossing the street, we're trying to get over to our other office and so forth. So Renowned paid for it. They're going to come out, and so we're able to do it according to our specs. So again, appreciate our staff to be able to jump on, but just trying to be reactive. But AACT High School on Edison, they wanted to put a speed bump. They wanted to put some flashers. We did. We put temporary speed bumps on Edison. Talked to the students, and the students they still want to raise money. They're like, well, if we don't get it, we'll raise money for someone else, right? And it's part of their class initiative that they just want to get involved and feel like they're being part of the conversation. So, but to your point, yeah, they shouldn't be, but we know they're expensive. And so those are conversations we need to bring up at the next budget in terms of maybe that's something we need to put aside, knowing that there's issues that are coming to place.
All right, good job. Really appreciate it. Okay, anything else?
I got something, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. I would be remiss if I didn't update everybody on the holiday committee that has been working for the last year, an
I can tell they've
informal
been very
yet
busy.
formal
Where is
committee.
Brad?
Yes.
I think Brad this is going to be his most favorite
Yes.
initiative yet.
So here's the thing, and I want to take this opportunity right now to say thank you to a few folks. In the event they can't be there Saturday night when we light the tree, which I encourage everybody to come and do. Come and see the market that's going to be there. We're going to have food trucks and s'mores trucks and hot chocolate and hot toddies and dancers and singers and just everything. It's going to be really incredible. And if you've not seen downtown when we leave here tonight, drive up Virginia Street, check out all the lights. We've got a lot more lights. You've seen the Santa hat, huge hit. Everybody's enjoying that. I did want to say Alexis Hill and Tess Offerman couldn't have done it without them. They have carried all of this group's crazy ideas and initiatives to make the holiday spirit downtown better, and they've made it happen. I mean, these two really have, along with Brad. Oh my goodness, Brad, we couldn't have done any of this without you. Jay Kenny, Jim Galloway, The Rowe and the Caranos have been incredible. Nettie Oliverio, Alex Statinsky, John Flansburgh is helping us with some lights downtown, that some infrastructure stuff that we probably wouldn't have got done for this year if it weren't for his advocating. And Britton Griffith, I have to say, she has been a champion of all things, Reno and downtown, and she's out there really getting things done, and I appreciate her work very, very much. So thank you to everybody that's worked so hard on this, and come and enjoy the holiday spirit. It's going to be incredible.
Hey, now I have one beef with that. I am a little heartbroken that my one idea I hear is not going to make it, and that is mistletoe under the arch.
I think that was a traffic safety issue, maybe? Maybe.
Well, we were concerned about everyone wanting to stop and piss under it, but I love
Might
the
have
idea.
caused a traffic issue, but I kind of like the idea. But I did want to say, for anybody watching out in TV land or hearing this, free pictures with Santa. Santa's giving gifts out to all the children that show up. Free skating that night at the Row. And again, the Row saved the rink this year.
That's
So
awesome.
anyway, just a tremendous thing.
Congratulations, you did a great job. You
Thank
have
you.
done
And
an
the
amazing
map.
job.
I
Yeah,
forgot her
and
name, the
map.
woman that did the map.
That's
It was
awesome.
incredible.
Okay, what time?
You're going to ask me this, I'm not going to have it. It's kind of all day. The market is from
But what time's the
3 to
lighting?
6. I'm sorry.
Oh,
The lighting
6.
is
You have
at
a
6
little
p.m.
elf over there.
I had an elf telling me 6. But there's a market beforehand. Come and see all the people. And even if the weather's not great out on the plaza, we're going to move it in here so nobody has to freeze and get totally wet. So.
Councilman Delgado, what time was your event? At
5:30
At
at
what-
Trainer Middle School, Tuesday, on the 10th.
Okay. Got it. All right. Anything else, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, at this time, I would like to commend council on their efficiency today and focus on a very difficult, big meeting. At this time, you will go into recess. As a reminder, it doesn't come often, so please note.
Everyone back here at 6.
There are
Okay.
7 appeals. We need everyone to please be back at 6 p.m. for your hearings
Okay,
tonight.
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Ready to go? Good. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It's a packed house, which is always a privilege to see all of you in chambers. We want to get started right at 6 in respect for all of your time this evening. I would like the record to reflect that the City Council is reconvened and opening the public hearing on item I-1. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item, and we received 4 letters in opposition on this item. Those have been entered into the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members need to make any disclosures at this time? Seeing none, I'll invite the staff forward for a staff presentation.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I can interject just to
Please.
go over overall format for the appeals tonight for the pleasure of the body, as well as those in the audience, so they are aware of the proceedings.
Thank
As we will go forward, staff will give a brief presentation on the item that is before them. After that time, appellants will come forward. As we have multiple appellants for each item, they will go one right after the other. We ask respectfully that council hold their questions and deliberation until after all appellants have represented their case. After such time, council will then ask questions and deliberate. I believe both applicants are available for questions and discussion. After the time that council has finished their deliberation, we will then take public comment prior to action being taken on the item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that clarification. Can I ask, please, as to public comment, we generally have a public comment statement that you read before that. Do you intend to do that at this time or when we open public comment?
I would like to take public comment when we open it after council has deliberated and asked their questions after the appellants have represented. The
Okay.
hopes is that public comment will then have any questions answered that they may have beforehand, and then they can tailor their questions and comments surrounding that after that time. I
Thank you.
believe, Mr. Vice Mayor, that you have lost quorum.
I think you're right, so we'll take a moment to pause while we regain our quorum.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, you do have quorum back. At this time, I would like to note for council members present, there are currently only 4 of you physically here. Therefore, if anyone needs to step away from the dais, we will need to take a pause as we will have lost quorum and cannot take action or continue with our meeting.
Madam Clerk, can we call the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. Breckus?
Here.
Dewar absent at this time. Dewar?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilmember Dewar?
Here.
Delgado absent at this time. Weber? Jordan?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Sheevy? Absent at this time. Mr. Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council at this time. 4 present, 1 remote.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, again, we'll go back to inviting the staff presentation forward with regard to the first of our appeals tonight, Meridian 120 North Time Extension. Ms. Hoos, thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Angela Foos, Planning Manager. I'm going to walk through, I just have a few slides. I want to walk through more of process. This is a request for a time extension on an existing tentative map. The site is located in the Verdi area. This is within the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District, which is located north of I-80. From a process point of view, this is not something you normally see. This is something that normally goes to a planning commission and only goes to you on appeal. So I'm going to walk you through what the state law requires. And again, this is not necessarily our code requirement. This is a state law process. When a tentative map is approved, state law gives you 4 years to record your first final map. And then in between phases of final maps, you have 2 years. So this is the process. If, let's say, you get to your final map, your last final map, and you haven't recorded that next phase within 2 years, the applicant has the ability to go back to Planning Commission and request a 2-year time extension. Typically, it is I would say, a fairly easy process. It's not a process where you open it up for discussion. You're not looking at the map. You're not looking at any details of the tentative map. That process is specifically outlined in NRS. This does not give Planning Commission staff or City Council the ability to open up the tentative map to recondition anything on the tentative map. State law does allow for one ability to address conditions on the tentative map, and that is if there is any law that has changed that affects the public health, safety, or welfare. And in this case, again, it was a tentative map. They recorded several final maps. They're just asking for a time extension to record their next final map. Specifically, this tentative map was approved back in 2016. The first final map was recorded in 2017. The second final map was also recorded in 2017. The third final map, which is the last phase of this tentative map, has to be approved within 2 years. That date expired on October 17th. They did go to Planning Commission prior to that date. Planning Commission approved this time extension request. However, it was appealed, and so now the appeal is before you tonight. From a process point of view, I just wanted to let you know that the third and final map has been submitted to the city. It has been approved by the city. That approval process took place in 2018. There have been some changes that impact that final map. Keep in mind, a final map is a staff review, but it requires all other departments to review it. That is the utility purveyors, the water purveyor, NDEP, district health, all these other agencies and departments also have to approve it and sign off. So while the city has approved this third phase final map, there are other agencies and departments that still have to approve it. And I will I will leave it up to the applicant to kind of walk you through the process that's specific to why they're asking for this request. But I did want to acknowledge that we have seen this map, we have reviewed it, and we have approved it from the city's perspective. And with that, I will close my presentation and be available for questions.
I have a question.
Councilmember Breckus, I think we're going to do the appellant's presentation and then go back to the questioning.
Of our staff?
Yes. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect Mr. Delgado is present.
Thank you. Noted for the record. I would also like to note for the record, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I can, we are close to capacity in council chambers, so I would remind everyone that there is available space out in the lobby in which televisions are on and you can watch the proceedings live as they're happening. Additionally, if you see a person with disabilities who you would like to offer your seat to, please feel free to do that as well. At this time, we will transition to the appellant's presentations at this time. Addie Argis will be first, followed by the Verdi Community Council. As a reminder, the appellants are granted 10 minutes.
10?
You have 10. Yes, you'll just go ahead and put that down, face up, and we will take care of it from there. Please, as the appellants come forward, please state your name for the record.
Addie Argis for the record. I appealed the Planning Commission's decision to approve the time extension on the Meridian 120 North tentative map because the map was approved based on errors by the city and misrepresentations by the developer and their planner. It was not in compliance with the code for water supply. The Meridian 120 North project was proposing the expansion of the Boomtown groundwater-only system and the use of a private water purveyor. The tentative map was approved by the Planning Commission on December 3rd, 2015. It was appealed by 9 residents because of the water system. Prior to the January meeting, I submitted 2 pages of the now famous handbook that stated Tumwa was to be the purveyor and the Boomtown system was to be conveyed to Tumwa. I didn't know about the city codes for the MG properties, specifically the first code, this code. But that wasn't my job. That job belonged to the city's planning staff. The first condition of approval on the Planning Commission staff report requires projects to comply with all city codes as submitted. This code is not ambiguous. It requires surface water as the primary water source. Groundwater is only to be used to supplement, not used as the main water supply. The code requires the plan be followed, which requires annexation into Tumwa as the water purveyor, and the Tumwa line in at final map to supply surface water as a primary water source. I spoke with 2 city planners about the code, both of whom said this code has to be adhered to as written, no variance, no SUP, no time lag. Surface water is water from rivers, lakes, streams. This term was put in by the city. It is independent of the plan. Groundwater is water beneath the Earth's surface. A water right is a piece of paper that states the holder has the right to use the water. All developments require water rights. These terms are easy to understand. There are 15 codes for the MG properties. Water is number 13. The 120 North application addressed the 15 codes in a systematic fashion. This below is how the applicant responded to Code 13. It basically says, we have the pieces of paper that say we can use water. The project will use groundwater only and a private water purveyor, a 180-degree opposite from what the code requires. This response to the code was a misrepresentation of facts. This code has a history in the courts. The original property owners sued to have Tumwa provide water service to their properties. They sued because of the requirement for surface water and Tumwa as purveyor. The MG properties were in Washoe County Utility Service territory. A water provider cannot expand into another service territory without permission. So the property owners asked the county to allow Tumwa to expand and to provide water service to them. County said no, hence the lawsuit. The settlement agreement from the lawsuit was made binding on all future owners of the MG properties. There was an interlocal agreement between Washoe County and Tumwa. Washoe County would keep their service territory and Tumwa would supply wholesale water to the county. When the 2 utilities merged, the service territory was not up for grabs. It was now Tumwa's. The attempt to expand the Boomtown water system into Tumwa service territory would have come out at the PUC. Tumwa was a surviving water company after the merger, and the interlocal was amended to state Tumwa will be responsible for providing water service to the Verdi property owners. The amended interlocal clearly outlined Tumwa as a water purveyor to the properties. The former city manager, Andrew Klinger, submitted a packet to the mayor and the city council on January 12, 2016, the day before the council meeting when the appeal of 120 North would be heard. The packet contained various court documents outlining the lawsuit. It also had the settlement agreement for water, the interlocal agreement for water, various pages of the 96 agreement on service territories, various pages of the handbook. What was not in the packet was the amended interlocal agreement. Not having the amended interlocal in the packet was an error that could have affected the council's decision. At the January 13th, 2016 City Council meeting, the applicant and their planner were asked about the court lawsuit and if the outcome applied to the Meridian 120 North project. Again, the project was proposing to expand the Boomtown groundwater-only system and to use a private water purveyor against code. A council member stated that a reviewing agency said it was in Tumwa's jurisdiction. The following dialogue is taken from the January 13th video at approximately 6:45. Durling, settlement agreement is between property owners, Washoe County, and Tumwa. Council member, does it imply, as Ms. Argyris said, that this Boomtown water system would be taken over by Tumwa? Durling, We had our legal team review it, and what is set out in that agreement is not the obligation that this property has to be taken into Tumwa. It was more of setting up a mechanism that it could be in the future if the property owners out here agreed to do so. This response was a misrepresentation of fact. Mr. Durling knew about the code requiring the plan to be followed. The plan required annexation into Tumwa. Tumwa was granted intervention in the lawsuit, conditioned they abide by the decision of the court. The lawsuit was over surface water and Tumwa as water purveyor. Tumwa signed all the agreements that came out of the lawsuit. Tumwa is bound by the surface water as the primary source of water supply. Tumwa is now the owner of the water system and is the purveyor, but it's the same groundwater only system. Until the intertie is in supplying the required surface water, the system will not be in compliance with the code. At the Planning Commission meeting, it was stated that Bates plans to start construction in early spring of 2020. The intertie won't be in until mid-2021 if all goes smoothly. It is probable homes will be completed before the intertie is in. This will not be in compliance with the code for surface water. This code is more about the water source than it is the infrastructure. My logic is not flawed when I say a code has to be complied with. Mr. Klinger's packet had enough information in it on water to have prompted further investigation and delayed a decision on 120 North. The city made an error and misapplied the code when it approved Meridian 120 North using a groundwater-only system and a private water purveyor. Approval of this extension continues the error. Denial corrects the error. I briefly want to comment on this letter from the author of the plan, Mark Rotter. His letter contradicts numerous parts of the plan he wrote. Mr. Rotter did not put the term surface water in the code. Mr. Rotter does not write city code. His opinion in this letter is moot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Argus.
Our
Madam Clerk.
next appeal is a representative from Verdi Community Council. As a reminder, you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Chance Reading. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Verdi Community Council. I just want to talk about the reasons that we gave for appealing the Planning Commission's decision to approve this extension. So I want to refer real quickly to the NRS 360. The city staff just brought that up. They brought up what happens if you are able to uphold the extension, but what they didn't bring up was Section 1B, which states if the subdivider fails to comply with the provisions of paragraph A, which alludes to the timing which they are out of date, all proceedings concerning the subdivision are terminated. So I wanted to start with that because that's currently where we're at. So in our opinion, the subdivider is out of compliance and all proceedings concerning the subdivision are terminated according to the NRS. This is an NRS statute, as well as is that timeline. The project is unable, the fact is, and this is the fact, the project is unable to meet the needs required to receive a final map approval for phase 3. That's why they haven't received it yet. If they could have received the final map by now, they would have, because as they mentioned at Planning Commission, it has been in 10-day review for some time and it hasn't come out of it. Any final map approval prior to the Tumwa interconnect is illegal and not code compliant. That's where we stand at the moment. And any extension on a non-code compliant project seems ill-advised, in my opinion. I want to speak briefly on what Addie brought up, city code for the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District, number 13, based on the utilities, and I'm going to summarize this, but it says, as identified in the preliminary plan, surface water shall provide the primary source of water supply. That is the requirement, and it follows that by saying the city shall require the water supplier to follow the plan above. It is the city's responsibility, according to this code, to make sure that Tumwa, in this case, is providing primary source of water via surface water. That is code. That is your code. October of 2017, the Planning Commission denied Meridian 120 South Phase 1 and 2 for this exact same issue, and that's where it currently stands at the moment. Timelines for development are set by the NRS statute to limit the impacts of long-term construction on existing neighbors and to keep current projects from deviating too far from current master plan and building code updates. I know most of you have probably walked this job site. If you can imagine what the neighbors who are impacted by this are going through, have gone through, to extend this out this much further, it without really a clear insight is tough on them. And I know you know that the master plan, as well as building codes, have been updated since this plan has gone through. So given the opportunity, we should be promoting and executing the new master plan, which is substantially different. We should be working to reassess development at the fringes and focusing on infill, which is part of the master plan goals. The impact of this construction site on wildlife habitat and corridors has been substantial, and this is the definition of building on the fringes. As far as whose responsibility this was, it is and was the responsibility of this applicant and the subdivider to do any and all the due diligence and to assess the given timelines and compliance issues for their own project. Bringing the extension request to the Planning Commission the day before their time expired is irresponsible, and that's what happened on this project. There are multiple issues of code and legal compliance. They give every reason to deny this extension, as well as being non-compliant with the current master plan. Any extension of this project at this time does not guarantee final map approval. The reality is they don't have what they need to approve this project at this time, and that's why it hasn't been done. So, thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, that is the end of your appellant presentations. We will now transfer back to council for your questions. As a reminder of your rules, you have 3 minutes for each of your questions, round robin, and presiding officer can give additional minutes.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Are there any questions for the staff or the applicant? Why don't we start with Councilmember Jordan?
Thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions, and they're directly related to the appellant's questions. Can staff talk briefly for the record about whether or not the, as the appellant described, the subdivider is out of compliance? And if so, or if not, why?
Again, for the record, Angela Foos, Planning Manager, we as staff believe that everything is in compliance. The concerns over changes to building code, changes to fire code, any project that comes before us at any time has to meet today's standards. So when this new final map comes forward, they will have to meet today's building code, fire code standards. There's nothing in those updated standards that will cause us to change the review of the final map. There's also questions on Reimagine Reno. While the tentative map may have been approved under the old master plan, the new master plan, Reimagine Reno, was going on, the review of the drafting of that Reimagine Reno was going on while that tentative map was being approved. Reimagine Reno has policies. It does not set law. It does not set code. It is general policy. And while big picture, policy-wise, we are trying to encourage density in infill areas and corridors. We are not restricting development in other areas of Reno. We have a very wide sphere of influence. We have a very wide city boundary. We are not limiting development within those areas. So the Reimagine Reno master plan does not restrict development of this site. There are no laws within Reimagine Reno that would negatively, or I would say, that would change the review of our tentative map that we approved.
Could you do me a favor? Could we get a picture of the different phasing of the totality of this developer and where he is in process and where the subject of tonight's appeal is?
Let's pull up the map real quick. And you can see that's the yellow is the overall property. So there's 2 phases that have been approved, and you can tell where they're approved because there are parcel lines and roads. Those are the 2 phases that are approved, and that's on the east side. The west side is the piece that is the final remaining final map. So what is left is 97 lots.
Isn't there a map that's closer in that shows this a little better? This is pretty far out.
Yep, let me put one on the overhead for you.
Oh, this is the one. This is the one. Okay. So what I'm understanding is phase 1 and phase 2 are underway and well on their way.
The final maps have been approved, construction's
Okay.
underway, people are living in the houses.
Okay, so phase 3 is the one, and phase 3 is the one that's closest to the freeway, the most density, and of the price points, the lowest price points. Is that fair?
I'll let the
And
applicant
maybe
address
we'll
that,
ask
but
the-
generally speaking, yep.
I'm getting head shakes. That's true. Okay. Can we just hear from the representatives as to why they need the extension?
Sure. Madam Mayor, if it pleases the council, we did have a formal presentation. If it
Oh, that would be
helpful, we'd love to go through that.
Mr. Durling, don't forget to identify yourself for the record, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Andy Durling with Wood Rogers representing the applicant. Thank you for allowing the time to present to you tonight. Just to kind of, by way of some overview, this project was unanimously approved by the City Council back in January of 2016, included 273 lots. It was originally platted with two different product types in mind. There were 8,000 square foot lots, about 88 of those, 176 6,000 square foot minimum lots, and then 9 1-acre lots. 25% of the site was open space, and there was a 1-acre neighborhood park. As was mentioned, it has been developed in 3 phases. The first phase was those larger lots. 45 of the homes are built or under construction currently, with several residences already occupied. Those are the more expensive homes on the larger lots in this subdivision. Phase 2 was recorded in October of 2017. 28 of those homes are built or under construction. And then phase 3, which is the subject of the tentative map extension, was submitted to the city in November of 2017. As staff shared, it was approved by staff working through the process, stopped short of the 10-day process, really placed on hold because of the overall Tumwa acquisition, which took over a year and a half to occur. This applicant has shown reasonable diligence in attempting to secure all of the permits and necessary approvals for this tentative map. Staff shared a timeline. As can be seen here, we submitted the original tentative map, or it was approved in January 2016. That set an outside date of January 2020 for the first final map to be recorded. We recorded the first one in May of 2017, and effectively that moved up our time frame to May of 2019. So it cut short the overall time frame of the project. We recorded a second map that extended it out to October. We submitted our third map in November of 2017, and then in the blue you'll see some kind of key milestones that occurred during the Tumwa acquisition of the project. Ultimately, we've been seeking approval of this third and final phase, just looking for a little bit of extra time to get it over the finish line. We had to revise some things in order to address Tumwa's acquisition of the water system. As staff shared, had we kind of slow played this and went with just standard NRS or Nevada Revised Statute state law, we could have taken 4 years for the first final map, put it to 2020, taken another 2 years for the next map, put it to 2022, and finally on the third map, we could have been out to 2024. So the idea that we were, slow playing or running out of time, actually we condensed the schedule on this and have recorded 2 of the 3 maps in a shorter time frame than we could have recorded the first map. The Tumwa acquisition was initiated just after the recordation of the second final map. It created definitely a state of uncertainty for the review and processing of the third final map. Tumwa's acquisition, as they went through the process, they required easements, inspections of the existing infrastructure that was in the ground, actual construction of improvements on this site before they took over the system and acquired it. The applicant had not been required to pay any connection fees under the private system. They volunteered to pay for connection fees of $1,850 per unit, including units that had already been constructed constructed in order to facilitate the Tumwa acquisition of the system. This project now requires a Tumwa water project and the maps to be revised to reflect this new water purveyor, as well as the easements and updated improvements that took place during acquisition. All told, they've invested about $1 million in increase in the overall project costs. To go through some of the appellant's allegations, they've identified that we have not met new codes. In fact, as staff has provided to you, the codes have not changed actually, and especially in Mortenson Garson, which is the overlay district for this. Nothing has changed since January 2016. They say that you need to make the findings on this. You've already made the findings. You unanimously approved this back in 2016, as well as did the Planning Commission. This project was proposed prior to master plan amendments. As staff indicated to you, the master plan is not law. It does not change the review of the tentative map. In fact, if we reviewed this under Reimagine Reno now, it would still be in compliance, especially now that we have Tumwa's annexation of the water system. I want you to note, too, that the Mortenson Garson Area Plan, which is in the appendix and subsection of the new Reimagine Master Plan, has not changed. That governs this area, as well as the Mortenson Garson Overlay District, both of which have not been amended. The project, they said, doesn't have adequate facilities or services. This tentative map was unanimously approved by the City Council with a finding of adequate facilities and services. 2 final maps have been recorded, having been found to have adequate facilities and services by the City of Reno, county, as well as state agencies, and 73 homes are built or under construction, with a number of those being occupied currently, utilizing said services and facilities. The appellant has alleged that we should be conditioned to not have detrimental impact on adjacent residences. The only residences that are adjacent to this property are in unincorporated county. Mortenson Garson Overlay District actually addresses that through the zoning, as well as through restrictions in the zoning code that we have to match. We have edge conditions that we have to match. We've got 1 acre lots adjacent to those county properties, which are meant to address any of those detrimental impacts. Additionally, you unanimously approved this with appropriate conditions, and as staff mentioned, NRS 378 362, with respect to this extension, doesn't allow for the additional conditions to be placed on this unless they're attributable to a change in applicable laws, which there have been none. This is the project in its current state. This was flown a few months ago. As you can see, part of the property has been mass graded. Dirt has been stockpiled on the site in anticipation of construction of the next phase. Some of that stockpile material here you see on the left photo. We have streets and utilities that have been stubbed into the site in anticipation of construction of this final phase. And as I mentioned, some of the lots have been mass graded and the streets cut for this. So in conclusion, the applicant has diligently pursued the necessary permits and approvals for this phase 3. This project was actually part of the catalyst to extend Tumwa service out to the Verdi area. Terminating this tentative map will have negative impacts. It'll create obviously negative impacts on the existing homeowners that have bought homes in this project already, that are expecting for it to be finished. It'll have catastrophic economic impacts on the applicant, contractors, subcontractors, and small businesses that are involved in this project. It'll have a negative fiscal impact on the city and Tumwa as they're anticipating these new ratepayers to come on board. It will not improve the city's housing demands. And ultimately, it won't change the underlying zoning. As we stated, the laws and the zoning codes that are in play for this property, they haven't changed. So nothing changes with respect to the laws and the underlying densities that are already approved through the Mortenson Garson plan for this. And just to address some of the issues on the water supply which were raised by one of the appellants. The water supply, there is a brief statement in the code that talks about surface water being the primary source with groundwater being the supplement. It also references the capital engineering plan as kind of the reference for that. In reviewing the plan and actually provided, that plan author provided clarification to the city. That plan addresses the overall build out of the Mortenson Garson Overlay District, all 3,000 homes. And in that plan, it talks about obviously over time, we need to have Tumwa surface water extended out there because the groundwater system can't supply water to all 3,000 homes. It wasn't intended to be there day one. In fact, the precedent has been set that it hasn't been there day one. Cabela's has been built. It was a major project initiative by the city in the mid-2000s. Boomtown has obviously been out there and operating for a number of years. The KOA campground has been out there. Dermody Business Park has been constructed and utilizing that groundwater system. So the intent of that plan is that it would begin as primarily a groundwater system, and then over time would transition to a primarily surface water system with a conjunctive use of groundwater during times. Tumwa does conjunctive use throughout their system. They actually have commercials on TV right now talking about conjunctive use and how they use a mix of surface and groundwater in order to serve their customers. This is no different. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any further questions and provide any further details that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the background and history, Mr. Durling. I did want to, Madam Clerk, I want to put this on the record. In interest of full transparency, as I disclose the fact that I have a personal non-business relationship with Ms. Faraz, I understand she's been retained by the applicant as a consultant on the project. I have sought guidance from the city attorney. I do not have any commitments, financial ties, or obligations. Please accept this disclosure for the record.
Thank you,
so
Madam
much.
Mayor.
All right, I'm going to open it up to council for questions. I'll start with you, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, could we see the timeline again, please?
Which one?
Staff timeline or the applicant?
The applicant's timeline. I'm struggling with understanding why, if the final was in November of 2017, just about 2 years ago, and this tentative map, just as a side note, really puts the subdivider in the driver's seat of how to phase those, as Mr. Durling said. Why it took that long to come in and ask for your extension, or why you couldn't perfect it. I sit on Tumwa and have been very involved, and I feel instrumental in the acquisition of the Boomtown system that we all celebrated and worked very hard to achieve. Ms. Dewar and Ms. Jardim were involved. And that was March of 2018. So if you go to that date, March of 2019. But still, you had it in, it had been approved, you were just waiting for those auxiliary signatures. I don't understand. I don't understand why you could have even come in with fewer final maps, 3 or 4 lots at a time to stretch it out.
Yes, I mean, to address your
last
part of your question, yes, you can submit a final map for 5 lots, as little as 5 lots. It still has to go through the same process as if you were doing 100 lots. So that really doesn't save any time, if you will. But to address your original comment about, yes, we submitted that third final map got submitted to the city in November of 2017. Typically, final maps are on the order of about a year process currently. During that time, as that project was being reviewed, the Tumwa board approved the acquisition agreements. And so that kind of set this into a state of a flux where we weren't sure who the water purveyor was going to be. We were already designing to Tumwa water standards. However, they were not the reviewer. We weren't going through Tumwa's actual water project process. They weren't signing the jurats on the final map. And so it put this into a state of flux where we needed to wait and see what that process was going to do. It obviously, earlier this year, it finished and Tumwa acquired the system. Once that happened, then we felt obviously confident enough to go through the Tumwa system or Tumwa process. And so we're working towards that now. Obviously had to kind of take a step back and go through the Tumwa system or the Tumwa process and worked back towards recordation of the map. So we're looking to, have it recorded. Obviously with the holidays, it gets difficult, but have it recorded, first quarter of next year.
Wasn't there something in the record that you submitted that the developer was also trying to get the timing to the market and not bring on too many lots? And
We had said
market
that, yeah. So
timing?
they didn't. That's why they didn't submit one final map at for all 273
Oh,
lots. It
well,
was
yeah.
phased, and so they wanted
Yeah.
to be able to. There's actually 3 phases, 3 separate housing product types that are part of this, and so bringing forward the first one, which is the more expensive phase. The second phase was the kind of mid-tier, if you will, and this is the more affordably priced houses in this phase, and so we were trying to kind of stagger that approach to the market as we went through. So it's not uncommon. You see it often in subdivisions like this that you'd see kind of bite-sized chunks in the 70 to 100 lot at a time coming in for final map.
Yeah. And, I get that, but this was a contested subdivision when it came in. I supported it, but what I really, really wanted was this council to say that we're going to go with the Washoe County and do a joint plan for this growth area. When South Meadows PUD came, I saw a lot of growth coming this way. I knew we had to get ahead of the land use planning. We could probably avoid a lot of these appeals and hearings, and we didn't do that. So we were willing to go subdivision after subdivision, the Dermody buildings and so on, very piecemeal development. And here we are with a completely changed complexion out there. And I'm not feeling that going through the tentative again is not necessarily in order because of the change condition. But I'm balancing that very much with sympathy to this subdivider because he bought this from the land entitler. And I feel like he was new to the market. He was coming in. I was happy to see him coming to town. But he got kind of caught up in this, and I'm just not feeling that it's not the right decision for the council to take a second look at these remaining lots and what this tentative map is, particularly in knowledge that the building code has been changed and we're looking at some rockery walls on this product. Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus, I do want you to know, and I believe, Mr. Durling, you might remember, I did reach out to the county representative, and there didn't seem to be any appetite because I thought you made a very good point. The other thing I was just curious about, do these projects come to the TUMWA board?
No, it's delegated to the general manager, but I got the idea to redo the Verdi area plan from the county planner on his review of the West Meadows PUD. So they felt no further development should occur until that Verdi town master plan was redone. So,
Madam Mayor, if I may just add to that, it kind of apples and oranges a little bit to say that West Meadows, that was in an area that was being planned in Verdi outside of the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District. So the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District did go through a very robust planning process back in the early 2000s, and that's what we are governed by. So to say that there was not an area plan in place, that there is an area plan in place for this, the Mortensen-Garson area plan, and its overlay district that's part of code. So kind of different there. This had a very formal process that went through in the early 2000s that we are governed by.
but may I ask also, I don't think that's entirely accurate because West Meadows was what was bringing the water line down over the hill. I mean, so they are related. Maybe not land use, but they are related. And why hasn't the intertie occurred? I thought that was the next phase. Is it because it's waiting on West Meadows timeframe? I don't know if anyone from TUMWA is here.
The intertie is on TUMWA's capital improvement plan, so I think it's in a couple years out. I believe. I don't have that information with me. But
I think
some
that's
of the infrastructure is in place, but it's underway.
Thank you. And I guess what I recall also, and maybe this is for staff, of course the staff wasn't there, is part of the appeal was the groundwater of the well users out in Verdi. Wasn't that part of the concern of the original appeal, that they were going to be adversely impacted by drawing more groundwater from the area? And that really it wasn't groundwater supply that they were using to distribute the water. It was groundwater that was being recharged from the ditch.
I can't speak to the appeal with what you're talking about. I think the bigger question of is groundwater or surface water? Maybe that's your question. What are the logistics related to that requirement?
Well, no, what I'm asking is when we did the original tentative, the issues that came to this body on the tentative were related to the water supply of groundwater that would then adversely impact other groundwater users in the Verdi area. And that's what I recall being the heart of the tentative mapping issue that we wrestled with.
And that I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, both Planning Commission and City Council voted to approve that tentative map. 2 final maps were recorded that had to go through the water purveyors, and that was the previous water purveyor, not Tumwa. That previous water purveyor approved serving those first 2 phases. The state engineer also approved serving water to those first 2 phases. Now we're on phase 3. Tumwa is currently the water purveyor, so they're the ones that have jurisdiction. Moving forward, they're the ones that have to approve phase 3. At this point, again, as Andy mentioned, they're in the process of going through that approval process. Tumwa is in line with approving phase 3 with their current water supply. So that issue, I would say, is outside of kind of Reno's jurisdiction of the water review, and Tumwa is approving that, and at this point is moving forward with the yes approval.
Okay. Any other questions from council members?
I got a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And this is really kind of an unusual circumstance than some of those, some appeals or projects that we hear where we are very actively involved in making modifications and putting conditions on something. So I just want to clarify for the record. Is it legal's position that our decision points as we sit here tonight is on whether or not we're granting an extension? Only.
Yes, and if we can actually put this up.
For the record, William McKean with the City Attorney's Office. Yes, this is an extension of a map, and there's no specific findings in the statute, and there's no specific findings in code. So the council is guided by the general regulation of health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. But there's no specific findings to make, but there's also no limitation on the determination of extending the map.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get to is, it is legal's position, our legal counsel's position, that the decision point, you believe, is narrow in its scope. It is thumbs up or thumbs down on an extension for phase 3 or not.
Correct. This is not a relitigation of the tentative map.
So it is staff's position. Can you restate for the record what staff's position is on whether or not there have been any triggers that would reopen as to allow us any modifications?
Correct. Based on what NRS requires, the one thing we can look at is, have there been any changes to laws that affect the public health, safety, or welfare? And in staff's opinion, there has not been.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have that same opinion, City Attorney's Office?
Yes, well, sorry,
Are
are
you
not
under
aware of
that? Are you under that same opinion? Under the
there's no
legal
word-
opinion?
Yes, I think the applicant presentation was accurate.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Hi, may I ask a question?
Yeah. Go right ahead.
Okay. My question is following up on what was just said. My understanding is by state law, the applicant is entitled to ask for 1 2-year extension. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That's correct. For a tentative map, there can be 1 2-year extension for
And my
for a
understanding-
final map, for a final map.
Right. And my understanding is the reason that this has been, an extension has been requested is because Tumwa is still evaluating. Is that correct?
That I would have to ask the applicant about that.
Or staff?
And again, for the record, the reason for their request is not part of necessarily our review. They have the ability to ask for up to 2 years to extend their map. What they have said is that Tumwa is the main reason that they are extending this request. They also mentioned that the reason they, for instance, didn't come forward with 1 final map, rather than they broke it up into 3 final maps, is to look at market conditions. So based on that, I would say there's kind of multiple reasons why this 3rd phase final map is coming out with the timing that it is coming out. The main reason being that there's been a change in the water purveyor, which is Tumwa. Again, Tumwa just took over this area in March of this year. So there's a lag in time for Tumwa to be able to review it and process their application.
if Tumwa does not finish their review within 2 years, the applicant cannot ask for another extension. Is that correct?
That's
Even
correct.
if, let's say, Tumwa's 90% done,
That's
they
correct.
would have to go back to the tentative map phase. Is that correct?
If they
And it would be just as cut and dry, black and white as this in your mind?
If they don't record that final map within the next 2 years, the tentative map will expire, and they will have to start completely
Okay.
over with a brand-new tentative map.
Okay, and that, again, that's out of our purview. I mean, that's how fast the applicant works, if Tumwa can get there. And then my last, or another part of this question is, on the first and second maps that have been recorded, what is Tumwa's plans to provide the surface water as required by the Mortensen Garson plan that's been codified in our statute, in our ordinances?
The way that the water plan was approved, and again, this goes back to 2003, maybe even before that, when this whole area was being annexed and it went through a court case, a settlement agreement, all of this was discussed.
Right.
It was a phased approach.
familiar.
So we knew that at some point, the Mortensen Garson Overlay District would have up to 3,000 homes. They at some point would have surface water being the primary type of water. It was going to be phased though, because at the time, again, this was over 10 years ago, at that time, there was no line and there was no Tumwa for Tumwa to serve this with surface water. That was known.
Right, it was the
So
county.
it was going to be a phased
So
approach.
just to cut to my question, I'm sorry, Angela, I'm just on limited time. My question was, does Tumwa have a plan to provide surface water to the first two tentative maps? And is a Tumwa representative there?
Tumwa is not here to represent. The lines that are in place now are currently serving those two phases, so that doesn't have to change. Tumwa has plans to bring in the conjunctive water supply line, which is, I would say, step one, where they basically are integrating surface water and groundwater. At a future phase, they're going to bring in a whole new water line, which will serve all of the new development that's proposed and coming forth in the next, couple months to City Council and Planning Commission.
Okay. So the answer to my question is just no, not yet, to phase 1 and 2. Is that correct? But over time.
So Tumwa
Is that
does
correct?
have plans within their current CIP. They have plans to bring in a conjunctive water line, which again will bring in surface water to supplement their groundwater. That's in the plans. It's not constructed yet, but it is in their CIP to do that. So that is phase 1 of Tumwa's plans. Phase 2 is how are we dealing with the bigger development out in the Verdi area where we don't have the groundwater capacity to serve that. And that is where Tumwa has plans, again, down the road as development comes forward, to bring in a separate water line, and that will be all surface water.
And final question, I think there were 10 homes constructed and then things stopped, and I want to make sure I'm not mixing apples and oranges. Was that a different project or was that one of these phases?
Councilwoman Dewar, this is Andy Durling with Wood Rogers. There are actually 73 homes that are built or under construction right now. About 25 of them are occupied.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to ask really quickly, just to clarify, they are still in the required timeline. I think I had heard a public comment that they weren't. I want to make sure that that is, what's the case?
They had their tentative map expired on October 17th. This next phase of the final map expired on October 17th. They went to Planning Commission the day before on October 16th. Planning Commission approved this request on October 16th. So they technically met that requirement.
Okay, I got you.
This is just the appeal.
Okay, got it. Okay.
I'd like to narrow down a little bit more on the question of Tumwa, and I just want to say, frankly, I'm disappointed. We had a Tumwa representative here all day, and I don't think it would have taken much for them to be here tonight. And so staff, when we have coordinating agencies, could you please make sure they're here if you're not, right where they are
And
in your
I
knowledge
will take
base?
100% blame. They said, should we be here? And I said no, because that is not up for discussion today. Up for discussion is whether or not laws have changed. So I take full blame for that.
Well, I think, I don't think it's blame. I think it's just, helping us have as much information as we can. You know, that's the job that you do, is to round things up for us with whatever, you know, resources you have. So let me ask you this. Is the reason they can't get a final map, it's been sitting up in planning for building for a while, is because Tumwa's saying, look, we're not going to go into this next phase until the intertie comes. Is that what Tumwa is saying? Or they're saying, we will sign off on putting this final phase on the vestige of what is the boom tower water system that we now own?
And I haven't been involved in any of those discussions. I will say, generally speaking, when any map moves forward, you submit the map to the city of Reno. You also submit the map to all the other agencies. For instance, you submit to Washoe County. They take about 4 months to do their review, and all they're looking at is the technical parts of a map. You also submit to Tumwa. Typically, the developer, the applicant, or the engineer goes back and forth with Tumwa over months. And same thing with Reno. When they submit to us, we make changes, we give them our changes, they make those changes, they give them back. Typically, that is a multi-month process, especially with Tumwa. Once Tumwa gets through their review and approves it, then it goes to District Health. District Health then does a review. If they find something they don't agree with, it has to start all over again, going back to Tumwa. You guys have probably heard this discussion of why is it taking so long to have Tumwa and District Health approve plans. This is the typical process, right? So it is it's a back and forth. It is changes. Once Tumwa approves it, again, that usually takes months, multiple months for Tumwa to approve the engineer drawings. Then it goes to District Health. More often than not, District Health finds something that they don't agree with, and then it goes back to Tumwa for another round of reviews.
Yeah. Very true, by the way. All right, any further questions? I think, Councilwoman Jordan, it is your ward. Oh, you still haven't taken public comment?
I would recommend that we take public comment, as council appears to have ended their deliberation at this time.
Okay, thank you so much.
First to speak is Frank Leto, followed by Erica White, followed by Casey Corbett. Frank Leto? They were covered. All right, sir, thank you. Erica White, next to speak.
Madam Clerk, for clarification, are these comments related to this appeal?
These are comments signed in for Meridian 120 as stated for this appeal. Erica White. Reminder to all those in the audience at this time, rules of public comment are as follows while in this chambers. You are granted 3 minutes. We ask that you please address the council as a whole. Do not address the body behind you. Be respectful with your comments. Clapping, stamping, stomping, hollering, or otherwise disruptive or disrespectful behavior will result in you receiving a warning. Continuation of this behavior will result in you being removed from chambers. Please be respectful when you're in this room. Ms. White?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for being here, and thanks to the audience for also being here with their concerns. My name is Erica White. I live at 350 Hirsch Road in Verdi. Background, been a real estate developer, commercial developer, residential developer, self-storage developer. Our family's been in this business, or was in this business, for 114 years. My father was also on the a chairman for the Metropolitan Water District, so I understand water quite well. My concerns tonight are the following. Since 2016, when the map was brought forward, a lot has changed in this area. We still have a major issue. My concern is police, schooling, fire, traffic, congestion, evacuation. And I understand that we're here for just the extension of time. But with all of these developments going on, and with all of the changes that council's making, planning department's making, Tom was making where does that leave us as residents? What notification way back when we built our home 5 years ago, what happened to the notification of the nearby residents? What happened to informing the residents as to I know that we have the city map, the main map. I'm sorry, I'm sort of losing my concentration at this point. Just one moment. But I do not wish for this extension to go on. We continue to stop the county, the members here. We always have to be pushed aside because there's been an extension, or there's been an appeal, or there's been all of these other issues here. When is this going to stop, council? When? I would like it to end tonight by opposing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Casey Corbett, followed by Deanne Radcliffe.
My name's Casey Corbett. I live at 205 Deer Mountain. I guess I'm here to talk with the impact on the adjacent neighbors, and I hope this isn't too much of an offshoot, but there's a lot of questions about the water or Tumwa, when they're going to be there, whatever. And so this is my question, and I kind of come in, I guess, representing or not representing, but the Archibalds and the Burks. So if you guys all looked at the tentative map, you re-looked at it, and they're the two houses that are right directly to the north of the subdivision. Well, so their wells are heavily monitored now. And I have the graphs here. I don't really know how to use this thing, but anyways. I don't even know what. Oh, I gotta go this way.
No, you were right.
Oh. Anyways, if you look at the graphs, you can definitely tell their wells have dropped. Now, even the state engineer, he doesn't know whether they're dropping seasonally or what's going on because there's only been data recorded for 3 years. So nobody really knows what's going on. But why we run on this groundwater system, their wells are severely, they're jeopardized really, or they could be. So my question is say that their wells go dry, what takes place? Are they just forced to shell out between $15,000 and $20,000 to redrill their well, or obviously they're allowed to hook up to Tumwa, that would be provided for them, but the line's not even in yet. So what goes on there? And it seems like there's a lot of water questions, and we really don't have much answers. So, like I say, I hope this isn't too much of an offshoot, but the more houses that they keep putting in there, the more they're impacted. And they said that the Tumwa line might not even be in till 2021. So what goes on in between to protect their well? And that, I guess, maybe that's all I have to say. It's kind of a question, really. I wish somebody could get up and kind of do some explaining with all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Deanne Radcliffe.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Reno City Council. I would like to thank you all for serving. My name is Deanne Radcliffe, and I live in Verdi. Thank you for allowing me to speak regarding the Meridian 120 North appeal. I'm not going to talk about illegal signs, but they're back. Anyway, I've been there before. So beyond the scope today. So there are 2 special use permits for Meridian 120 North. I just grabbed all this from the documents today. One for cluster development and the second for cuts of 20 feet or more and fills of 10 feet or more. The Mortons and Garrison projects are of regional significance and require a conformance review by the Regional Planning Commission, and there is no record of this being heard by the Regional Planning Commission. On May 21st, 2016, the City of Reno held a Verdi community meeting and discussed issues regarding upcoming development in Verdi. The transportation presentation included information regarding the Garson Road overpass. The information presented reinforced the Mortons and Garson development standards and overlay, that the Garson overpass will be privately funded by the developers. This information was reinforced during the June 6th, 2018 Reno City Council meeting, that NDOT had identified the Garson overpass on future plans and that it was anticipated to be improved from 2027 to 2040 and is developer funded. The Reno City Council has the opportunity to ensure that Meridian 120 North contributes to this. During the approval process in 2015 and 16, the only impact fee was a donation to the Washoe County School District. The overpass was built in 1964 as it officially a senior citizen at age 55. As you can see, the overpass presents security and safety issues due to increased traffic. During the June 6, 2018 Reno City Council meeting, Councilmember Delgado reiterated that the city is very concerned about these two issues, security and safety. In my opinion, this is an opportunity for the city to address these and implement impact fees for this developer-funded endeavor. My final issue concerns condition 26, which is related to traffic safety at the I-80 westbound ramp and Garson Road intersection. I am sorry that the photo is not more clear, but pictured is a car driving the wrong way at this intersection. So where my windows roll down, it's driving the wrong way. And it happened yesterday with a garbage truck, but I wasn't able to capture that on camera because I was driving. And I think there's just really an opportunity to follow the Mortons and Garson standards. So that really is the opportunity. I would also like to respectfully provide my opinion about the Mortons and Garson process. And we have Councilmember Weber here, and I don't know if Bill Thomas is still in the room. I was involved during that entire process. I didn't bring my book from 2003, but the idea was TUMWA would be serving the first homes. It was not a phased approach. So I have a far different opinion than Ms. Fuse, and I was intimately involved in the process as Councilmember Weber was, and Bill Thomas worked for Summit Engineering at the time. But the understanding is that TUMWA would be in at the get-go, not 3 or 4 years after those houses were built. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, it should be noted for the record that we received 9 persons are in favor of the appeal. Correction from the record earlier, the 4 letters that we received in correspondence are in opposition of the appeal. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that she did mention that I wanted to get clarification on, does this have to go to regional plan? Or I would imagine it did at one point, or can you give me a little clarification?
The broader Morton Garson Overlay District was part of a settlement agreement. The broader project with the 3,000 dwelling units, that triggered going to regional planning. So back in the early 2000s, this whole area as a project went to regional planning. So each individual project does not have to go to regional planning because it was already encompassed with the broader development.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Yep. Thank you. All right. Any further questions? Seeing that there are none, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan. It's your ward.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate everybody that came out here tonight to be a part of this. I think sometimes information can quell some fears, and at least people can come from a position of being more informed. And it appears to me there's still some work to do with getting the information. The Martinson-Garson Overlay District and the ruling still presents a lot of confusion and multiple interpretations, I guess is probably the best way to put it. And I think there's opportunity for us as the City of Reno to start giving more clarity on that as we move forward. I think we're a growing community, the likelihood of more projects and developments as they come down. I think we need to do a better job of giving clarity to all sides of the equation as to what's going on with that, because I think that puts a lot of confusion out there. That being said, this to me comes down to a very narrow decision. And Madam Mayor, at this time, I would like to make a motion to affirm the Planning Commission decision.
All right. Okay, I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan. Do I have a second? All right, I have a second. Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to support it. I have sympathy for the developer who bought this packaged entitlement that I think maybe was one really pushing the edge of adequacy of infrastructure and ability to provide the services. And then the folks who came in and bought in there. But, and if we had information from Tumwa that there was a backstop, that Tumwa, holds the cards that says, we're not going to sign off on any final maps until we've got the intertie on, then I'd be comfortable because I would know that the water is going to get there and the final map isn't going to get going. But we don't have that information here today. And in lieu of that, I am afraid that they will roar towards final map. It'll go on the old Boomtown system, which we all recognize from here and from Tumwa was defective, was not at the municipal standard we want, and that they'll come on that system and they'll be detriment to the other folks like the Baldwin adjoiners and so on. And so that's why I can't support it. If I did see that Tumwa was going to hold off on that final until the intertie and we're just kind of perpetuating that, I could support. But in lieu of that and in lieu of not having a motion on the table to continue this for a month while we get a definitive answer from Tumwa on what the scheduling is of the intertie, I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah. I am so concerned about the water situation. We've gone over this and over this. I was a huge advocate myself of getting Tumwa out there as soon as possible. It was much later that I found out, and I'll give credit to Ms. Argis for bringing to our attention the requirement for surface water. It should have been in the early phases. In my opinion, it should be happening ASAP, and I'm concerned it's going to take a really long time. All of that said, I think, like Councilwoman Jordan mentioned, that this is a fairly cut and dried. We don't get to relitigate or ask questions, at least the way our staff and legal have presented it, to say, well, maybe this shouldn't have been approved in the first place. I think it's simply an administrative question about an extension by state law. I do think there are questions. I would not be surprised if the state engineer gets involved with Tumwa and weighs in itself and says whether there's surface water, whether there's groundwater, whether this can be issued unless the entire development is ready to roll on surface water. So I expect some ongoing issues with Tumwa and the state engineer. But that said, and I'm extremely sympathetic, as the residents know, to these issues. But that said, I do think we are a yes-no on the extension. They're entitled to it by law, but I want people to be very cognizant of the fact that there's no second extension. If Tumwa does not complete this thing within the 2 years, it goes back to tentative map process. So that's where I am. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
All right, the motion carries. Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, can we clarify,
She
with
was a no.
council member? She was a no. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
All right.
With that, your item passes. The next item tonight.
She was a yes.
Oh, was she a yes?
Councilmember Dewar, can you clarify your vote on the record, please?
Yes, I was a yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Motion passes 6-1. Madam Mayor, with that, we are on item I2. This is an appeal for the Reno Gateway Business Park.
All right. Madam Clerk, I noticed you took presentation first before public comment.
Yes, so Madam Mayor, what I would like to propose is that we go forward with this appeal, same as the last. That process will be that we open up the public hearing. We will discuss correspondence received. At that time, we will have a brief presentation from staff. Then moving forward with the 5 appellants, they're each granted 10 minutes. They will go one right after the other. I ask respectfully that council will hold their questions until after all 5 appellants have presented their case. The applicant will then have the opportunity to come forward and present if council would like to take that. Council will deliberate, and then we will take public comment prior to a motion.
Okay, great. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, we will now open the public hearing Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. 20 letters were received in support of the appeal.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask council members, do you have any disclosures? No? Okay, I'm going to move right on to staff presentation. You're back.
Hello again. For the record, Angela Foos, Planning Manager. I am going to give you a quick history of this project because there's about a 2-year timeline to catch you up on. From a locational perspective, here is a vicinity map. The request before you, the project site, is 26 acres, and it is just south of Interstate 80 near Mogul. This is not part of Verdi. I just wanted to clarify that these are separate communities. Verdi is to the west. This is south of the Mogul area. To zoom in a little bit more and give you an idea of some of the constraints on this site, to the direct north is Interstate 80, to the direct south is the railroad, and just below the railroad is the river. Access to this site is off of Mogul Road, which is on the western southern side of the property. This property is currently in the Reno's sphere of influence. And just to help you understand, there's a difference between the City of Reno boundary and the City of Reno sphere of influence. This is a map showing the properties that have currently been annexed into the City of Reno. So everything in pink is within the City of Reno boundary. And again, our parcel is the yellow parcel being discussed tonight. This is another map to show you where the City of Reno's sphere of influence boundary is. Everything in pink is at one point proposed to be annexed into the city. That's what our sphere of influence is. It's where we intend to grow in the future. So this project, while it's currently an island surrounded by Washoe County jurisdiction, it is in the city sphere and at some point intended to be developed and annexed into the city. Let's start with some history. It was about 2 years ago that a request came to the City Council to take this property out of Reno's sphere of influence. At that time, council deliberated and voted against that decision. The preference was to keep it within the city sphere. A little bit of history on that discussion. At that time, the discussion was, we know there's other development coming. There was development coming in the Verdi area, so there was a lot happening, I would say, in this part of Mogul Verdi that council felt was leading to future development of this area making sense being within the city's jurisdiction. Some other things that were brought up during that discussion was, if we take it out of the sphere of influence and develop it within Washoe County's jurisdiction, what are the different kind of land use decisions? It's zoned industrial. It's been zoned industrial for about 40 years. No changes there. If it develops under the county's jurisdiction, they have different regulations for land use planning. Most likely, an industrial development would be able to go straight to a building permit. There are no triggers in the county for special use permits that are required when you have residential adjacency. That is unique to the City of Reno. So part of that discussion with City Council was, this actually gives the city and the nearby residents more opportunity to comment on a project when a project comes forward. So I think that's a critical piece to understanding why you chose not to take it out of the city sphere and instead leave it in the city's planning jurisdiction. Back then, again, so that was the first step. The applicants then moved forward with a special use permit. That special use permit went to Planning Commission. This was about 2 years ago. The Planning Commission at that time did not vote yes or no on this. The applicant moved to continue it after the Planning Commission had discussions. At that time, the project was what you see on the left. It was one big building that was proposed to be a warehouse distribution, and the dock doors or the loading doors were on the south side. From a traffic perspective, that site plan had quite a few more truck traffic trips, and I'm talking like semi-trucks. Warehouse distribution is typically the primary use, is you have big truck trailers, the semi-trucks coming, dropping off, picking up. That's the bulk of your traffic. So that project went to Planning Commission, it was continued, it went back to Planning Commission, again in March of last year, it was continued again. The applicant went back to the Mogul community, they went back to the developer, and they came up with a site plan which is on the right. That site plan was approved by Planning Commission, and that was just last October, so 2 months ago. And the site plan was different in the fact of the number of semi-trucks that were anticipated and the types of uses. Again, when you take a big warehouse distribution, the bulk of your traffic is semi-truck traffic. What they did is they broke out the building into multiple buildings, so you couldn't have as much square footage under one roof. You're looking at more of flex use type space. And an example that I like to give is if you are a business that sells tile. The front of your business is generally retail, where customers come, they look at tile samples. In the back of their business is where they have more of a warehouse where they store all their tiles. So the bulk of your business is people coming to buy tiles. It is not giant semi-trucks coming and dropping off multiple times a day of the product. And that's really the difference here with the initial site plan versus the proposed site plan that was approved. So when we look at what improvements overall were made between these two site plans, and this goes back to why did the Planning Commission agree to approve this when they did not agree to approve the site plan the previous two times? Couple things. With the new site plan, again, it reduces the amount of semi-trucks that are coming. And with the new site plan, because you're looking at different types of uses, it cut the truck trips about in half. So on an average basis, this is employees, this is trucks coming and dropping off and picking up, you're looking at about 600 average daily trips. To equate that to a residential use, that's about 60 homes in terms of traffic. The other big difference was these truck dock doors. Again, initially on the site plan, the truck dock doors were all on the south side. With the new site plan, they were on the inside, so they had less impact on the neighbors to the north and to the south. And then again, they broke up that one big building and broke it into smaller buildings where you could do more of that flex space that we were talking about rather than just one giant big warehouse distribution. And again, that reduces the overall square footage of your warehouse distribution type of square footage. Staff and Planning Commission added conditions to this project. And again, all that tied into addressing the neighborhood's concerns. It had concerns related to lighting, to traffic, to how do we limit where these big semi-trucks go? How do we keep them off residential roads? So a number of conditions were added to address specifically those concerns. A couple that I wanted to point out is that the city has control, or will have control if this moves forward, over Mogul Road. So the requirement for Mogul Road, which is their main access coming into the site, will have to come up to city standards. Right now, it's just built to Washoe County standards, no curb, gutter, sidewalk. So that is one of the requirements with the condition. There's also a condition that they have to improve the interchange ramp on exit 7. All of that interchange is under NDOT's jurisdiction. So they are the ones that control what happens with that interchange. Based on the comments received in writing and what they stated on the record, and this is NDOT, is that while that interchange it does not look like an average interchange that has a lot of truck trips that's built today. You know, you take the Boomtown interchange versus this interchange that was built a long time ago. It does meet the thresholds. And so it's going to take a lot more traffic before there's any major improvements. This project is extremely small in terms of how much traffic it generates and does not generate enough traffic to warrant major improvements to that interchange. There will be small improvements, again, and NDOT will work with the developer on those. And some of those specifically are when you're getting off of the on-ramp or the off-ramp. So let's say you're coming from the Verdi area and you take that road, the off-ramp, and then you get onto Mogul Road, which is a sharp right. That's going to have to be improved. And so right now it's not set up for semi-trucks, but again, there's no development on this site, so it was never designed for anything, right? So that will have to be improved, and NDOT will have control over that. We're also looking at where we want to allow truck traffic. No truck traffic, this is semi-truck traffic, is going to be allowed on the front road, the frontage road, which is called Silver Ranch Road. That's on the north side of I-80, and that is the frontage road that buffers between Mogul to the north and I-80 to the south. So no truck traffic is allowed on Silver Ranch Road. Dark sky lighting, within Washoe County, they don't typically have a lot of street lighting. We are requiring dark sky lighting, which is consistent with typical Washoe County lighting. Signage, they did propose signage. We limited the height of that sign. So again, we don't want something that's big and obtrusive. We want something that fits in with the character of that area. We added special recommendations on the look of that sign, so it looks like it fits in more with the rural character and not some big flashy commercial sign. And then we also limited how that sign is lit. So there's special hours that the sign can have day lighting, night lighting, so that it's not a big bright light or a bright sign for those adjacent residents on the north side of I-80. And then finally, to limit the amount of semi-trucks, the Planning Commission had a very robust discussion on how do we limit semi-trucks. Well, we can limit it by allowing different types of uses. And again, we took out that big warehouse distribution building, and they have now more of this flex space, so it's smaller units. But they also wanted to put a condition that any lease agreements going forward have to be submitted to the city. And those agreements have to specifically call out that your primary traffic, so the number of trucks coming to your site, cannot be semi-trucks. And what that means is, from a code enforcement perspective, if code enforcement went out there and counted the number of trips, they would look to see how many semi-trucks are coming to your business every day versus how many regular vehicles, right? People with cars and trucks that are coming to the business to look at tile and to buy the tile versus how many of those vehicles are the big semi-trucks doing drop-off and pickup. So that is one tool that Planning Commission conditioned on this project to restrict the number of semi-trucks that visit this site. That concludes my presentation, and I will be available for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me ask you this. I drove out there, and I gotta tell you, it seems so not conducive to the environment out there, and the other thing is, hold on, because otherwise Ashley will make you leave.
There's reminder of decorum when you are in the chambers. Thank you.
My point is, I feel like there's got to be a better way to, I saw a lot of people jogging out there, riding their bikes, things like this. A better way to protect people out there in sort of that environment that they have really kind of built out there. Mm-hmm. And I got to tell you, with some of that infrastructure, it is really dangerous. And the other thing is, what is the plan of NDOT? Because I know they are responsible for some of that. And quite frankly, I was very unimpressed with the infrastructure they've had out there already and protecting people. I think it's really dangerous.
Yeah, and
What is their plan?
This really is the challenge with this site being located where it's at and the fact that it's zoned industrial. This has been zoned industrial for 40 years. So the fact that zoning is in place, Washoe County set that zoning. We, because we're in the sphere, followed their zoning and our master plan. So we are limited in the types of uses that we as a city holding the land use jurisdiction have the ability to control. We can look at our list of industrial uses that are allowed. Mind you, residential is not allowed. And look at what has the least impact in terms of traffic. And I think that is the discussion that's kind of taken place over the last 2 years. Does it make sense? This is almost a 30-acre site. What types of industrial uses make sense on a parcel this big, given your constraints of I-80 on one side, the railroad on the other side? That's not really conducive to any kind of residential, right? It's loud. That's not really where you want families living.
Because I haven't seen anything. What is it?
Their plan at this point is they've said that the way that intersection is currently designed meets their thresholds. They are going to require a traffic study that shows how many truck traffics are proposed. And based on that, they will do more of a pro rata share, meaning the developer will have to pay their fair share of the improvements. Let's say if the NDOT said, we want you to come up with a whole new design for this interchange. It's going to cost $70 million.
So there is no plan.
They would not require that. What they're proposing is much smaller than that. They're going to look at one of the ramps. It's the one heading west. It's the merge lane, so they're going to look at possible changes to that merge lane to allow for more time for the trucks to kind of merge into traffic. Again, that's heading west.
Okay.
And they're also going to look at the way that trucks coming off of the interchange, they're going to require that off-ramp Once you get to the end of it, is redesigned to allow for trucks to be able to turn and turn into the intersection.
And so my next question is, where is NDOT?
Madam Mayor?
I want to know where their plan is. NDOT,
Yep. We did have NDOT representation at the Planning Commission meeting. They were not able to attend tonight. We asked
Really?
multiple times.
As of this morning.
As of this morning. As of last
So
night, they said
that's
yes.
totally
As of this morning,
unacceptable.
they were not available. They did say that they apologized. They have some people on vacation that are more the engineers dealing with this intersection and this interchange, and that at a future time, if we had a future meeting, they will definitely send engineers and designers.
Anymore, I wouldn't be supportive if they can't even get in the room. So, okay, thanks so
Yeah.
much. All right. Other questions from council members? Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Foos, I also went out to the site twice. It's a challenging site. It's difficult for, I wouldn't want my son to be driving it. He's 17. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And so I want to understand, though, because someone owns this piece of dirt. There is a mini storage that's adjacent to it, which doesn't look to me to be very compliant to our code in terms of outside storage. So it's something that I want to have our code folks look at. But someone owns this dirt, and on that dirt, they want to put something there. And you put up the map that showed this piece of dirt, and the grade is really strange from above and below. There's railroad tracks, the curves and sharp turns. What can be built here in an industrial zone that might be less impactful? I mean, could all of it be mini storage? Can it be an outdoor boat parking lot? I mean, I'm just trying to understand what could be put there that would not generate trip traffic, because it's just the site's wrong for the kind of thing that is on there. And so I'm trying to understand, can you give me any ideas?
Yeah, and again, 30 acres, almost 30 acres is a big site. So it's big enough that, does it make sense to have 30 acres of mini storage? I would say from a market perspective, I don't know. Does 30 acres give you enough for a big Amazon distribution warehouse size building? Probably not as well. So we're kind of sandwiched in between two different
Well, they
types of
broke
uses.
down the larger one to avoid that, right? So I
And
get that the applicant was trying to think about, the ways in which this could be less impactful. So they did that. And now you're hearing at least two council members who are saying it's still a lot of problems there. And so I'm trying to understand, what are the other uses that could go on it? And I'm just asking really about a generic question about industrial land. Anywhere else, if it was in South Meadows or North Valleys, wherever, what can you pop on there that would be someone's return on investment? What can they build there? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, other types of uses, the flex office or warehouse distribution is really a good use, because you're breaking those buildings down into smaller buildings, which limits the amount of product you could store. So you're dealing with, again, kind of the tile business, right? The small time business. You could also have the mini warehouse as they have there now. That existing mini warehouse is old. It wasn't approved under the city. It was approved under the county's jurisdiction. We have much tighter, especially coming in today, right? Our design requirements are much tighter. We require articulation on our buildings, fencing, screening, all those types of things. So there are other types of uses that don't generate semi-truck traffic. And again, flex office space or flex warehouse space is a good one. Mini storage, as we talked about, is also a good one. They are going to generate car trips. Those are just the types of uses, because that's employees and that's people coming to drop off their stored goods, their stored items. But those don't generate semi-truck trips.
All right, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's never the city's job to identify a use for a property. We have a zoning table with a lot of uses. One use in particular that I've looked at there that's not available to other zoning districts is outdoor storage. And so a contractor who does a lot of work in the summer could store items there and come and get them during the construction season. I mean, I see that because the trips to me are the key. Is there an at-grade railroad crossing at the location?
There is to the south of the property.
Okay. I represent the area over the White Fur area where an at-grade railroad crossing is. And it is of tremendous concern to me in West Reno. It's been a growing area since I've been on the council, and those at-grade railroad crossings are, you can be stuck in there. People can make imprudent decisions. They can be in a hurry. And I think that it needs to be the policy of the council, and I think I brought this up in the master plan a little bit, is when we see an at-grade railroad crossing and we have a request coming before us, it really is going to drive the lesser and least intensive trips, in my view, because those at-grade railroad crossings are so dangerous and really should not be in play in urban environments. Maybe when you're putting in light rail, somewhere in Northern California or Southern California, you start to get used to it. But in these semi-rural areas, they're not good in a suburban environment. So, unfamiliar drivers, like the person moving into their mini storage unit every 3 months or so, is not someone I'd be comfortable with taking that sort of use, and the semi trucks too.
I should also acknowledge that the access to this site does not require crossing the railroad. Access to this site is north of the railroad.
Okay.
So there's no kind of conflict between future users
Okay.
needing to cross the railroad
Okay.
tracks.
Okay. But you said that it's NDOT right of way. I thought the staff report said that the Mogul Road is really on UP land.
That is part of the right-of-way. We are requiring, we're conditioning that it is brought up to city standards.
But that's going to require an agreement with the railroad, correct?
They will have to comply, correct. Anything in their right-of-way, they'll have to comply with. We are conditioning that they bring it up to city standards. If they have a conflict with UP, again, that's something that would limit them from being able to develop this property.
Yeah, I mean, much along the way with earlier today, when we're off-shifting responsibility to private parties, in the wetlands maintenance management and so on, I feel here a condition like that is offshoring a responsibility onto a property owner, which if it's part of our long-range plan, it should be part of our transportation network, and we should be taking the charge of it. And so I have a little bit of a problem with that. And I guess also, let's know that the property is already put to economic use with the presence of a billboard, correct?
There is a billboard on it,
Okay,
yes.
so the property does have a use on it. So thank you. Those are my questions.
All right.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, let me go to Councilwoman Jordan, then I will come right to you, Councilwoman Dewar. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. This is an area of great importance to me, being, I will say, near my ward, because I'm going to start out, and you all on staff and a number of the Verdi residents who are county residents have heard me say this. I hate spheres of influence. I hate them because I think they are bad for a democratic process when individuals that are being impacted by me or this body, they can't vote for me.
Yeah.
And I think that's wrong. That being said, I also see the benefits of spheres of influence, and I'll give you an example. So I'm going to talk out of both sides here, but there's definite reasons. This island, this piece of property that is definitely an island for a variety of reasons, but it is surrounded all by county property. We could turn this back to the county, and they could put a Walmart on it tomorrow, direct to build, as I understand. So for that reason, I'm going to say I kind of like them because it allows us some level of communication with the property owner and the developer to see what might be more conducive in this area. Having been out there a fair amount of time, particularly the rock crushing plant that this body denied is right near there. That tight turn concerns me, and I'm not sure that semi-truck traffic should be anywhere near this area. But I too want to find a way that we can allow someone who has invested, good dollars in a piece of property to do something valuable with it. I thought the mini storage might be of value. I think there is a demand, given Reno and its proximity to Tahoe and Truckee, and people storing their things maybe winter, summer, that sort of thing. I've heard from a number of developers that have expressed an interest in potential storage unit space in that area, in that, that maybe there is a demand for it. And I think there is a way. I think when you look at the storage facility next to it, that's horrible. That storage facility next to it is horrible. It looks horrible. It's not well maintained. It's trashy. It's not shielded well. But then you kind of look at the storage unit that's on the back roundabout of Somerset on the backside. And granted, I get the topography, everything's a little bit different there, but that one's more suitable. So I think what I'm trying to do right here is, should this go back to the drawing board, which I suspect it needs to go back to the drawing board. I'm trying to give the property owner and the developer some idea of something that might be more suitable here. They have a right to do something with their land. They have that right. And I think it's incumbent on us to try to help them find a way to do that. But I don't think it involves semi-trucks. And I will tell you this, the fact that NDOT is not here, I'd like to say this is the first time that this has happened, where they know they're walking into potentially a buzzsaw of questions. We're all here. They're not. That concerns me, because any discussion as we go forward, they're going to need to be here to answer the questions. So that bothers me. So those are my comments.
All right, any other questions?
One last question.
Go ahead, I'm going to give you 3 minutes.
Madam
And then I
Mayor?
want to get,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm so sorry, Councilwoman.
I want to know if staff is
Sorry,
supportive.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Oh, I'm
Hold
sorry.
on.
Okay.
I skipped over her and
Okay.
I feel terrible. Okay, take it away, Councilwoman Dewar. And then
You don't
remind
have
me,
to feel
Councilwoman
terrible.
Breckus. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to get in a few thoughts. One, similar to Councilwoman Jordan, I am so mindful of the situation with the rock crusher, which we denied for several reasons. It too was a special use permit for residential adjacency, and we were so concerned about the roads in the area, no sidewalks, tight turns, the amount of traffic, the awkward interchange. There's a lot about this project that reminds me of that. I'm not saying it's identical in any way. This is not a rock crusher. But another project that this reminds me of is a project that came in for a special use permit for residential adjacency in the North Valleys. And in that project, they were trying to site a big storage, like an Amazon type in and out storage, distribution center. And this is what bothers me about it. We gave an approval based on an alignment of buildings similar to what we were just shown on the overhead. In other words, turning the buildings inward to not bother the residents. And I hate to say this, but it's true. Staff overrode that, and they allowed the applicant later through an administrative process to turn the buildings back the way that they originally wanted to. So we approved it based on a condition, but then that condition was changed after it left our hands. And so, I've seen that movie before. I want to make sure that whatever we approve through a special use permit is appropriate. And I too had thought of mini storage. I talked to Ms. Foose earlier today or yesterday about that possibility. It seems like something industrial but with less traffic might be appropriate. And like a PUD, we're being asked to approve a specific thing, not a general thing like a zoning or something, a very specific thing. So at this time, based on what I've heard, I'm not in favor of what I'm seeing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. So I know the Planning Commission was the one who applied that condition about staff reviewing every lease. And sometimes conditions come up and staff says that's an unworkable condition, too administratively difficult. And I just want to know, because this is one that to me is so far beyond us having to monitor conditions of a special use permits, ongoing reviewing leases. I don't know, the capacity, the framework. So does staff find that a workable condition? And did staff tell what did staff tell the Planning Commission when that came up?
We did not tell them yes or no. The question was asked is, how can staff measure this, right? And it goes back to a code enforcement. So at a couple levels, at a business license level, we would look at the business license type of use, and we would question, Is that more of a warehouse distribution use, or is it something that really doesn't have semi-trucks coming? So that's kind of level 1 of how we monitor that. Level 2, it's based on code complaints. So if any of the residents nearby have a complaint that there's too much semi-truck traffic, we would send a code enforcement officer out there, and he would start monitoring how much semi-truck trips we're getting versus how much regular vehicle trips we're getting, and see if it actually meets the, primary versus ancillary, I would say accessory truck traffic use.
I just want acknowledgement of a consistent response from staff when conditions of, monitoring these projects go forward, that, sometimes it seems like there's picking and choosing of what we can monitor, what we can enforce, what we can evaluate, and what we can't. And so this one seems very much like an outlier, and I wanted to just flag it for the council.
It definitely is an outlier. This is not something that we want to spend our staff resources counting the number of semi-truck trips. This was, I would say, Planning Commission's kind of alternative to be able to get to something that's measurable, rather than saying, we don't want you to have a lot of semi-trucks. What does that mean? How do we measure that? So this was something that was measurable that we could actually enforce.
The council turns this down. I think that's a major one, is that sometimes when you go through those gymnastics to make it, it puts an increased burden on the city that maybe we just don't want to put the bandwidth, the time and energy into. Why this property has this ongoing administrative focus on it is just, asking too much, and maybe another use needs to be found.
Councilman Jordan, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I know that we haven't heard from the 5 appellants yet, and I know that they each get 10 minutes. I did wonder from the developer's representative, having heard, kind of the conversation, and you can see from the crowd, is there, we're pretty darn far apart.
Sure. Good evening. For the record, Mike Raley with Christie Corporation, here representing Bentar Development. We do have members of our engineering team here as well. Yes, in talking with Chichi Bengochea, the applicant, we are willing to go back and look. Every redesign that we've had is looking at ways, how do we cut back the truck traffic? We've got it to where we've reduced it by 75%. We're more than willing to go back and look to see what use changes can we make to reduce it even further. What I think that is going to entail, it needs us to kind of look and do some market studies and some market analysis and run some numbers in terms of with the engineers, what different uses, what type of traffic they would generate that would still fit within the industrial designation. So we're willing to do that and look at making, some more revisions to the plan that's kind of evolved to where we're at today.
I appreciate that. I know you guys have been, as a pun, you guys have been on this road for a long time. But I appreciate you looking further at that, and with the understanding that you have a right to do something with this. And we're trying to find a way to make it fit with the,
Sure.
surrounding areas and have, I'm not going to say no impacts, because all growth has impacts. Everybody, the house they live in, had an impact on the house next to them. So we have to understand that. But I appreciate, a lot of folks would come up here and say, no, this is what I must have, and,
Right.
Try to force something. So I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Mayor, at this time, would you like to proceed with hearing your appellants?
We certainly can. It sounds like you guys are going to go back. The other thing is, I would absolutely demand, that NDOT gets here. And then going back to staff, I really just want to look at it more comprehensive out there for safety for the cyclists. There's so many people on that road, and I just couldn't believe, well, I can believe how many, but a lot of Reno flocks to that area just to even cycle that don't live out there, right? Yeah. And that, first and foremost, the residents, we want to protect them, but I'm not so sure people are aware the amount of people that are enjoying, that lifestyle out there. I just want to have a better way to, do a better job to mitigate, and I'm not saying with yours, I'm saying overall in general. I think that that is really important for the quality of life out there. You know, when it comes to cycling and jogging and animals and things like that.
And I think as part of the applicant's desire to go back and relook at types of uses, we can also look at sidewalks. And while we cannot necessarily require them, we can have discussions on where the applicant is willing to maybe offer up some of those concessions.
Okay, and who will reach out to NDOT? Would that be you, or would you like me to?
We will continue discussions
I'd
with
be happy
NDOT. And I shouldn't throw NDOT under the bus. They did show up at the last meeting. They have been great about talking to us. That as of last night, they were willing to come. As of today, there was some conflicts and they couldn't make it. So if we would have known that ahead of time, we may have done something different, but I apologize on that piece. We will definitely make sure that somebody from NDOT is here to answer questions the next time we come back.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it. With that being said, do you?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Question. Is it a possibility that they could even look at a non-industrial use, you know, something different than industrial that might be more consistent with the region? I know that residential is across the freeway, and that there is the railroad track, and they're sort of jammed in there with transportation corridors, rail and road. But just that, I think that should be on the table as well. That might give them some greater latitude to do something more interesting or more congruent with the area. And more, they've named this the gateway, you know, maybe more congruent with a gateway to that area. Thank you.
Councilman Dewar. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I suppose I have two comments. One is related to Councilmember Dewar's concerns or thoughts, and that is, I suppose, broadly speaking, you know, we've had these conversations about different kinds of uses, whether it be residential, industrial. I don't know what the process would be like to go through all of the changes or machinations, but certainly there's also a conservation easement that Councilmember Dewar has been very vocal about advocating for, which I think is something worth exploring, perhaps beyond the time tonight. But I think Councilmember Dewar makes a good point about, and I guess I'm speaking to the applicant's representatives about, you know, this piece of dirt is challenging for anyone, including you. And so I would like us to see what are all of the opportunities, not just limiting it to industrial, although that may be what's required given that it is currently zoned that within our sphere of influence and the county's overlay on that. The second, though, issue is more of a procedural one, and perhaps I'm looking to our attorneys, Mr. Hall. Obviously, we have an appeal tonight, and we went in a different direction because before we had been taking applicant and staff and presentations, that sort of thing. But I really want to respect the peoples who have come here tonight, who have been here for a number of hours now, and to see whether or not it would be appropriate to table this item to leave here tonight with that being the outcome, or is it that we need to open it up for the appellants who I think know now where we are as a body about our significant concerns? What is the appropriate procedural posture for us moving forward were I to move to table it?
You could move to table this matter, and that's what I thought I heard the applicant say, although I'm looking for a little more clarification from the applicant as to what they plan to do. And I think Mr. Raley was going to provide some information on what their plan was going forward, and that would give council a little more information on what course we could take.
Well, and I also want to say, Mr. Hall, for the members of the audience who are here tonight, we absolutely value your presence here tonight. I'm trying to figure out a way to respect that presence so that you are not feeling like you're coming up to say things which you presumably know we now agree with in terms of the delicate balance here and the problems with this site. So I'm not trying to limit the members of the public's opportunity to be here and to redress their government. In fact, I think that's a great thing, but I also don't want to waste anyone's time tonight. It's cold, it's the holidays. I'm just trying to be respectful of everyone's time.
Once again, for the record, Mike Raley with Christie Corporation. There's a lot of moving parts in terms of what exactly we'll come back with. Just to further complicate the matter, this is accessed via an easement from the Union Pacific Railroad, which we need to clarify if there's use restrictions related to that easement. I know in the past that we have looked at this for residential use. It was determined that from the builders that we spoke to that there was no interest, the reason being that the site is accessed from a railroad-controlled easement that makes it very difficult. It clouds title on potential houses. There's a lot of issues associated with that. With that being said, we can definitely look at the other types of uses that would reduce or even eliminate truck traffic, but I can't make that decision tonight. There's a lot of moving parts to be determined. I do also want to say, for the record, we did make a formal request in writing to NDOT that they be here tonight. I spoke with we spoke with OJ, who's the district engineer. I know he's on vacation, and we were under the impression that somebody was going to be here tonight in his place. And I think it's critical before any action is taken on this that they be involved to address no matter what is put on the site. So,
May I?
Question?
Really quickly, go ahead, Councilman Gardner.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at, since it sounds like two things. Are you withdrawing this?
what we would like to do is table the item and then bring back a revised plan to the council.
Which is, in essence, withdrawing, isn't it?
No, I believe that the appellants have the due process right to have us take action on their appeals, up or down. It's not their decision.
Please
And
be
I'm just,
respectful
and
of
I'm just,
quorum.
I'm a city planner. I kind of cut my teeth at the city of Albuquerque, which, had a certain way is, when you get to this point, you have to come up and say, we withdraw, or we go forward and give an up or a down. You can come back and submit anytime you want. But knowing that this one's even been hung around and had 2 trips of 2 different projects to the Planning Commission, we need to start to, as a body, get to points where when we have this, we can be here another 2 hours and hear it out. I'm fine. I'm here for the night, up or down. But if we're gonna go, he needs to ask for withdraw, and then we can leave. That's how it goes.
You can do that, and then also, I want to make sure that the ones who, the appellants are heard, because I want them on the record.
If it's to the interest of the council, the actual applicant, his flight was canceled tonight. He was flying back from a family engagement back east. His flight was canceled due to weather somewhere back east. So if we could hear from the appellants in the meantime, I can get a hold of him on the phone and get his opinion on that.
Thank you so much.
And Madam Mayor, and I think that's important, because I think what you're hearing is you're better off to withdraw.
Well, and also, it's not his.
It's not his. He needs to, but he needs to, this has too much work to do. But we still want to hear from the appellants. And I want to hear from those in the community, understanding that, with the exception of saying, well, we'd like it to remain open space forever, or we want it to be a park or a trail, what are your suggestions on what you think would be a use that could produce some level of revenue for the property owner? Because I think that's what they're probably looking for too, is something that you might find acceptable that's within the definition of, what it's zoned as. So maybe as the appellants come up, maybe if they have, sometimes you guys have far better ideas than we ever would have.
Exactly. Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
So I understand, if the appellant withdrew, then there is nothing to appeal. But if the appellant does not withdraw, then we are hearing it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So do we need to take a 5-minute recess so Mr. Raley can contact his client, or?
I think we just move forward with either public comment or comments on the record from the appellants.
Okay, got it.
That's the direction I want to see us going. I just think we're better off having all of it on the record. Plus, I really want to hear your suggestions, everyone that lives out there. I think that's really important, that you guys shape the community out there in which you live in. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so with that direction in mind, we will begin with the 5 appellants. First to speak is Emanuela Heller McNeilish. After that will be Karen Niehold. After that will be Lori Leonard. After that will be Gary Bomberger. Last will be Barbara Finney. As a reminder, you do have 10 minutes. Please address the council as a whole. We'll ask that council hold their questions until after all the appellants have finished their presentations. Should be noted for council that we have near 25 people signed in for public comment, additionally after your 5 appellant presentations. Go ahead. Please state your name for the record also.
Good evening. My name is Emanuela Heller-McNeilish. Thank you for letting us speak. I live in Mogo, and I oppose the Reno Gateway Business Park, and I support all the other appeals tonight. Finding D of the staff report is not met. The proposal does not adequately mitigate traffic impacts of the project. In the next 10 minutes, I will make the case that 1, the westbound on-ramp is unsafe. 2, NDOT knows this. 3, if there's anything to be done with increased uses, this on-ramp needs to be fixed first. And 4, City Council is responsible for deciding whether this gets changed. So let's get started. The developers paid for a traffic study, but you only get what you asked for, and they only looked at traffic on Mogul Road, ignoring the interchange and the freeway ramps. At the heart of all this is that this interchange never has seen truck traffic before, so this will be a significant change, not only the amount of cars, but also trucks. And Mogul is a residential-only area with no services. Recently, ramps have been updated. What has not been updated is the westbound on-ramp. It could not be extended because there's a bridge with an overpass in the way. That's where this photo is taken. Now put yourself in the shoes of this car on the left, trying to merge onto the freeway, packed with trucks and cars speeding down from Robb Drive. The school bus driver of my kids told me she has trouble every morning to merge. She either has to slow down or come to a complete stop with a bus full of children. In the next few slides, I want to show you the communication between the city of Reno and NDOT, because NDOT originally identified this ramp as a problem, but then this later got dropped from the conversation. In October 2018, NDOT wrote to the city of Reno and the developers that, I zoom in here, the westbound on-ramp is not being improved, and they would request if there has to be a pro-rata fair share paid, meaning the ramp is too short and the developers might have to pay their share to extend this ramp. However, 4 months later, before the development got downsized, they already completely dropped this from their correspondence here. No word anymore about the westbound on-ramp. I just wonder how this got dropped. This is also not mentioned in the letter of approval. NDOT still told us in April this year that the ramp needs extension, and this is a comment by NDOT for you, the city of Reno, to consider. However, the same NDOT official in October here in front of the Planning Commission, just recently, didn't mention this anymore. He said, we have so many functionally obsolete ramps in Nevada, and yours is just another one of those. Well, it's not reassuring because my kids use this every morning on their way to school. Then the NDOT official went on that the traffic is not that packed yet on I-80, so if you have a higher density of traffic on I-80 there, then this ramp will become an issue more than it already is. So let's look at densities, and he even sent this to us from the RTC Washoe County website. He said we have around 60,000 cars per day on I-80 there. However, I continued looking on their website. There will be a 30% increase in traffic there, putting us in a completely different ballgame here, meaning this ramp will become a bigger issue than it already is. And if you continue looking on their website, the prediction for this specific westbound on-ramp are even worse. There will be a 5-fold increase from 2015 to 2040 just in normal traffic of our specific on-ramp, in addition to the 30% increase of traffic on I-80, making this ramp really unsafe. What the NDOT official recently in October in front of the Planning Commission also did not mention, that this ramp is too short according to the guidelines. If you look at the policy on geometric designs of highways and streets, also called the Green Book, by the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, AASHTO, the length of the on-ramp is clearly stated here. An on-ramp has to be from the nose to the end of the dotted line, a minimum of 300 to 500 feet. And the last merging area has at least to be 300 feet. Looking at NDOT archives, zooming in, our ramp is only 230 feet long. It should be a minimum of 300 to 500 feet long. The merging area here is not even a third of the required length. We have a curved entrance design. According to those data, we would even need a longer ramp, and multiply this by 1.5 because it's an uphill slope. This ramp would need to be at least 1,100, if not 1,600 feet long. Our ramp is only 230 feet long. There is no shoulder. If you don't merge or slam on the brakes, you will either crash to the left or fall down on the right into the underpass. And this is for cars, not even trucks. And don't tell me there will not be incidental truck going up this ramp. There's no way that we can reinforce this. Law enforcement is very sparse out there in Washoe County. The recommended merging speed, according to the guidelines in the Green Book, is 60 miles per hour, 5 miles under the speed limit of the freeway. If you plug in your numbers here for a truck, you come up with 30 miles per hour. So we will have trucks merging with 30 miles per hour here. And we went to the trouble hiring a truck driver. We sent him up the ramp, and sure enough, he barely merged, and he barely reached 30 miles an hour, creeping slowly uphill, reaching 50 miles per hour when he was already at the next exit for Verdi, instead of reaching a merging speed of 60 miles per hour. So why should you, as the city of Reno, follow the guidelines of the Green Book instead of listening to an NDOT employee, which is not here tonight? Well, in your City of Reno Public Works Design Manual, you refer yourself to the Green Book. Chapter 1, Section 1, Design of all streets shall conform to the Green Book or AASHTO, and this includes the on-ramps. What the NDOT official also mentioned in front of Planning Commission, and which was not what I see here, he said between 2015 and 17 there were 6 crashes not related to the westbound on-ramp. Well, what I see here in our interchange are 3 eastbound related crashes compared to 9 westbound related crashes. We have 3 times more crashes already near that ramp compared to the other ramp. The same NDOT official who was here in October told me on the phone that NDOT is reactive and not proactive. So I ask you as a city of council, do you want to be reactive, meaning letting more crashes and maybe fatalities happen? Or do you want to be proactive and either extend this ramp or at least do not send any new traffic to this interchange? And coming to an end here, I want to point out, I want to say what are the benefits of this development and what are the risks. So the benefits of this development for the developer, obviously, a lot of money. The benefits for the neighborhood, nothing. The benefits for you, City of Reno, nothing. Because the likelihood of annexation of this specific lot is extremely low due to the adjacent railroad. You will most likely never have any tax revenue coming out of this development. On the other hand, what are the risks? Well, for the neighborhood, we risk our safety and our lives are at stake, and the ones of our children going to school. What are the risks for the city of Reno? Well, after this is all out now, that this ramp not even barely reaches the minimal standards for a freeway on-ramp, if you would grant a development with that much amount of traffic and trucks and just normal cars to be added on there, you might make yourself liable as a city for future lawsuits when there are crashes and fatalities involved. So I respectfully ask you to vote with your conscience here and grant this appeal. Thank you.
Ms. Heller, McNelage, Ms. Heller, Excuse me, Mrs. Heller. Ma'am.
Emanuela, if you can please approach the dais. If I can please remind everyone in the audience for a final time about proper decorum while in this room. Please hold your applause.
I can sort of appreciate why the applause was given. It was an incredibly thorough presentation, impressive as all get out. I don't know what your background is, but I'm sure that the city is hiring.
Thank you.
I want to open it up to my colleagues on the council to ask questions of this particular appellant because we have so many. I'm worried that if either you might want to leave or you might be sitting down or we would get lost. And so I want to see if anyone from the body has questions of this particular appellant at this time. Again, thank you for your presentation. Most impressive. Okay. Sure. Okay. It sounds like we're okay for now. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next appellant.
Next appellant is Karen Neathold.
Ms. Nebold, welcome.
Hello, I'm hoping that technology doesn't fail me. Hello, for the record, my name is Karen Neithold. I've been a resident of Mogul since 1998. I'm here to appeal the Reno's Planning Commission's approval of the Reno Gateway Business Park. I appreciate that you have already visited the site. I appreciate that you have already read our minds about what are some of the major problems. But first I would like to, in a very respectful way, have our audience raise their hand if they are here for this appeal. And I knew that you already knew that, but I thought we should show you. And I appreciate that you're asking clarifying questions of us. We find that in other cases that the developer and the city are the only people answering the questions. So the special use permit findings A and E are not appropriate, are not followed by this development. A, it is not compatible with the existing surrounding land uses and development. E, the proposed site, location, scale, intensity, density, height, layout, setbacks, architectural, and overall design of the development and uses proposed is not appropriate to the area which it's located. So, SUP finding A, it is not compatible. The developer does not acknowledge nearby residences. They only acknowledge the residences to the north. This is an inaccurate map from the SUP application. You see in the blue, that is Union Pacific land, and to the south of that, it says Parks and Rec open space, but I'm sorry, those are people's houses. The city of Reno also does not acknowledge nearby residences, and early tonight, the city of Reno again did not acknowledge those residences. There they are. There's a lot of controversy about when this was actually zoned industrial. They said 40 years. I've seen 30 years. I've seen 21 years. According to assessor's information, it was about 21 years ago. However, there are so many different plans, it's hard to say exactly how long it's been. But it's not similar use and it's not similar scale. The current mini storage, no matter what you think of it, this is 9 times the size. It is not the same function. They are going to be 9 times the size and have significant number of trips per day. The manager told me they had 2 to 40 visitors a day. That's 4 to 80 trips. This is a map of the area. In white are residences. The Truckee River is highlighted and the highway is highlighted. The red is Mogul self-storage, and then we can see the site. There are 400 plus homes at this. Again, finding E is not appropriate. The location of nearby residences are not acknowledged, and this is a recreation portal to the Truckee River and open spaces. And if you go on the weekend, you see all the cars parked, people fishing, hiking, etc., biking, families. So this is a map that is a little bit of a close-up. In green is public lands. Those are publicly held lands by Washoe County, Nevada, and the United States. Again, it's too large. The density is not similar. At Mogul Mini's self-storage, the largest bay is 12 by 25 feet. The Reno Gateway is going to be multiple uses. It will have 2 warehouse trucking bays, storefront warehouses, recreational vehicle storage, and self-storage. It does not complement for all of the other reasons I already mentioned. So, are we able to access the video? I've created a video of the development timeline. And I've highlighted the Truckee River. Once it goes, please work. There we go. And I-80. The building began in 1907. We're going to fast forward through a lot of years. And we can see that that land is just sitting there. And here we are in 1974 when I-80 was completed. Now watch the housing boom. In 1982, the developer says that it was zoned industrial. And in 1990, the mini storage was built 29 years ago. So say what you will, that was a long time ago. In 1998, the developer also acknowledges that it was zoned industrial. It's hard to say. But watch the zoning, watch the development around this area as that land sits vacant. Each year is a second. And here we are at 2019 with 400 residents at exit 7. There's Tumwa, the church, Sierra Pacific Power and the fire, and that is Union Pacific land in pink. So now we're going to have the public lands, City of Reno, Washoe County, State of Nevada, U.S. government, and owners associations. If you look at this map, you can see how this is in a unique situation. We have one access portal. We have exit 7. We are surrounded by, see on the south, see that white? Those are the residences south of the building site. If we could go back to the last slide in the PowerPoint presentation. I have spent some time reading the planning, all of the planning. I read almost half of the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning document, 213 pages. I didn't get through it all. These are large, overwhelming documents. I feel like, let me see, here we go. I feel like Mogul is the forgotten neighborhood. If you look at planning industrial south of the highway, north of the river, it makes sense on a macro level. But on a micro level in our neighborhood, it doesn't match. The access has difficulties, and you've nailed a lot of the problems. It doesn't make sense. So we would like to say that our neighborhood association would be very happy to work with the developer for ideas for that land use, so that we aren't always meeting up here, that can we find a mutually agreeable plan. This land has remained vacant that entire time. The economic driving force in this area is residential. And I ask you to approve our appeal. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, our next appeal is presented by Lori Leonard.
Good evening. My name is Lori Leonard, and I live at 10265 Mogul Road. I have been a resident there for approximately 7 years. Okay. So this is not my presentation. I could try, but... Oh, sure.
Oh, sure. No, that's good.
All right, Madam Mayor, technology should be on our side now.
Okay, yep, this is my presentation, and I am here to appeal the Planning Commission's decision to approve this gateway project because, as other appealants have stated previously, I agree with the other appealants that are presenting tonight. And also, as was very beautifully stated, the Mogul area is a residential area, and it's really a gateway to public access in the outdoors. It is pretty clearly not an area for business. This sign here is taken from the highway, and I think due to previous issues with trucks accidentally getting off at this exit and having issues, I think this was a big enough issue that this sign you'll see, residential area, no through traffic. So again, when looking at the special use permit, as was stated earlier, this is not a compatible use, this development plan, because again, Mogul is a residential area and has no services, which is what the other exit sign clearly shows. This is the exit sign heading east. Also, this proposal does not adequately mitigate traffic issues. This was very well articulated earlier in terms of some of the very severe traffic concerns and safety concerns, almost as is without the proposed additional 650 daily trips in an area that does not have truck traffic, much less semi-truck traffic. There was some notes of trying to mitigate or reduce the number of trucks and semis, but again, it seems very difficult, if not, I don't know if impossible is the right word, but to actually do that monitoring and ensure that there would not be X number of trucks or semis making use of this if that proposal were to go through. This is also an area where, as was noted earlier, this is a very heavily used area for pedestrians, cyclists, people getting access to the Truckee River, as well as access to our public lands. As we have more and more residential areas being developed right in this area, this is something that is more and more critical all the time. People really need access to open space. It's important to our health, both physically and mentally. So this is something that we're going to be seeing more and more people coming to make use of this space in the future. Also, looking at F, This would incur adverse environmental impacts due to the noise that would be coming into a residential area from semis and truck traffic. Again, they were initially looking at a little bit over 900 trucks, and their greatly reduced numbers are approximately 650. So again, this is to bring home the point that there are no services in Mogul. So this is not a gateway to business. And also, as you saw in some of the other maps, there's just not space for that to be the case in the future. There are currently approximately 400 households in the Mogul area, with another 106 approved for development that will be making use of this exit area. And again, these are people who are looking to have access to the nearby public space. This is a map. The green is indicating where there is, that's the Toyabe National Forest. And in looking at the city of Reno's plans for updating the, updating the master plan. Surveys went out to Reno residents to look at what their vision for the city of Reno is. And I think this is really telling in terms of how we're looking at this development and others moving forward. So from that, I took this off of the city's website. There was just under 6,000 City of Reno participants in this. And one of the number one things that came up with the community vision was seeing Reno as a base for outdoor activities. This is something really important for future planning and something very important to the local community. Also, something that came from that survey was that a majority of citizens are looking for walkable neighborhoods. Currently, as has been noted earlier, there are many people from the Mogul area who are walking to this public space, and there's also a very large number of people from the rest of the city of Reno that are looking for good access points into open spaces, and it's beautiful up there. So another portion of that survey was asking what community values were. So one of the number one community values was safety, and that was safety to pedestrians, drivers, and cyclists. Also a sense of community. As you can see here today, there is a very significant sense of community that exists in the Mogul area. This is the third meeting that I would say about 100 people have been willing to come back out for to say we really care about our community. Also noted was an ease of driving. This proposed development would increase the, would be very dangerous based on the, specifically the 5-way intersection that exists where semi-trucks would be introduced. And I'll have some videos that make it a little bit easier for people to understand that. Noise levels is also a concern for community members. So introducing semi-trucks into a residential area would clearly be impacting noise levels. And then also access to outdoors is a value that's very important that came from that community survey. So this proposal would severely impact safety, a sense of community by directly dividing the Mogul community to the north of the highway from the Mogul community to the south by making that an unsafe space for people to walk and access public space. It would be increase the danger of driving in this area, higher noise levels, and it would reduce access to outdoor open space. Also of big concern in this area, this is actually a portion of where the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway exists. This is on their map. And with this proposal, there would be semi-trucks going in the same area where this is a very common site in the Mogul area. So this is a map that shows where the exit that the proposed additional traffic, specifically truck traffic, would be coming. And so to give people a little bit better idea, this is the area where the existing Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway route is located. This is where the proposed everyday 650 additional trucks and other traffic would be coming. And this is the overlap where there would be semi-trucks and bicyclists. So again, I just want to point out the location of this. Oh gosh, I'm running out of time. All right, and revisiting community values. This is something you very regularly see. This is a family that allowed me to take a picture of them while out walking. If you'll follow this, this is the overpass that others have mentioned is very dangerous. This is where trucks would have to be going. And then this is a video of this underpass area, and it's bringing us to the 5-way intersection, which as it is now is quite dangerous. And with the addition of at least 650 truck traffic, this clearly is kind of frightening. So as you can see in watching this train, there are 2 sets of railroad tracks here. Looking to the right here, this is where the proposed development traffic would be going. This is looking east. This is Mogul Road here. This is the off-ramp where they're proposing to have trucks come off the highway and turn there. As you can also see, I'm just one car stopped at this intersection. If there was more than one vehicle behind me, it could very quickly block that entire 5-way intersection, which clearly poses a danger. There's also not any gates at these railroad tracks nor lights. And so as more people are looking to access the river and aren't very familiar with these tracks, it's very dangerous. This happened just the other day when there's snow, which makes these railroad tracks an additional danger. This vehicle I don't think is very used to going over the tracks, and it's very difficult. You can't really see if another vehicle is coming from the other side. I had to literally back up into that 5-way intersection. And had there been anyone behind me, I would not have been able to let them go through. And if there was a train coming, that would be problematic. At these tracks, the trains can come from either direction, from either track. And that's not something most people would know when you're just crossing these tracks. Oh, crap. So this area is an area very frequented by fly fishermen. And so I note this because it just shows that there's a desire to get to the river. There's more people trying to access here, and there's certainly a danger. Can I finish?
How much longer do you have?
Not much longer.
Okay. Well, what's not much longer?
Oh, like maybe a minute.
Oh, perfect. Go
Okay,
ahead.
great. So this is just showing that this is an intersection where families are having their kids dropped off. Again, it's that same intersection where there'd be truck traffic. This is looking a little bit further down the road towards where the development would be proposed. This is incredibly common. Again, this is kind of a gateway to the river and to the outdoors. These are trucks that are parked getting access to the bridge here to the Truckee River, and crossing the bridge there is how people access the Toyabe National Forest and the public lands. We see a lot of people walking, river access, and again, to clarify these locations, that's the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway. This is in green where a lot of people walk from the Mogul community in the north down to the public space. Those are the 2 locations where people very regularly are parking for river access and public space access. This is a picture of where the bridge is located. The red circle is where the 5-way intersection is located, and the red line is where the proposed additional truck traffic would be coming. Thank you.
Did you finish everything?
Well, no, but
Anyway, I thought you did a great job. Are you a teacher?
no. Oh my God, no.
I thought your presentation was fantastic.
Thank you. Well, this is something that could very easily happen at the intersection. And at this stage in the game, we do not have truck traffic. We don't have semis coming through unless it's a rare occurrence in an accident. And so it's my request that you carefully consider whose interests are being represented, whether it's the 1,400 or so Mogul residents, the thousands of Mogul residents, or or Reno residents who were surveyed, or the developer. From Las Vegas, one person. Again, this is an area that it's a gateway to an amazing residential community and the outdoors.
All right.
Thank
good
you.
job. All right. Good job.
Madam Mayor, our next appellant is Gary Bomberger.
Hi, my name is Gary Bomberger. I live at 11405 Mogul Road. I've lived there 7 years. My wife's family's lived there over 100 years. My presentation content is concerning but not limited to the misinformation in the SUP and Staff Report 11427. Staff Report 11427, Finding A, the proposed use is compatible with the existing surrounding land uses and development. Staff report presents false information in order to support this finding. Page 7, quote, properties to the south and east are designated public facilities. Page 8, properties to the south of the site are parks, recreation, open space. Obviously, you've heard this already. There's actually 11 medium density rural parcels to the south, southwest, and southeast are falsely represented as open space. Finding A, the proposed, oh, sorry, I went the wrong way. SUP, false representation, it was not addressed in staff report under Finding A. Page 5, paragraph 3. Additionally, there is a single-family home located 350 southwest of the site and is separated from the project by existing railroad tracks and the Truckee River. The unit of measure after 350 was not included in the report. The closest residential property is actually 222 feet to the south. That's my wife and my property. Washoe County Neighborhood Designation, FCQG, Riverside Home Sites, is not separated from the site by the Truckee River, as you can see by the map. October 3rd, 2018, Planning Commission meeting. Staff stated at approximate timestamp 3:02:45, as mentioned, there is access to the homes to the south. There are only 2 homes. This statement was made after several of these residents spoke. These are the property owners and some of the residents. Several of us spoke. Staff stated that we obviously don't know where we live. Page 4, condition 13, the applicant to construct the westernmost driveway. There's currently a business that is located at the designated west entrance. How is this compatible? This is not the mini storage, it's a small engineering dirt moving company. The location of the current business is located right at that entrance that they propose. Finding B in the staff report, project is in substantial conformance with the master plan. CNR 5, city should pursue growth pattern to maintain and possible improve existing levels of service for current residents and future generations. The staff report implies that improvements will occur in public safety services upon annexation to the city. But in the SUP, it states, page 7, paragraph 2, it is highly unlikely that the site will ever be contiguous to the city given the fact that it is surrounded by railroad parcels, and all other surrounding parcels are not in the city's sphere of influence. Again, this is the same map that misled and showed improper information. Staff findings for public safety concerning police. Page 9, condition 7. Public safety, the Reno Police Department provided a crime prevention through environmental design report. Due to the unlikely event of annexation, this area will not fall under RPD. The area will continue to be under Washoe County Sheriff's Department jurisdiction, which that area is a shared patrol with the southwest area. There are some days where there's only 2 deputies to cover these 2 areas. We have had to call the deputies before. Sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. Last comment by a deputy was, if we don't show up, take care of business. Page 10, condition.
Good old Nevada.
Condition 10, the Reno Fire Department noted that the closest fire station to the site is Station 11, which has a 6-minute response time. Again, this is not relevant due to the unlikely annexation of the area. The statement also ignores the fact that Truckee Meadows Fire Station 35 is located in Mogul, so Reno Fire Department's response time is not relevant. I would rather have Station 35 respond than Station 11. Concern not addressed in the staff report, finding C. It says on page 10, the proposed on-site storm drain system will direct flow to the natural flows of the Truckee River. The potential contaminants associated with the proposed multiple acres of asphalt parking area will flow directly to the Truckee River under their proposal. Now, examples of repeated questionable notification practices. Staff report stated on page 6, public outreach efforts to date regarding the project. A letter was sent to neighboring properties on October 5th, 2018. This did not happen. Neighboring properties to the south were not notified. Only properties to the north of the project were notified. False statement by staff concerning notification. Planning Commission meeting, March 20th, 2019. Staff stated at timestamp 1:37:45, notification was extended to 1,200 feet from the project. 25 parcels were not notified in the Bella area and that are within the 1,200-foot distance that staff stated. And you can see on the map which parcels were never notified. Staff report, pages 6 and 7, the original project was presented at 2 Ward 5 Neighborhood Advisory Board meetings, April 2018 and May 2018. Only a portion of Mogul is part of Ward 5, which was mentioned earlier, so the majority of the residents that are affected by this were not notified, and we do not have representation in the city. Staff report, page 7, community meeting with Verdi Community Council was held on Tuesday, January 29th, 2019. Applicant has maintained an ongoing dialogue with 2 different attendees from the community meeting. Additional conference calls with members from the Verdi Community Council. Verdi Community Council and surrounding residents have been notified of previous Planning Commission meeting and upcoming meeting. Why was so much effort put into communicating with the community that this does not directly impact? As stated before, this is not in Verdi, it's in Mogul. Finding E in the staff report, the proposed site location, scale, intensity, density, height, layout, setbacks, and architectural and overall design of the development, and the uses proposed is appropriate to the area in which it is located. The SUP only addresses the properties to the north and ignores the impact to the south. Staff also reaffirms the developer's position. These are the 2 pictures that they included in the SUP. Location of the 2 pictures provided in the SUP are depicted on this map, and it shows which directions they took the pictures. Only shows the site, not how other people are impacted by the site. And I'll run through these pretty quickly. These are just pictures I took. The red hatching area depicts the approved potential building envelope. And these are mainly from the properties to the south that were never notified. And you can see why they probably didn't want to notify them. That right there is my property where they said that we don't exist. It's 220 feet away. So you see the scale is quite large and does not mesh with the area surrounding it. I am in support of all of the other appeals being presented tonight in light of the numerous nonconformities in the SUP and the presence of false information in the staff report. I see no reason not to grant this appeal. Also, I would strongly recommend that if this developer submits any further SUPs, that the city deems it necessary to assign an associate planner that will perform their duties without the bias that has been demonstrated in this report. Thank you.
All right, good job. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, our last presentation tonight from an appellant is from Barbara Finney.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure, do you have all of these presentations on the record and copies?
We have all of the presentations are on the record. However, we do not have hard copies. They were not provided to us right before the presentation.
Okay, so I would
They will
ask-
be uploaded online within
Any of
24
you
hours of
that,
adjournment.
have presented, if you could also supply the clerk, obviously not tonight, if you don't have any, don't worry about it, but can you make sure that you get those to her so council can have copies? Great. Okay, take it away.
And for the finale,
making a mountain out of mogul instead of. Of course, there are cuts and fills too. I am a stand-in for Blake Carter, who is a professional engineer. I am an art teacher, so it's going to be a little different. This is dated December the 4th, and unfortunately Blake was ill or had family illness problems or something and could not attend. This letter serves as my appeal state to recommend conditions of approval for the reference case number. Condition number 4, or item number D, I believe. The existing intersection at West 4th Street, Mogul Road, and I-80 on and off ramps presents a complex combination of geometrics and traffic, including pedestrians and bicycles that frequent this area without existing traffic controls. When the determination of off-site improvements is summarized as, quote, resultant minor geometric improvement, this conclusion should be reassessed prior to approval. Based on the existing widths beneath the bridge columns at West 4th Street overpass to accommodate the civil improvements which have been stated, this overpass will require major redesign, which is much different than the minor geometric improvements stated in the staff report 11/4/27. Without this detailed redesign being submitted, safety issues will remain until the redesign addresses all the concerns regarding the controls necessary for pedestrians, heavy trucks, and railroad interaction that are specific to this area. In addition to the presented traffic studies, West 4th Street and Silver Ranch Road are a major bicycle riding trail which will be significantly impacted by added heavy truck traffic. The added traffic with pedestrians, bus stops, and bicycles presents a major safety concern if the off-site improvements do not specifically address the civil improvements necessary beneath the underpasses. Trucks utilizing West 4th Street for I-80 West on and off access will significantly change the pedestrian and truck interactions along this stretch of roadway. The off-site improvements should be more specific and also address the affected areas beyond Mogul Road, West 4th Street intersection. Sincerely, Blake Carter, P.E. Okay, and now on with the show. Do I do anything to activate this?
You'll just leave it face up, and if you can just put it in the center, we'll take care of it from there.
For those of you who are not as intimately familiar with the Reno's great master plan as I am quoting from this plan, which is the plan that the Gateway project is mandated, because they got in right before Reimagine Reno began. Tonight I'll cite the City of Reno's great plan and tell you and show you that it's contrary to the findings of the special use permit granted October 3rd, 2019 by the Reno Planning Commission for the Reno Gateway Business Park, in which they waived the developer's right to have to put in sidewalks. Mogul is a place that is rural. It has been a ranch area since approximately 1870 and a major residential area in 1985 when the North Subdivision was built. It has heavy recreation by Mogul and the Reno area residents. This area is barely adequate for passenger vehicles and is not designed for large or excessive commercial vehicles. As a rural area, there are no sidewalks, no road striping, making any foot traffic and bicycling and other activities for people very dangerous and very watchful, having to be very watchful of oncoming vehicles, especially in interchanges, road crossings, and underpassings. This is typical of our rural area and the beauty, the scenics. This area would face the development. This is the site. Our exits and entrances for I-80 are short and remain dangerous, complicating issues of two ungated, raised railroad crossings within 25 feet of both the east entrance and the west exit of I-80. Small turn radius on mogul roads, stop signs that are set back so that drivers cannot see under the underpasses. And for the underpass and Silver Ranch Road. And it create a horrifically dangerous situation for residents without the added complication of large trucks and semis. I've got my pictures are in a bind here. I'm going to just show you some things. This is a sign that's in Verdi, the Great Train Robbery, of which, if you read the descriptions that I have read, it possibly has taken place in part of Mogul, because that train apparently went about 5 miles down the tracks, and in that area, 5 miles away from Verdi, is where this robbery took place. This is a historical area. This is a combination area. This is our scenic area with a historical sign of the historical Truckee River, but it also is commonly known as the truck parking area. It is not developed to be a historical site, a historical area. It also has a sign right down below it of the Emigrant Pass, and that area, the Emigrant Trail, I'm sorry, and that sign is right on the developer's property. And it is posted that it is a historical site and a historical area. I can see why being techie is really worked to a benefit here.
I don't know, I still like my morning paper.
Me too. I'm going to start some quotes. Quote on the land use plan. Well, quote, first of all, I'm getting ahead of myself. Quote, City of Reno Master Plan, the Great City Plan, October 24, 2007. In adopting any ordinance or regulation relating to development, zoning, subdivision of land, or capital improvements, the local government shall make a specific finding that the ordinance conforms to this master plan. Well, folks, it really doesn't. Land use plan, page 47. The conservation of existing neighborhoods has a high priority, both with citizens and our civic leaders. Neighborhoods are places where people know and interact with one another. They are comfortable and safe because there are people on the streets and people watching the streets. The success of a residential community is measured by neighborhood stability. Preservation of these areas ties into the community goals. It is the city's aim to assist in the conservation of these. Land use quote, page 5, City of Reno Master Plan, June 25, 2003. Through the Affordable Rehabilitation Loan and the first-time home ownership programs, in conserving the neighborhoods, the city must also look at neighborhood traffic management plans, implement them, put people before cars, and create good design. My time is running out quickly. They should not impair the views, the developer should not impair the views of or from the prominent ridgelines or scenic vistas, and they should have usable, accessible, and protect or offer something unique in open space. I'm sorry, may I have a minute or two more?
You get one more minute.
Okay. Bicycle safety. Access will continue to be provided through an integrated vehicular transit, bicycle, and pedestrian system. Allows for a full range of commercial activities with increasing degrees of intensity. Intensity is determined by vehicular trips, size and scale of development, and compatibility with residential development. Somewhere here it says that industrial areas are not compatible with neighborhoods. And I can give you that quote and these quotes to prove that. What I can tell you is this. Mogul is not adequate and not safe for its residents, let alone vying with trucks at your back and at your front with no sidewalks, no street striping, narrow underpasses, short ramps and exits, and the intersections that we contend with. Thank you.
All right, thank you, good job.
I have petitions here that have been signed. These are in addition to the petitions that were given to the Planning Commission.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
for your
Make
time.
sure Madam Clerk has them, so we get copies. Okay, thank you so much. All right, at this time, I think, Mr. Rayleigh, you're up.
Thank you once again, Mike Rayleigh, representing the project applicant. I did speak with Mr. Bengochia. There definitely is a willingness to continue to work on addressing the concerns, especially related to truck traffic. It would be his preference to continue or table this item rather than withdraw, just for a couple reasons. One, that we think it's crucial to have NDOT representatives here to address some of the issues, especially related to the ramps. And since they're the ones with the most expertise and kind of facts and figures on how those ramps are operating, we think that's a crucial point. Also, we've been working, as staff pointed out, 2 years to evolve this plan to where it is. And I think there's been a demonstrated willingness to work to address, to get through issues. And we would like to continue to do that, and to have to start completely over. I think, Mr. Bengochia sees that as a lot of time and effort that was wasted, and we would like to continue the process without having to start over. I think John Toth, from our engineering team, wanted to make a couple statements regarding the traffic, and then obviously we'll answer any questions that you might have.
Good evening, John Toth, Loxaw Engineering, 6345 Jones, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm the project engineer on this in terms of traffic, and there are several things that have been said tonight that, quite frankly, weren't quite correct, and I think they need to be put on the record. Several speakers have said there'll be 617 trucks a day. That's not correct. What will happen is, by data that has been accumulated through years and managed through statistical analysis, you come up with generation rates for traffic for different types of development. And what we're saying is, for this development, as proposed, there'll be 617 trips a day. Now, one vehicle can create multiple trips. If you have a counting station and a vehicle comes into the project and leaves within that 24-hour period, it's 2 trips, 1 vehicle. If that vehicle returns and does the same thing, it's 4 trips. And the second thing is the amount of trucks here is probably going to be on the neighborhood of 20 a day, not hundreds. And when I say trucks, we're talking about something that's an 18-wheeler, a tractor trailer, if you will. The majority of them will be trucks that would be used by UPS or FedEx for deliveries. So while there will be some 18-wheelers here, the volume of 18-wheelers is going to be extremely small. And I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Raley started with NDOT. When you have an interchange, you have something called control of access. And that usually goes from where the ramp leaves the interstate on an entrance position to where it goes back to an exiting position. And within that control of access, it's entirely up to the state to decide what gets to be done. And not having them here tonight is really unfair to the developer. He can't obligate himself to do anything out there. It's a state process, and it may even involve the Federal Highway Administration in Washington, depending on the nature of the improvements. So we're asking for the continuance for those reasons, and would appreciate your vote on that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay, Madam Clerk, where are we at?
Madam Mayor, at this time, this would be the appropriate time for council to ask any questions of the appellants or the applicant as you see fit.
Okay, thank you. I think we've done that.
I think we've done that.
So I think I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan.
We do have public comment, if you would like to take that.
Sure, we'll do that.
Okay. As a reminder to everyone in chambers, as we've stated multiple times, rules of public comment are as follows. You'll be granted 3 minutes. Please address the council as a whole. Be respectful with your comments. Clapping, stomping, harassing, or overall yelling, you may be asked to leave chambers. Please be respectful when you are in this room. We do have quite a few people signed in for public comment tonight, so I would ask that there is a chair in the front row. When I call your name as the second person, if you can please be ready. We have over an hour and 10 minutes of public comment signed in ahead of us.
Okay.
First,
the other thing I would also ask, try not to repeat what someone else said if it's the same issue over. Just try to remember that, because sometimes people have other things that, the council might not have heard, and we think that's really important. And if it gets repeated so much over and over again, then that stuff kind of gets drowned out. So everyone try to really stay on point with your public comment, and try not to repeat what everyone else is saying so that it doesn't get lost. I would just say, I'm just putting that out there because we do have so much public comment.
we do have so much. I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. And if you wish to defer your public comment, you do have that right too. Just let me know. You can either come to me, or when I call your name, you can wave and say you do not wish to speak. Steve Hausauer is our first to speak, followed by Chris Ninzel, followed by Jill Vecina Dobbs. Steve?
My chance of the microphone. Hey, lots of comments made just traffic-wise. I'm not an engineer, but common sense tells me that that's an inappropriate space for semi-trucks at all. I mean, maybe 18 a day, I don't know. I'm concerned about that. That's my major concern.
All right, thank you.
Chris Ninzel, followed by Jill Vecina Dobbs, followed by Gretchen Wallace.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Chris Nenzel. I'm a member of the Procrastinating Pedal Cycle Group, and I serve on the Washoe County Open Spaces Board as a representative of District 1. I'm here on my own behalf, not on behalf of Washoe County Open Spaces. My reason to ask you to approve this appeal is simple. The construction of the Reno Gateway Business Park will create a clear and persistent danger to the tens of thousands of cyclists who ride one of the most well-known and loved rides in Reno, the ride known simply as the Verdi Ride. It will do so by introducing a large volume of industrial transportation traffic at the intersection of West 4th Street and Frontage Road in Mogul. It's already a dangerous intersection for cyclists as there's very little visibility of traffic traveling east on Mogul Road towards 4th Street to get on the highway. I can show you a quick map and kind of show you what I'm talking about on the screen. So the area I'm talking about is here, and it's been mentioned several times that intersection going west, coming from the proposed area, is very short. Now, you can imagine a cyclist is traveling down Frontage Road, which is coming back from Verdi, which is a downgrade. The cyclist can easily meet the speed limit there. The cyclist must come to a stop at the intersection of Frontage and West 4th Street, but then has to climb West 4th Street. Meanwhile, traffic is trying to come out of that development and also merge into traffic with the cyclist. The cyclist is not going to have anywhere to go and is going to get backed up to that stop sign forever. Also, traffic could begin to spill out from the highway as traffic is unable to merge onto I-80. If one truck stops, multiple trucks will get stopped behind, and it'll create a domino or cascade effect, which could easily extend all the way past where Frontage and West 4th Street meet. So those are my concerns. As a cyclist, I see this as a huge safety problem, and I hope that you'll agree to vote for the appeal, which would deny the business park from being constructed. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you so much. Jill, followed
Good
by
evening.
Gretchen Wallace.
Jill Vakina Dobbs is how we pronounce it. It's a hard K sound. I'm going to try not to repeat everything, but I do want to reiterate that I agree with everything the appellants have said and the other public comments at this point. I'm a third-generation Nevadan, born and raised in Reno. My family has owned property in downtown Reno for over 60 years. This council specifically decided, as was spoken to earlier tonight, to keep this area within its sphere of influence so that residents could have additional comments and input on any development in this area. So I plead with you to please listen to us, because we're here and we're speaking loudly and coherently, I think, on all of these issues. I also want to bring up the point that this kind of building space isn't needed in our area. I'm the executive director of the SPCA of Northern Nevada here in town, and I recently had to go out and look for a new thrift store space. So I was looking for a space of over 10,000 square feet, and I was shocked by the amount of available open industrial and large commercial space in our area. This isn't improving our community in a positive way, and it's not necessary. We have huge industrial parks built on the edges of town where it belongs, not in the middle of a residential area. Additionally, you asked for ideas, so just straight off the top of my head, being an animal person, small ranches, organic farms. These are the things that communities are really asking for these days. A llama ranch, a training center for wild horses and burros taken off of the lands by the BLM. These are all possible uses that are more cohesive to what that area is. Our community strongly supports, and I know this council does as well, us being a no-kill community. It takes a lot of work to make that happen. I rehabilitate shut down dogs on the land where this industrial complex is being proposed. And there's nothing more powerful than watching an abused animal come back into itself and be a dog again because it's an open space. I have been going through cancer treatments for the last 1.5 years, and I have also cherished the ability to walk across from my neighborhood and access nature. It has kept me striving to get well and to fight to stay healthy so that I can continue to enjoy nature with my son, with my dogs, and with my neighbors. I implore you not to change the character of our neighborhood, since we can't change the makeup of this council through the ability to vote. Thank you.
All right, good job. Maybe SPCA could go there.
Gretchen Wallace, followed by Perry.
I like it.
And Kim Smith, followed by Chris Mann.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Wallace, and I live at 295 Mountain Ridge Road, which is in the Upper Mogul area. One point I'd like to make is that our property is about 9/10 of an acre, and it's horse property. A lot of the property in Upper Mogul area is horse property. We used to be able to ride out in the BLM land where Dale Webb is now, and we no longer have our horses, but it is horse property, so the idea of being able to ride a horse down and go under the overpass and out into open land.
SPCA goes there and gets horses.
Yeah, there we go.
I love it.
I'm not going to repeat what everyone has already said about the dangers.
We'll turn it on for you, ma'am. You can just place it there.
This was a picture I took just the other day of a semi-truck. It was actually being stopped by a policeman. But it shows the length of a semi-truck in trying to make the turns at the bottom of the exit there. And yes, they would have to do quite a bit of work. In fact, the railroad tracks is just to the right. So I don't see how they could make it wide enough for a semi-truck to make the turn unless it goes into oncoming traffic in the other half of the lane. The other thing was a Tahoe Odyssey, 2,700 runners run right through Mogul. I had a niece that did that race twice, and we urged her on. They're right on that same road. 2,700 runners run right up that road. This is the last picture I wanted to show, which is any trucks on those roads have blind spots. When I was following a truck going east with a long on-ramp, it hit the rumble bumps 3 times. This section of the Mogul Road, thanks goodness, doesn't have the rumble bumps, but how often is a truck going to sway into where a bike rider is riding because they don't even know they're there? So that's all I have to say, along with agreeing with what everyone else has said tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Perry and Kim Smith, followed by Chris Mann, followed by Lorna Corkery. You can please be ready in the front row.
Hi, I'm Perry Smith. Good evening, everyone. We've lived out in Mogul for 34 years. We went through the Somerset. We had promises made from the city council that there would be no houses on the top of the hills and that we would have access to Peavine, and all that disappeared. We're here to say that we are going to keep you accountable and to help us save our area and the land that we have, and make sure that we do have access to the river, and that our kids are safe when they drive to school, and that we don't have to worry about, they say 20 trucks, but we've heard up to 600, 700. Are they going to make it a truck stop? That's what the plan was. Now they're saying, well, it's going to be small businesses, but first it was truck stop. And so that's going to be trucks all the time. So, the biggest thing is it's just not an access, unless they put their own on-ramp at the other end, and make it safe. But it's just not feasible to go through Mogul. It's just too tight, and it causes so many problems, the danger, and, we do have a voice to be heard, and we want you to think about us too. Thank you.
All right, good job.
Chris Mann, followed by Lorna Corkery, followed by Dina Ladd. Chris Mann, not present. Lorna Corkery, not present. Dina Ladd, followed by Tracy Giambroni.
Hi, my name is Dina Ladd. I live on 355 Mogul Mountain Drive. We had the house built up there in 1986. And at that time, the roads were fine. And I know you guys have heard enough about the roads. So I'm not going to say a whole bunch, except after listening to some of the developers talking tonight, no, there won't be 600 trucks, but even if that is 50 trucks, 550 car trips a day, it's too much for the whole place. It's got the buses, we've got a church down there, we've got the fire station. If the trucks at any time block one of these on and off ramps and the fire department can't get out of Mogul, you're gonna have catastrophes, you're gonna have range fires out there. It's also deer area. There's a lot of wildlife, the river's there, and if that, all of their wastewater goes into the river, we can't allow that, or at least it shouldn't be allowed, in my opinion. So I do agree with everything else you guys have heard, and I know you've heard a lot of it tonight, so thank you, and I just agree with everybody, and I hope you approve to appeal.
All right, good job.
Tracy Giambroni, I
Tracy
apologize for
Giambroni.
the pronunciation, followed by Kathleen Bishop.
Thank you so much for your time. I just wanted to say thank you for your time this evening. And I think one of the considerations, traffic has been the number one tonight, I believe. But we live on Silver Ranch Road. And one thing that's not taken into account is Google Maps tends to send a lot of people our way. So though we're going to have increased traffic, we already have an enormous amount of traffic and semis on Silver Ranch taking a road that's already marked as no outlet. And that's on a standard day. You get the stop up on I-80 with the block in traffic and the closing of I-80 with snowfall all the time now. It's occurring now, and there's nothing new there. So I can't even imagine what it's going to be like when we add more to it. Thank you.
All right, good job.
Kathleen Bishop, followed by Joseph Callahan.
Hi, Kathleen Bishop. Everything's been said, so I'm not going to take up much of your time. I want to thank you for your time and where this meeting has gone. I was a little afraid that they had fixed some of the on-ramp, off-ramps, and so that this was already a done deal. It's not the place for it. And so I would say I try and put my foot in. I'm third-generation Nevadan, so you know where I stand. I stand on open land, outdoor activity, river usage, preservation of quality of life for us all. That's where I'm at. I don't believe that that's where this would take us. It's very dangerous. Thank you to all the neighbors that did the presentations. They were wonderful. They hit all the points. So I would just say that I'm opposed to it. If I was the owner of the property, I want to be fair and say, what would I want to do with it? If we're going to move forward with something, let's move forward with something that adds to the quality of Reno and the Truckee Meadows community. And what that is, standing here, I don't know. Llama Farm says is fabulous for me, I don't know. But something that is going to enhance, you have the river right there, you have the Pyramid Truckee bike trail, you have the Odyssey, you have all this outdoor activity that we could really zero in on, and something that would enhance that is the direction that we should be going. And I would just say that I'm opposed to this. I'm opposed to any truck traffic. It's dangerous. It brings forth, I was in law enforcement for 30 years. I'm sorry, but it does bring crime, and I won't go into what crime, but it's going to bring crime to the area, and I'm just very opposed to it. And so if we're going to move forward with something on that property, then let's add to the quality of Reno and Truckee Meadows, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Joseph Callahan, followed by Casey Christensen, followed by Ron Kemkow. Joseph Callahan, not present. Casey Christensen.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Casey Christensen, and I'm here tonight to talk to you as a Mogul resident and a citizen and business owner here of Reno.
Midtown business owner.
Yeah, Midtown business owner. But I come to you tonight, you've heard overwhelming evidence, I think, from so many people that I think speak volumes of truth about why this project is not good for Mogul, why it's not good for Reno, and why, unfortunately, I feel like they didn't take the information that was given to them from multiple meetings with residents in the area to try to get a direction of where we should go. I think as a developer from Las Vegas and business owner there, he owns the property, but maybe wasn't listening to the community that he was trying to move into. It's trying to fit the wrong foot into the wrong shoe.
is kind of how I feel when I see it. There was many times that we felt like we talked and weren't heard, and our voices of kind of what we wanted to see within the community, we were kind of, and then, even with the development, when they came back with a new kind of design, again, still, the property owner, I believe, was at one of the meetings, and he was saying, well, I'm just trying to figure out what to do, basically. And I feel like there's options out there that we can look to do. I think if we talk with him and maybe even had a different time of sitting down and discussing what else might be out there, I feel the Mogul community, as you've seen tonight, is a very strong force of people who really care about our area. And I think growth for this area has to be well thought out and not so flippant. And unfortunately, even the Planning Commission, the fact that they let some of these things come through without being truthful in some of the findings, is disturbing, to say the least. But I'm really glad that you guys do have a sphere of influence, because it at least gives us a little bit stronger of a voice being where we are. And we hope that you would listen to the community that's come out tonight and all of the information they've shared, and that you guys would maybe hold the developer accountable to a smart and smarter growth plan for that area. Thank you so much.
All right, great comments. Really quickly, how many meetings did they have with the residents, Casey? Do you know?
There were, and maybe somebody that has been to all of them. I've been to 3 of them. I'm not sure if there were more. Maybe someone else could speak on that.
I would
fact.
say Mr. Rayleigh should know.
We had 3 community meetings, and then we had several meetings with individuals and small groups from the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Ron Kamenkow, followed by Larry Gonzalez.
Good evening, Ron Kamenkow. I live at 10265 Mogul Road. I moved there about 12 years ago. I live on the south side of the tracks. You've heard from most of my neighbors here tonight. I got a unique perspective on the question because I'm a locomotive engineer. I've railroaded for 25 years, 7 different states. I've worked for 3 different railroads. I'm currently working for Amtrak. I'm a member of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen. This is for identification purposes only. I am not representing Amtrak or the union. In 2011, I was in a very serious train wreck out in the desert, halfway between here and Winnemucca. You read about it in the papers. The conductor was killed, the truck driver was killed, 4 passengers were killed. Our train goes through that crossing every day. 5 goes west, 6 goes east. It's an incredibly dangerous crossing. Train 6 threw the train into emergency last January. I got the train. There was a car stalled on the crossing. A year and a half ago, a car was hit at that crossing. Having worked in places like Milwaukee, Chicago, and other big cities, I'm used to railroading where there's lots of traffic. And when you get an intersection that's adjacent to a railroad crossing, it puts a wind up you all the time. There's constantly pedestrian and vehicle crashes where you run over people inadvertently. When I moved here 12 years ago, the very first day that I saw that crossing, I thought, this is absurd. A 5-way intersection at a unprotected crossing with 2 tracks that are 50 feet apart. Most railroad crossings, if they're multiple tracks, they're right next to each other, so the motorist can drive across. This one, you drive across one track and you think you're there. That's how that guy got hit a year and a half ago. The crossing itself is unique. It has no gates and lights. And just imagine, as the one presenter, the school teacher, presented with that video, as you approach that crossing, if there's a train in it and there's any traffic coming from any other direction, it's bad news. Now you add, I don't care if they're trucks or cars or what they are, but we know there's going to be some semis, and that is super bad news. And if a semi ever messed up on his GPS and decided to go across that crossing, he will high center on it. And if my train's coming down on that truck, I will hit it because I cannot stop the train. I'll leave it at that. It's one of the more dangerous crossings I've seen in my 25 years of railroading. We don't want more traffic, and I would urge the council to basically put this to rest tonight. We don't need this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry Gonzalez, followed by Paul Manilish, followed by Gideon Kaplowitz.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council, Ms. Mayor, Mrs. Mayor. And my name is Larry Gonzalez. I live at 5 Mule Deer Drive, and I've lived there for well over 30 years. I have seen many of the instances that have occurred in firsthand. I want to agree with all of the appellates tonight that presented their information, and it was very impressive and very informative. Appreciate their sincere commitment to opposing this project, as I do as well. One of the questions, or a question that I had in mind that I have not seen answered, is where is the emergency exit from that particular development? Like in the likelihood of a disaster of some sort, which very likely could occur with the circumstances are being used there. I haven't seen anyone address that. And also, as I'd mentioned, this particular intersection, this particular location is just simply not compatible with a project of this type. There are plenty of other places on Interstate 80 for a project of this sort that would actually probably be much better than this particular location that's not adjacent to residential areas and to the current highway situation that exists there. Thank you for your time, and thanks to all of the people that have been here, and I'm sure you've seen the majority of us are opposed to this project. Thank you.
Paul McNeilish, followed by Gideon Kaplowitz.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Paul McNeilish. I live at 10295 Mogul Road. This is one of the properties that's south of the proposed development. First off, I'd like to say that I support all the appeals that have been made tonight. I think I'm just very proud of all my neighbors coming here and making such a strong case. And I'd like to really underscore the fact that this is not the first time. This is actually the fourth time that we've come here. So 3 times have been mentioned. There was one time where the proposal to the Planning Commission, the special use permit, was continued. So it's not just 3 times, it's actually 4 times. So I think we've had enough conversation about this by now. I think it's time to really make a decision. As I said, I support the appeals. Specifically, I want to take this opportunity to underscore a few points. One is concerning the truck traffic. The developer says they've taken it down to 20 trucks. I think no trucks is what we need. The letter of approval from Planning Commission said there will be the incidental truck. I'd like to echo concerns of City Council members, Breckhus, who said, how is this going to be enforced? Is it true that every single lease is going to be policed by City Council members? I think a simpler solution is just no trucks. Let's see. I support the possibility of changing the zoning of this property. I think something that's more in agreement with what's already there. One of the appeals showed how this has become a residential area and it's an open space area. Some use that's more in tune with that, right? And let's see, what else did I want to say? Just underscoring the fact that I don't think we need to table this. There have been problems with the process. This was also brought up by one of the appeals. And so I think it's really time to support these appeals and get this project off the table in its current form. Let's see. I think that's all I want to say. I think, as I said, my neighbors did a great job of making all the points in more depth than I did. I just want to underscore those specific points. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Gideon Kaplowitz.
Thank you. My name is Gideon Kaplowitz. One of the things that didn't really come up in the appeals is the weather. On Wednesday, I was driving eastbound with my daughter, and although 80 was plowed, we got a boatload of snow out there. 80 was plowed, but these on and off ramps weren't. And I don't know if you've ever experienced this. I don't know if any of you noticed this. We went by at about 10:30 in the morning And I actually pulled over on 4th Street, which was completely covered, on the 4th Street exit, completely covered in ice, and left a phone message for Mr. McNeilage there saying he should go outside and start taking pictures and videos to just see how bad these on and off ramps are when we have bad weather. It's incomprehensible, the notion that you'd have increased traffic. And it wasn't actually a fluke. On Sunday, I took my other daughter to the Grand Sierra for a birthday party. And it was, again, we got snow, Saturday night. And again, 80 was plowed and cleared, and these on and off ramps were completely covered in snow and ice. So I just want to point that out. There's that sign, no services, seems to apply extra to these on and off ramps.
So Gideon, would you like to call NDOT with me?
Yeah, well, I appreciate the humor, but we've been asked as a group to provide suggestions for development. That's really not our job, right? I mean, these are the soft, supple hands of a father, right? And my job is to keep my family safe and enjoy the outdoors and the community. For ideas of things to build out there, anything that doesn't involve trucks. If I were to sit down and think, what would I want to build? The last thing on earth would be warehouses. My Lord, does this city need more warehouses? I mean, how about affordable childcare? How about a bookstore? How about an ice cream shop? How about anything? How about anything with the word bike in it? Bike manufacture, bike repair, bike sales. How about anything related to the river? Rafts, kayaks, let's manufacture them. Let's have a business incubator that forms small businesses to make these things, that brings people together to communicate. This is what, you guys are like one of the best city councils in this country because you value these things about bringing community together. And this goes way back, Commissioner Weber, that's how I think of you, right? What did we do when our post office in Verdi got firebombed? We came together as a community and made it right. And, warehouses, that's like the bottom of my shoe. And I don't mean to be offensive, but my Lord. I just want to thank you, Councilmember Breckus, for saying, look, up or down. We don't want to come back. I didn't sit here for none of us came here to have this continued yet again. So let's get this done. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Gideon.
Madam
Always
Mayor?
nice to see you. I think you really should have been comedian too. All right, good job. Madam Clerk.
I would like to note for the record, we had public comment signed in, but these persons did not wish to speak. 2 had positions of concern, 9 were in opposition of the appeal, and 72 were in favor of the appeal. With that, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan to give me a motion, but I do want to say thank you so much.
Sir, did you wish to speak in public comment? What is your name?
We have one more?
If you can please come fill out a form when you're done with your comments, sir.
Thank you. My name is Buddy Frank. I live at 300 Mogul Mountain Road in Reno, and I've been a cyclist since I've been a teenager in this community. And cycling is growing. Everybody talked about it. And she really talked about the death trap on the one on-ramp. But give credit to DOT. They really helped us with on and off going eastbound and off coming westbound. But off westbound, if you're a cyclist, it's very scary. And I want to let you know, everybody talked about that, but how much cycling is growing in Reno. I was a member of the Reno Safety Council. I'm also right now a member of the Procrastinating Peddlers. And they have it's a great group. It has large rides, and they sponsored a ride from essentially from Roy Gom out to the Verdi ride. We call it Verdi Ride.
Yeah.
They had to cancel it recently because the ride got so large. And so there's a huge thing. Plus, cycling is changing. There's a thing called e-bikes now. So all of you in here can beat Lance Armstrong or Greg LeMond if you just jump on an e-bike. And it's opened up cycling to a whole new crowd. I live on the Reno Tahoe bike path, which just, by the way, the west section just got completed. You're getting national attention. It goes from Sparks to Tahoe now. Incredible. But the biggest portion is that little portion that goes out to Verdi. There's not a cyclist in Reno who hasn't ridden that route. or practically around the world. I started cycling the same day, week, month with Greg LeMond and was his PR thing. I can't tell you how many times I've ridden that route with him. So it's crowded. But that little section from Silver Ranch Road to East 4th Street is very scary now. It's uphill, it's got a curve, it's under a freeway on-ramp, and it's very scary. I'd hate to face a truck there, and the engineer from Vegas looks like he might be a cyclist, and your staff person, come out and join me on a ride anytime. I'll be glad to ride you on that little section. So, thank you.
All right.
Sir, if
Thank
you can
so
come
much.
and fill out a form for me, please, for the record before you leave.
All right.
And Madam Mayor, we have no comment.
Okay. And to your point, sir, one of the things we are bringing back is a bike board here, just so you know, so that they can make recommendations on bicycle safety.
Oh, good. I used to serve on the
with
Reno Safety Council,
Okay,
and
good.
it
Well,
doesn't
then
exist
you
anymore.
can serve
so
on that.
thank
And
you.
also, we're doing a bike, what do we call it? The one downtown. It's on a track, cycle track, yeah. So we very are in tune, and we want to be in tune with our cyclists. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to hand it to you for a motion. We're going to get moving forward. I want to say thank you to all of our staff. You guys are amazing. We've been here since, I bet you guys have all been here since about 7, 8 o'clock this morning. I know council's been sitting here since 10 o'clock this morning, and so, or nine, oh, that's right. We started with
City attorney.
City attorney, you're right. So I just want to say thank you so very much, and I apologize, and sometimes it's really hard for council to be sitting here all day long, and then, we hear, these 6 o'clock hearings, and sometimes I feel like it's a little unfair. We really need to be, on our game, refreshed, listening to everything, so I apologize if, whenever I said try not to repeat yourself and things like that, because we really do want to hear your comments. I want to thank all of you for coming out. What I think is impressive is you guys are such a tight community, and it's really reflective of who we are in Reno, who we want to stay who we are in Reno. As the population continues to grow, it becomes very, very challenging. It's really hard. Now more than ever, we are faced with, a housing crisis. And people are saying, hey, Mayor, I want affordable housing, but not in my backyard. It's really, really challenging. And so that balance it keeps us up at night, all of us up here. I know we like him and haw over it, but I do certainly think that you have a pretty priceless area out there. And all of you have made some fantastic comments on the record tonight. With that being said, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Jordan. Give me a motion.
Thank you very much. I did have a question of staff. So a couple quick questions. So there has been discussion about, I think there's clarity. The community does not want semi-truck traffic. That's for sure. What I'm trying to find out is this property is not zoned residential. So there would have to be a complete rezoning if that were even an opportunity. And I'm not sure of the interest for housing in this area. And if you were to make it pencil, you'd probably have to put a fair amount of density of housing, and then there would be concern, I would imagine, about that. So my question is, though, in talking about the bicycle and the river stuff, we had a proposal at one time of a bike shop up off of North McCarran where they serviced and I think sold bikes, and maybe it had a little coffee shop, but the rest of the land around it was for mountain bike trials sort of thing.
Yep.
Is that something that could go here, or is that not in, they would have to get a rezone for that?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think what that property was zoned. The one you're talking about, I think, had a commercial zoning. When I went back during the break and looked at what types of uses would make sense on this site, and I took off the ones that had truck traffic. Some of the other types of uses that potentially could make sense here would be like a plant nursery, some office type uses. Ironically, a car wash or a convenience store would be permitted on the site. A landscape yard, a building yard. I think back to Councilwoman Breakfast's comment, maybe a contractor's yard where they store materials. Those types of uses would be permitted in the current zoning.
Storage units?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. So there are a number of units or a number of uses that I think the applicant can look at that would fit more in line, I think, with what we're hearing from the Mogul residents that would not require a zone change.
Okay, and it would eliminate semi-truck traffic.
Correct.
Okay.
And the other option too is if there is a desire, they can go through a zone change. It would probably require a zone change and a master plan amendment process. So again, about a 6-month process, and then another special use permit. So there are other options outside of industrial zoning options that they could look
Pursue.
at as well.
Okay, very good. I guess I would look to my colleagues and see what the flavor is, whether or not we want to move forward with any type of a continuance or a tabling of the item, or if we want to just do an up or down.
I would just go with an up or down.
Okay, there we go. All right, Madam Mayor, I am prepared to make a motion to uphold the appeals. I guess I don't have to choose one, since there's 5?
I do not believe that you need to choose one, as it is just the decision the planning commission has been appealed. I would defer to the attorneys if they have a different language.
Carl Hall, City Attorney's Office. What I'm understanding, you would like to move to reverse the approval of the special use permit by the planning commission and deny the special use permit based on the ability to make findings A and E, I'm assuming is what I've heard during the course of the presentation.
And C and D.
And based upon, and you would base that, on council review of the staff report, the record on appeal, and all the information provided at the public hearing?
What Carl said. With the exception of, I think you said A and E, but I also think C and D are difficult, so I would make that motion.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan. Do I have a second? I have a second from Councilman Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right. Madam Clerk,
Madam Mayor, thank you for a reminder of
let's
decorum.
wrap up this meeting.
Yep, next
Okay,
one is general public comment, in which I have none signed in. Madam Mayor, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn your meeting.
Okay, I move to adjourn. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Aye. Okay, go home and go to bed.
Madam Mayor, you are adjourned at this time.